A Russian revolution might actually give the signal to a proletarian revolution in the West, so that both complement each other, as Marx and Engels put it in the preface to a new Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto. Point 5. Even more, it might conceivably, though Marx never fully committed himself to this hypothesis, lead to a direct transition in Russia from the communalism of the village to a communist development, bypassing the development of a mature capitalism. As Marx foresaw quite correctly, a revolutionary Russia changed the prospects of revolution everywhere. The role of the United States was to be less central. Its chief effect was negative, to break, by virtue of its massive development, the industrial monopoly of Western Europe and in particular of Britain, and to shatter, by virtue of its agrarian exports, the bases of large and small landed property in Europe. This was of course a correct assessment. But would it contribute positively to the triumph of revolution? In the 1870s Marx and Engels certainly and not unrealistically expected a crisis in the political system of the United States, as the agrarian crisis would weaken the farmers, the basis of the entire Constitution, and the increasing capture of politics by speculators and big business would produce a revulsion among the citizens. They also stressed the tendencies towards the formation of a mass proletarian movement. Perhaps they did not expect too much from these tendencies, though Marx expressed some optimism. In the United States the people is more resolute than in Europe. Everything matures more rapidly. 6. Still, they were mistaken to bracket Russia and the United States as the two great countries which had been omitted from the original Communist Manifesto. Their future development was to be very different. Marx's views carry the weight of his posthumous triumphs. At the time they represented no serious political force, though by 1875 two symptoms of his subsequent influence were already visible: a strong German Social Democratic Party and a dramatic penetration of his ideas, unexpected by him, but not in retrospect surprising, into the Russian intelligentsia, cp 163 below. In the late 1860s and early 1870s the Red Doctor was sometimes made responsible for the activities of the International, see Chapter 6 above, of which he was undoubtedly by far the most formidable figure and the Grey Eminence. However, as we have seen, the International was not in any sense a Marxist movement, or even a movement which contained more than a handful of Marx's followers, most of them German émigrés of his own generation. It consisted of a jumble of left-wing groups united primarily, perhaps exclusively, by the fact that they all sought to organize the workers, and with substantial, though not always permanent, success. Their ideas represented both the remnants of 1848, or even of 1789 as transformed between 1830 and 1848, some anticipations of reformist labor movements and a peculiar subvariety of the revolutionary dream, anarchism. In a sense all the theories of revolution at the time were, and had to be, attempts to come to terms with the experience of 1848. This applies to Marx as well as to Bakunin, to the Paris Communards as well as to the Russian populists whom we shall discuss below. One might have said that they all came out of the ferment of the years 1830 to 48, had not one of the pre-48 colors disappeared for good from the spectrum of the left, utopian socialism. The major utopian currents had ceased to exist as such. Saint-Simonianism had cut its links with the left. It had transformed itself into Auguste Comte's, 1798 to 1857, positivism and into a youthful experience held in common by a group of, mainly French, capitalist adventurers. Robert Owen's, 1771 to 1858, followers had turned their intellectual energies to spiritualism and secularism, their practical energies to the modest field of cooperative stores. Fourier, Cabet, and the other inspirers of communist communities, mainly in the land of freedom and unlimited opportunities, were forgotten. Horace Greeley's, 1811-72, slogan "Go West Young Man" proved more successful than his earlier Fourierist ones. Utopian socialism did not survive 1848. On the other hand, the intellectual offspring of the great French Revolution did. They ranged from radical democratic Republicans, sometimes emphasizing national liberation, sometimes their interest in social problems, to Jacobin communists of the stamp of L.A. Blanqui, who emerged briefly and intermittently from jail whenever a revolution in France freed him. This traditional left had learned and forgotten nothing. Some of its extremists in the Paris Commune could think of nothing better than to reproduce as exactly as they could the events of the Great Revolution. Blanquism, determined and conspiratorially organized, survived in France and played a crucial part in the Commune, but this was its swan song. It was never to play a significant independent role again thereafter, and was to be lost among the conflicting tendencies of the new French socialist movement. Democratic radicalism was more resistant, because its program provided both a genuine expression of the aspirations of little men everywhere, shopkeepers, teachers, peasants, an essential component of the aspirations of the workers, and a convenient appeal for liberal politicians asking for their votes. Liberty, equality, and fraternity may not be precise slogans, but poor and modest people confronted with rich and powerful ones know what they mean. Even when the official program of democratic radicalism was realized, in a republic based on universal equal unconditional suffrage, as in the United States, the need for the people to exercise real power against the rich and the corrupt, kept democratic passion alive. But, of course, democratic radicalism was a reality hardly anywhere else, even in the modest field of local government. And yet by this period radical democracy itself was no longer a revolutionary slogan in itself, but rather a means, though not an automatic means, to an end. The revolutionary republic was the social republic, the revolutionary democracy social democracy, the title increasingly adopted by the Marxist parties. This was not quite so obvious among the primarily nationalist revolutionaries, such as the Mazzinians in Italy, since the winning of independence and unification, on a basis of democratic republicanism, would, they believed, somehow solve all the other problems. The real nationalism was automatically both democratic and social, and if it was not real. But even the Mazzinians did not disclaim social liberation, and Garibaldi actually declared himself a socialist, whatever he meant by that. After the disappointments of unification or republicanism, the cadres of the new socialist movement were to emerge from among the former radical republicans. Anarchism, though it can be traced back to the revolutionary ferment of the 1840s, is much more clearly a product of the period after 1848, or more precisely of the 1860s. Its two political founders were P.J. Proudhon, a self-educated French painter and voluminous writer, who took practically no part in political agitation, and Michael Bakunin, a peripatetic Russian aristocrat, who plunged into it at every opportunity. Point two, both, from an early stage, attracted the unfavorable attention of Marx, and, though admiring him, returned his hostility. Proudhon's unsystematic, prejudiced and profoundly non-liberal theory, he was both anti-feminist and anti-Semitic, and has been claimed by the extreme right, is not of great interest in itself, but it contributed two themes to anarchist thought: a belief in small mutually supporting groups of producers instead of dehumanized factories, and a hatred of government as such, any government. These appealed strongly to independent small craftsmen, skilled but relatively autonomous workers resisting proletarianization, to men who had not forgotten a peasant or small-town provincial childhood in the growing cities, to regions on the margins of developed industrialism. It was to such men and in such regions that anarchism made its strongest appeal. It was among the Swiss village watchmakers of the Jura Federation that the most devoted anarchists of the First International were to be found. Bakunin added little to Proudhon as a thinker, except an unquenchable passion for actual revolution. The passion for destruction, he said, is at the same time a creative passion, an ill-advised enthusiasm for the revolutionary potential of criminals and the socially marginal, a real sense of the peasantry and some powerful intuitions. He was not much of a thinker at all, but a prophet, an agitator and, in spite of the disbeliefs of anarchists in disciplined organization, that foreshadowing of the tyranny of the state, a formidable conspiratorial organizer. As such he spread the anarchist movement in Italy, Switzerland and, through disciples, Spain, and organized what turned out to be the disruption of the International in 1872. And as such he virtually created an anarchist movement, for the French Proudhonists as a body were little more than a rather undeveloped form of trade unionism, mutual aid and cooperation, and politically not in themselves very revolutionary. Not that anarchism was a major force by the end of our period. But it had established some foundations in France and French Switzerland, some nuclei of influence in Italy, and above all it had made startling progress in Spain, where both the artisans and workers of Catalonia and the rural laborers of Andalusia welcomed the new gospel. There it merged with the homegrown belief that villages and workshops could manage perfectly well if the superstructure of the state and the rich was simply removed, and that the ideal of a country constituted of autonomous townships was easily realizable. Indeed, the cantonalist movement during the Spanish Republic of 1873-4 actually tried to realize it, and its leading ideologist, F. P. Y. Margall, 1824-1901, was to be adopted into the anarchist pantheon together with Bakunin, Proudhon, and Herbert Spencer. For anarchism was both a revolt of the pre-industrial past against the present, and a child of that present. It rejected tradition, though the intuitive and spontaneous nature of both thought and movement caused it to retain, perhaps even to emphasize, a number of traditional elements such as anti-Semitism or more generally xenophobia. Both occur in Proudhon and Bakunin. At the same time it passionately hated religion and churches, and hailed the cause of progress, including science and technology, of reason, and, perhaps above all, of enlightenment and education. And since it rejected any authority, it found itself curiously converging with the ultra-individualism of the laissez-faire bourgeois, who also did so. Ideologically Spencer, who was to right man against the state, was as much an anarchist as Bakunin. The only thing anarchism did not represent was the future, about which it had nothing to say except that it couldn't happen until after the revolution. Anarchism is of no great political significance, outside Spain, and concerns us chiefly as a distorting mirror of the age. The most interesting revolutionary movement of the age was a very different one, Russian populism. It was not then and never became a mass movement, and its most dramatic acts of terrorism, culminating in the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, 1881, occurred after the end of our period. But it is the ancestor both of an important family of movements in the backward countries of the 20th century and of Russian Bolshevism. It provides a direct link between the revolutionism of the 1830s and 1840s and that of 1917, a more direct link, one might argue, than the Paris Commune. Moreover, because it was a movement composed almost wholly of intellectuals in a country in which all serious intellectual life was political, it was immediately projected on the screen of global literature through the Russian writers of genius who were its contemporaries, Turgenev, 1789-1871, and Dostoevsky, 1821-81. Even Western contemporaries soon heard about the nihilists, and confused them with Bakuninite anarchism. This was comprehensible, since Bakunin dabbled in Russian as in all other revolutionary movements and got himself temporarily mixed up with a genuinely Dostoevskyan figure, life and literature being very close in Russia, the young advocate of an almost pathological belief in terror and violence, Sergei Genadovich. But Russian populism was by no means anarchist. That Russia ought to have a revolution was not seriously questioned by anyone in Europe from the most moderate liberals to the left. Its political regime, a straightforward autocracy under Nicholas I, 1825-1855, was patently an anachronism and could not, in the long run, be expected to last. It was maintained in power by the absence of anything like a strong middle class and above all by the traditional loyalty or passivity of the backward and largely servile peasantry, who accepted the rule of the gentry because it was God's will, because the Tsar represented Holy Russia, and also because they were largely left in peace to conduct their own modest affairs by means of the powerful village communities, to whose existence and significance both Russian and foreign observers drew. Attention from the 1840s. They were not contented. Quite apart from their poverty and coercion by the lords, they never accepted the gentry's right to landed estates. The peasant belonged to the lord, but the land belonged to the peasants, for they alone tilled it. They were merely inactive or impotent. If they were to shake off their passivity and rise, it would go hard with the Tsar and the ruling classes of Russia. And if their unrest were to be mobilized by the ideological and political left, the result would not be a mere repetition of the great risings of the 17th and 18th century, that Pugachevshchina which haunted Russian rulers, but a social revolution. After the Crimean War, a Russian revolution no longer seemed merely desirable, but became increasingly probable. This was the major innovation of the 1860s. The regime which, however reactionary and inefficient, had hitherto appeared internally stable and externally powerful, both immune to continental revolution in 1848 and in a position to march its armies against it in 1849, was now revealed as internally unstable and externally rather weaker than had been supposed. Its key weaknesses were both political and economic, and the reforms of Alexander II, 1855–81, could be seen as symptoms rather than as remedies of these weaknesses. In fact, as we shall see, in Chapter 10 below, the emancipation of the serfs, 1861, created the conditions for a revolutionary peasantry, while the administrative, judicial, and other reforms of the Tsar, 1864–70, failed to remove the weaknesses of the Tsarist autocracy, or indeed to compensate for the traditional acceptance it was now in the process of losing. Revolution in Russia was no longer a utopian prospect. Given the feebleness of the bourgeoisie and, at this stage, of the new industrial proletariat, only one exiguous but articulate social stratum existed which could carry political agitation, and in the 1860s it acquired both self-consciousness, an association with political radicalism, and a name, the intelligentsia. Its very exiguity probably helped this group of persons with a higher education to feel itself a coherent force. Even in 1897 the educated consisted of no more than 100,000 men and somewhat over 6,000 women in all Russia. 7 The numbers were tiny, though increasing rapidly. Moscow in 1840 had possessed little more than 1,200 educators, doctors, lawyers, and persons active in the arts in all, but by 1882 it sheltered 5,000 teachers, 2,000 doctors, 500 lawyers, and 1,500 in the arts. But what is significant about them is that they joined neither the ranks of the business classes, which in the 19th century hardly required academic qualifications anywhere outside Germany, except perhaps as a certificate of social advancement, nor the only major employer of intellectuals, the bureaucracy. Of the 333 St. Petersburg graduates in 1848–50, only 96 entered the civil service. Two things distinguished the Russian intelligentsia from the other strata of intellectuals: recognition as a special social group, and a political radicalism which was socially rather than nationally oriented. The first distinguished it from the Western intellectuals, who were readily absorbed into the prevailing middle classes and into the prevailing liberal or democratic ideology. Apart from the literary and artistic bohème, see Chapter 15 below, a licensed or at least tolerated subculture, there was no significant group of dissidents, and Bohemian dissidence was only marginally political. Even the universities, so revolutionary up to and in 1848, became politically conformist. Why indeed should intellectuals be otherwise in the age of bourgeois triumph? The second distinguished it from the intellectuals of the emergent European peoples, whose political energies were taken up almost exclusively with nationalism, i.e. with the struggle to construct a liberal bourgeois society of their own into which they could be integrated. The Russian intelligentsia could not follow the first path, since Russia was patently not a bourgeois society, and the Tsarist system made even moderate liberalism a slogan of political revolution. Tsar Alexander II's reforms in the 1860s, the liberation of the serfs, the judicial and educational changes and the establishment of some local government for the gentry, the Zemstvos of 1864, and the towns, 1,870, were too hesitant and limited to mobilize the potential enthusiasm of reformers permanently, and in any case this reforming phase was short-lived. Nor did they follow the second path, not so much because Russia was already an independent nation or because they lacked national pride, but because the slogans of Russian nationalism, Holy Russia, Panslavism, etc., were already preempted by Tsar, Church, and all that was reactionary. Tolstoy's 1828–1910, Pierre Bezukhov, in some ways the most Russian of the characters in War and Peace, was obliged to seek cosmopolitan ideas, even to defend Napoleon the Invader, because he was not content with Russia as it was, and his spiritual nephews and grandsons, the intelligentsia of the 1850s and 1860s, were forced to do the same. They were, as natives of what was par excellence the backward country of Europe, they had to be modernizers, i.e. westernizers. Yet they could not be only westernizers, because Western liberalism and capitalism at the time provided no viable model for Russia to follow, and because the only potentially revolutionary mass force in Russia was the peasantry. The result was populism, which briefly held this contradiction in a tense balance. In doing so, populism illuminates much about the revolutionary movements of the Third World in the mid-20th century. The rapid progress of capitalism in Russia after our period, which implied the rapid growth of an organizable industrial proletariat, appeared to overcome the uncertainties of the populist era, and the collapse of the heroic phase of populism, roughly from 1868 to 1881, encouraged theoretical reappraisals. The Marxists, who emerged out of the ruins of populism, were, at least in theory, pure westernizers. Russia, they argued, would go the same way as the West, generating the same forces of social and political change, a bourgeoisie which would establish a democratic republic, a proletariat which would dig its grave. But even some Marxists soon became aware, during the 1905 revolution, that this prospect was unreal. The Russian bourgeoisie would be too weak to play its historic role, and the proletariat, backed by the irresistible force of the peasantry, would overthrow both Tsarism and an immature and doomed Russian capitalism, led by the professional revolutionaries. The populists were modernizers. The Russia of their dreams was new, a Russia of progress, science, education, and revolutionized production, but socialist and not capitalist. Yet it was to be based on the most ancient and traditional of popular Russian institutions, the Obshchina, or village commune, which would thus become the direct parent of and model for socialist society. Time and again the populist intellectuals of the 1870s asked Marx, whose theories they made their own, whether he thought this was possible, and Marx wrestled with this attractive but by his theories implausible proposition, concluding hesitantly that perhaps it might be. On the other hand, Russia must reject the traditions of Western Europe, including the patterns of its liberalism and democratic doctrines, because Russia lacks such traditions. For even the one aspect of populism which had the most direct apparent links with the Western revolutionism of the period 1789 to 1848 was in a sense different and new. The men and women who now banded together in secret conspiracies to overthrow Tsarism by insurrection and terror were more than the heirs of the Jacobins or the professional revolutionaries who descended from them. They were to break all links with existing society, to devote their lives totally to the people and its revolution, to penetrate among the people and express its will. There was an unromantic intensity, a totality, of self-sacrifice about their dedication which had hardly any parallel in the West. They were closer to Lenin than to Buonarroti. And they found their first cadres, like so many later revolutionary movements, among the students, especially the new and poor students who now entered the universities, no longer confined to the children of the nobility. The activists of the new revolutionary movement were indeed new people rather than children of the nobility. Of 924 persons imprisoned or exiled between 1873 and 1877, only 279 came from noble families, 117 from non-noble officials, 33 from merchants, 68 were Jews, 92 came from what may best be described as the urban petty bourgeoisie or modest city folk. Meshchain, 138 were nominal peasants, presumably from similar urban milieus, and no less than 197 were children of priests. The number of girls among them was particularly striking. No less than 15% of the 1,600 or so propagandists arrested in the same years were women. 8 The movement initially oscillated between an anarchizing small group terrorism, under the influence of Bakunin and Nechayev, and the advocates of mass political education among the people. But what eventually prevailed was the rigidly disciplined and centralized secret conspiratorial organization of Jacobin Blanky affinity, elitist in practice whatever its theory, which anticipated the Bolsheviks. Populism is significant not for what it achieved, which was hardly anything, nor for the numbers it mobilized, which hardly exceeded a few thousand. Its significance lies in the fact that it marks the start of a continuous history of Russian revolutionary agitation which, within 50 years, was to overthrow Tsarism and install the first regime in world history dedicated to the construction of socialism. They were symptoms of the crisis which, between 1848 and 1870, rapidly, and for most Western observers unexpectedly, transformed Tsarist Russia from an unshakable pillar of world reaction into a clay-footed giant, certain to be overthrown by revolution. But they were more than this. They formed, as it were, the chemical laboratory in which all the major revolutionary ideas of the 19th century were tested, combined and developed into those of the 20th century. No doubt this is due to some extent to the good fortune, the reasons for which are quite mysterious, that populism coincided with one of the most brilliant and astonishing outbursts of intellect and cultural creation in the world's history. Backward countries seeking to break through to modernity are normally derivative and unoriginal in their ideas, though necessarily not so in their practice. Often enough they have little discrimination in their borrowing. Brazilian and Mexican intellectuals took uncritically to Auguste Comte 9 Spanish ones at this very period to an obscure and second-rate German philosopher of the early 19th century, one Karl Kraus, whom they made into a battering ram of anti-clerical enlightenment. The Russian left was not merely in touch with the best and most advanced thought of the time, and made it its own. Students in Kazan were reading Marx even before Capital had been translated into Russian, but almost immediately transformed the social thinking of the advanced countries themselves, and were recognized as capable of doing so. Some of its great names retain a primarily national reputation: Anne Chernyshevsky, 1828–89, V. Belinsky, 1811–48, Anne Dobrolyubov, 1836–61, even, in a way, the splendid Alexander Herzen, 1812–70. Others merely transformed, though perhaps a decade or two later, the sociology, anthropology, and historiography of Western countries, for example P. Vinogradov, 1854–1925, in Britain, V. Luchesky, 1877–1949, and N. Karayev, 1850–1936, in France. Marx himself immediately appreciated the intellectual achievement of his Russian readers, and not only because they were his earliest intellectual public. We have so far considered the social revolutionaries. What of the revolutions? The greatest one of our period was virtually unknown to most observers, and certainly unconnected with the revolutionary ideologies of the West, the typing, see Chapter 7 above. The most frequent, those of Latin America, appeared to consist mainly of pronunciamientos, military coups, or regional secessions which did not noticeably change the complexion of their countries, so much so that the social component in some of them was generally overlooked. The European ones were either failures, like the Polish insurrection of 1863, absorbed by moderate liberalism, like Garibaldi's revolutionary conquest of Sicily and South Italy in 1860, or of purely national significance, like the Spanish revolutions of 1854 and 1868–74. The first of these Spanish revolutions was, like the Colombian Revolution of the early 1850s, an afterglow of the outbreaks of 1848. The Iberian world was habitually out of phase with the rest of Europe. The second seemed to nervous contemporaries, in the midst of political unrest and the international, to presage a new round of European revolutions. But there was to be no new 1848. There was only the Paris Commune of 1871. The Paris Commune was, like so much of the revolutionary history of our period, important not so much for what it achieved as for what it forecast. It was more formidable as a symbol than as a fact. Its actual history is overlaid by the enormously powerful myth it generated, both in France itself and, through Karl Marx, in the international socialist movement, a myth which reverberates to this day, notably in the Chinese People's Republic. It was extraordinary, heroic, dramatic, and tragic, but in terms of hard fact it was a brief, and in the opinion of most serious observers doomed, insurrectionary government of the workers in a single city, whose major achievement was that it actually was a government, even though it lasted less than 2 months. Lenin, after October 1917, was to count the days until the date when he could triumphantly say, "We have lasted longer than the Commune." Yet historians should resist the temptation to diminish it retrospectively. If it did not threaten the bourgeois order seriously, it frightened the wits out of it by its mere existence. Its life and death were surrounded by panic and hysteria, especially in the international press, which accused it of instituting communism, expropriating the rich and sharing their wives, terror, wholesale massacre, chaos, anarchy, and whatever else haunted the nightmares of the respectable classes, all, needless to say, deliberately plotted by the International. More to the point, governments themselves felt the need to take action against the international threat to order and civilization. Apart from the international collaboration of policemen and a tendency, regarded as more scandalous than it would be today, to deny fugitive communards the protected status of political refugees, the Austrian Chancellor, backed by Bismarck, not a man given to panic reactions, suggested the formation of a capitalists' counter-international. Fear of revolution was a major factor in the construction of the Three Emperors League of 1873, Germany, Austria, Russia, which was seen as a new holy alliance against European radicalism that has been threatening all thrones and institutions. 11 Though the rapid decline of the International had made this object less urgent by the time it was actually signed. The significant fact about this nervousness was that what governments now feared was not social revolution in general, but proletarian revolution. Marxists, who have seen the International and the Commune essentially as a proletarian movement, were thus at one with the governments and respectable public opinion of the time. And indeed the Commune was a workers' insurrection, and if the word describes men and women halfway between people and proletariat rather than factory workers, it would also fit the activists of labor movements elsewhere at this period. 12 The 36,000 arrested communards were virtually a cross-section of popular laboring Paris, 8% are white-collar workers, 7% are servants, 10% are small shopkeepers and the like, but the rest overwhelmingly workers, from the building trades, the metal trades, general laboring, followed by the more traditional skilled crafts, furniture, luxury articles, printing, clothing, which also provided a disproportionate number of the cotters, 3 and of course the ever-radical shoemakers. But was the Commune a socialist revolution? Almost certainly yes, though its socialism was still essentially the pre-1848 dream of self-governing cooperative or corporative units of producers, now also appealing for radical and systematic government intervention. Its practical achievements were far more modest, but that was hardly its fault. For the Commune was a beleaguered regime, the child of war and the siege of Paris, the response to capitulation. The advance of the Prussians in 1870 broke the neck of Napoleon III's empire. The moderate Republicans who overthrew him continued the war half-heartedly and then gave up, realizing that the only resistance that remained possible implied a revolutionary mobilization of the masses, a new Jacobin and social republic. In Paris, besieged and abandoned by its government and bourgeoisie, effective power had in any case fallen into the hands of the mayors of the arrondissements, districts, and the National Guard, i.e. in practice the popular and working class quarters. The attempt to disarm the National Guard after the capitulation which provoked the revolution took the form of the independent municipal organization of Paris, the Commune. But the Commune was almost immediately itself besieged by the national government, now situated at Versailles, the surrounding and victorious German army refraining from intervention. The 2 months of the Commune were a period of almost unbroken war against the overwhelming forces of Versailles. Hardly a fortnight after its proclamation on March 18 it had lost the initiative. By May 21 the enemy had entered Paris, and the final week merely demonstrated that the working people of Paris could die as hard as they had lived. The Versaillais lost perhaps 1,100 in killed and missing, and the Commune had also executed perhaps 100 hostages. Who knows how many communards were killed during the fighting? Thousands were massacred after it. The Versaillais admitted to 17,000, but the number cannot be more than half of the truth. Over 43,000 were taken prisoner, 10,000 were sentenced, of whom almost half were sent to penal exile in New Caledonia, the rest to prison. This was the revenge of the respectable people. Henceforth a river of blood ran between the workers of Paris and their betters. And henceforth also the social revolutionaries knew what awaited them if they did not manage to maintain power. Part 3. Results. Chapter 10. The land. As soon as the Indian earns 3 reals a day, he will never work more than half the week, so that he will still have the same 9 reals he gets at present. When you have changed everything, you will have to return to where you started, to freedom, to that true freedom which wants neither taxes nor regulations nor measures to develop agriculture, to that marvelous laissez-faire which is the last word of political economy. A Mexican landowner, 18,651. The prejudice which used to operate against all the popular classes still exists against the peasants. They do not receive the education of the middle class, hence their differences, the lack of esteem for the countryman, his vigorous desire to escape from the oppression of this contempt. Hence the decadence of old customs, the corruption and deterioration of our race. A Mantua newspaper, 18,562. In 1848 the population of the world, even of Europe, still consisted overwhelmingly of countrymen. Even in Britain, the first industrialized economy, city dwellers did not outnumber country dwellers until 1851, and then only just 51%. Nowhere else except in France, Belgium, Saxony, Prussia and the United States did more than 1 in 10 of the population live in cities of 10,000 and over. By the middle and late 1870s the situation had been substantially modified, but with few exceptions the rural population still largely prevailed over the urban. So, for by far the greater part of humanity, the fortunes of life still depended on what happened to and on the land. What happened on the land depended partly on economic, technical, and demographic factors which, allowing for all local peculiarities and lags, operated on the scale of the globe, or at least of large geographical climatic zones, and on institutional factors, social, political, legal, etc., which differed much more profoundly, even when the general trends of world development operated through them. Geographically the North American prairies, the South American pampas, the steppes of South Russia or of Hungary were quite comparable, great plains in the more or less temperate zone, suited to the large-scale cultivation of cereals. All of them indeed developed what was, from the point of view of the world economy, the same kind of agriculture, becoming massive exporters of grain. Socially, politically, and legally there was a very large difference between the American plains, largely unoccupied except by hunting Indian tribes, and the European ones, long if thinly settled by an agricultural population, between the free farmer, settlers of the New World and the serf peasants of the Old, between the forms of peasant liberation after 1848 in Hungary and those after 1861 in Russia, between the large ranchers or estate owners of Argentina and the noble landlords and gentry of Eastern Europe, between the legal systems, the administration, the land policies of the various states involved. For the historian, it is equally illegitimate to overlook what they had in common as it is to neglect the differences. What a growing part of agriculture all over the world had in common was subjection to the industrial world economy. Its demands multiplied the commercial market for agricultural products, mostly foodstuffs and the raw materials of the textile industry, as well as some industrial crops of lesser importance, both domestically, through the rapid growth of cities, and internationally. Its technology made it possible to bring hitherto unexploitable regions effectively within the range of the world market by means of the railway and the steamer. The social convulsions which followed the transfer of agriculture to a capitalist, or at least a large-scale commercialized pattern, loosened the traditional ties of men to the land of their forefathers, especially when they found they owned none of it, or too little to maintain their family. At the same time, the insatiable demand of new industries and urban occupations for labor, the growing gap between the backward and dark country and the advancing city and industrial settlement, attracted them away. During our period we see the simultaneous and enormous growth of trade in agricultural produce, a remarkable extension of the area in agricultural use, and, at least in the countries directly affected by world capitalist development, a major flight from the land. For two reasons this process became particularly massive during the third quarter of the 19th century. Both are aspects of that extraordinary widening and deepening of the world economy which forms the basic theme of world history at this period. Technology made possible the opening of geographically remote or inaccessible areas to export production, most notably the plains of the central United States and of southeastern Russia. In 1844–53 Russia exported about 11.5 million hectoliters of grains per year, but in the second half of the 1870s between 47 and 89 million. The United States, which had exported negligible quantities in the 1840s, perhaps 5 million hectoliters, now sold abroad more than 100 millions. 3 At the same time we find the first attempts to develop certain overseas areas as specialist producers of such exports to the developed world, indigo and jute in Bengal, tobacco in Colombia, coffee in Brazil and Venezuela, not to mention cotton in Egypt, etc. These replaced or supplemented the now traditional export crops of the same kind, the declining sugar from the Caribbean and Brazil, cotton from the southern states of America, whose trade was at least temporarily wrecked by the Civil War of 1861–5. On the whole, with certain exceptions, such as Egyptian cotton and Indian jute, these economic specializations did not prove to be permanent, or else, where permanent, they did not develop on any scale comparable to that of the 20th century. The lasting pattern of this world market agriculture did not establish itself until the period of the imperialist world economy of 1870 to 1930. Boom products rose and fell, areas which provided the main body of such exports in our period were later to stagnate or abandon them. Thus, if Brazil was already the major producer of coffee, the state of São Paulo, which is predominantly identified with this crop in our century, as yet harvested only about a quarter of the production of Rio and at most a fifth of the entire country, about half the production of Indonesia and only about twice as much as Ceylon, where the development of tea culture was still so negligible that exports were not separately registered until the second half of the 1870s, and then in tiny quantities. Still, a major international trade in agricultural produce was now in being, normally, for obvious reasons, leading to extreme specialization or even monoculture in the exporting regions. Technology made it possible, for after all the major means of transporting bulk produce over long land distances, the railroad, was hardly available before the 1840s. At the same time technology visibly followed demand, or sought to anticipate it. This was most evident on the wide plains of the southwestern United States and several parts of South America, where cattle multiplied virtually without human effort, herded by gauchos, llaneros, vaqueros, and cowboys, and called loudly to all profit-minded citizens for means of converting it into money. Texas drove some beasts to New Orleans and after 1849 to California, but it was the promise of the great northeastern market which urged ranchers to explore those long routes which have become part of the heroic romance of the Wild West, linking the remote Southwest with the slowly approaching railheads and through them with the giant transport center of Chicago, whose stockyards were opened in 1865. They came each year in tens of thousands before the Civil War, in hundreds of thousands for the 20 years after it, until the completion of the railway network and the advance of the plow on the prairies brought the classical period of the Wild West, which was essentially a cattle economy, to an end in the 1880s. Meanwhile, another method of utilizing livestock was explored, the preservation of slaughtered meat, by the traditional methods of salting and drying. By some sort of concentration, Liebig's meat extract began to be produced in the River Plate states in 1863, by canning, and finally by the decisive device of refrigeration. However, though Boston received some refrigerated meat in the late 1860s, and London a little from Australia from 1865, the trade did not really develop until after the end of our period. It is no accident that its two great American pioneers, the packing tycoons Swift and Armour, did not establish themselves in Chicago until 1875. The dynamic element in agricultural development was thus demand, the ever-growing demand for food of the urban and industrial parts of the world, the ever-growing demand of the same sectors for labor and, linking the two, the boom economy which raised the standards of consumption of the masses and thus their per capita demand. For with the construction of a genuinely global capitalist economy, new markets sprang from nowhere, as Marx and Engels noted, while old ones grew dramatically. For the first time since the Industrial Revolution, the capacity of the new capitalist economy to give employment caught up with its capacity to multiply production, see Chapter 12 below. In consequence, to take one example, the British per capita consumption of tea trebled between 1844 and 1876, and the per capita consumption of sugar rose from C17 to C60 in the same period. 4. World agriculture thus increasingly divided into two parts, one dominated by the capitalist market, national or international, the other largely independent of it. This does not mean that nothing was bought and sold in the independent sector, still less that the agricultural producers in it were self-sufficient, though it is probable that a rather high proportion of peasant agriculture was consumed on the peasant holding, or within the narrow limits of a local system of exchange, if only because the food demands of the small cities in so many areas could be supplied from within a radius of little more than 1 or 2 dozen miles. Still, there is a substantial difference between the sort of agricultural economy in which sales to the wider world are marginal or optional, and the sort whose fortunes depend on them, between, to put it another way, those haunted by the specter of a bad harvest and consequent famine, and those haunted by its opposite, overproduction or sudden competition and a collapse of prices. By the 1870s, sufficient of world agriculture was in the second position to make agrarian depression both worldwide and politically explosive. Economically, the traditional sector of agriculture was a negative force, it was immune to the fluctuations of the great markets, or, if not, it resisted their impact as best it could. Where it was strong, it kept men and women on the land, in so far as the land could give them a living, or sent its excess population along the well-beaten traditional tracks of seasonal migration, like those which took the small holders of central France to and from the building sites of Paris. In extreme cases it might actually be beyond the range of townsmen's knowledge. The murderous droughts of the Sertão of northeastern Brazil brought a periodic exodus of starveling backwoodsmen, as scrawny as their scrub cattle. The news that the drought was over took them back again, to the dry, cactus-riddled landscape where no civilized Brazilian went, unless on a military expedition against some wild-eyed backcountry messiah. There were areas in the Carpathians, in the Balkans, in the western marches of Russia, in Scandinavia and Spain, to confine ourselves only to the most developed continent, where the world economy, and hence the rest of the modern world, material or mental, meant little enough. As late as 1931 the inhabitants of Polska, when asked by the Polish census officials about their nationality, quite failed to understand the question. They answered, "We are from hereabouts," or "We are locals." 5. The market sector was more complex, since its fortunes depended both on the nature of the market, or in some cases of its mechanism of distribution, on the degree of specialization of the producers, and on the social structure of agriculture. At one extreme, there might be the virtual monoculture of the new agricultural areas, imposed by their orientation towards a remote world market, and intensified, if not created, by the characteristic mechanism of foreign merchant firms in the great port cities which controlled this export trade, the traditional Greeks who ran the Russian corn trade through Odessa, the Bungis and Borns from Hamburg who were about to fulfill the same function for the River Plate countries from Buenos Aires and Montevideo. Where such exports were produced by large estates, as was usual in tropical plantations, sugar, cotton, etc., almost invariable with overseas cattle and sheep ranching, though rather less common with tillage crops, the pattern of specialization was complete. Incidentally, in such cases identity of interest produced a close symbiosis between the large producers, where they happened to be natives and not themselves foreigners, the great trading houses and compradori interests of the export/import ports, and the policies of the states representing the European markets and suppliers. The slave-owning aristocracy of the southern United States, the estancieros of Argentina, the great wool ranchers of Australia, were as enthusiastically devoted to free trade and foreign enterprise as the British, on whom they depended, since their incomes depended exclusively on the free sale of the produce of their estates, in return for which they were more than ready to accept any non-agricultural products which their customers exported. Where crops were sold both by large estates and small farmers or peasants, the situation was more complex, though in peasant economies, for obvious reasons, the proportion of the crop which came on the world market, i.e. which was not consumed by the producers, from large estates was normally much larger than that which came from the peasant holdings. At the other extreme, the growth of urban areas multiplied the demand for a variety of different foodstuffs, in whose production the sheer size of the farming unit gave no special advantages, at any rate compared with those to be drawn from intensive cultivation and from the natural protection of high transport costs and defective technology. Those who produced staple grains might have to worry about the competition of national or world markets which hardly troubled those who sold dairy products, eggs, vegetables, fruit or even fresh meat, or any other perishable commodity which could not be transported over large distances. The Great Agrarian Depression of the 1870s and 1880s was thus essentially a depression of the staple national and international food crops. Mixed farming, peasant agriculture, especially that of commercially minded rich peasants, could flourish in such situations. This was one reason why the predictions of ruin which were made for the peasantry failed at this stage even to look like coming true in some of the most industrialized and developed countries. It was easy to establish that a peasant unit was unviable below a certain minimum size of holding and resources, which varied with soil, climate, and type of production. It was much harder to show that the economy of large estates was superior to that of medium or even small units, especially when most of the labor demands of such units could be met by the virtually unpaid labor of large peasant families. The peasantry was constantly eroded by the proletarianization of those whose holdings were too small to support them, or the emigration of those extra mouths which demographic growth multiplied, and which could not be fed on the family's land. Much of it was always poor, and the sector of small holders or dwarf peasants undoubtedly tended to increase. But, whatever their importance in economic terms, the number of middling peasant holdings not only maintained itself, but even increased sometimes. The growth of the capitalist economy transformed agriculture by its massive demand. It is thus not surprising that our period saw an increase in the amount of land put to agricultural use, not to mention the even greater increase in output through improved productivity. What is not generally recognized is how vast this extension of agricultural land was. Taking the statistically available world as a whole, between 1840 and 1880 the area under crops rose by half, or from C 500 to C 750 million acres. 7 half of this increase occurred in America, where the farmed area trebled in this period, it quintupled in Australia and grew 2.5 times in Canada. There it chiefly took the form of a simple geographical advance of agriculture into the interior. Between 1849 and 1877 wheat production was pushed forward about 9 degrees of longitude in the United States, mainly during the 1860s. It is, of course, worth remembering that the region west of the Mississippi was still comparatively undeveloped. The very fact that the log cabin has become the symbol of the pioneer farmer indicates this. On the Great Prairies timber was not so plentiful. However, though less immediately visible for being distributed among and around the cultivated area, the figures for Europe are in their way even more startling. Sweden more than doubled its crop area between 1840 and 1880, Italy and Denmark expanded it by more than half, Russia, Germany, and Hungary by about a third. 8 Much of this came from the abolition of fallow, much from the farming of what had hitherto been moor, heath, or marsh, much, unfortunately, from the destruction of woodlands. In southern Italy and its islands about 600,000 hectares of trees, or about a third of the modest total still standing in those desiccated landscapes, disappeared between 1860 and 1911. In a few favored regions, including Egypt and India, large-scale irrigation works were also of significance, though a simple and fervent faith in technology produced disastrous and unforeseen side effects. Then as now. 10 Only in Britain had the new agriculture already conquered the whole country. There the area under crops grew by less than 5%. It would be tedious to multiply the statistics of growing agricultural output and productivity. What is more interesting is to discover how far these were due to industrialization, and used the same methods and technology as were transforming industry. Before the 1840s the answer would have been, to a very small extent. Even during our period a great part of agriculture was conducted in ways which would have been quite familiar 100, even 200 years earlier, which was natural since striking results could still be achieved by generalizing the best methods known to pre-industrial farming. The virgin lands of America were cleared with fire and axe. As in the Middle Ages, explosives for removing tree stumps were at best ancillary. The drainage ditches were dug with spades, the plows drawn by horses or oxen. For productivity the substitution of the iron for the wooden plow, or even, a neglected but important development, of the scythe for the sickle, were more important than the application of steam power, which never found the basic labors of the farm congenial, since it was largely immobile. Harvesting was the main exception, for it consisted of a series of standardized operations requiring very large temporary inputs of labor, and with the growing shortage of laborers its cost, always high, rose sharply. Threshing machines spread where grain was harvested in developed countries. The major innovation, reaping, harvesting, and mowing machines, were confined largely to the United States, where labor was short and fields were large. But in general the application of ingenuity and inventiveness to agriculture did rise strikingly. In 1849–51 an annual average of 191 agriculture patents were taken out in the United States, in 1859–61, 1,282, in 1869–71, no less than 3,217.11. Yet, all in all, farming and the farm remained visibly what they had always been in most parts of the world, more prosperous in the developed areas, and hence investing more heavily in improvements, buildings, etc., more business-like in many places, but not transformed out of recognition. Even industry and its technology were unobtrusive outside the New World. The mass-produced ceramic drain pipes, which were perhaps its most important contribution to agriculture, were buried. The wire netting and barbed wire which was to take over from walls, hedges, and wooden fencing, confined to the ranges of Australia and the United States, corrugated iron hardly yet emancipated from the railroads in connection with which it had been developed. Still, industrial production now contributed seriously to agricultural capital, and so, through the, largely German, science of organic chemistry, did modern science. Artificial fertilizers, potash, nitrates, were not yet used on a large scale, Chilean nitrate imports to Britain had not reached 60,000 tons by 1870. On the other hand, a huge trade developed, to the temporary benefit of the finances of Peru and the permanent profit of some British and French firms, in the natural fertilizer guano, of which some 12 million tons were exported between 1850 and 1880, when the guano boom collapsed, a trade unthinkable before the era of global mass transportation. 12.2. 2. The economic forces moving agriculture in those areas where it was accessible to change were those of expansion. Yet over most of the world it inevitably came up against social and institutional obstacles which prevented or inhibited it, and in so doing also stood in the way of the other great task which capitalist, or indeed any, industrial development set its landed sector. For its function in the modern economy was not merely to supply food and raw material in rapidly growing quantities, but also to provide indeed the, most important reservoir of labor power for the non-agricultural occupations. Its third great function, that of providing the capital for urban and industrial development itself, it could hardly help fulfilling in agrarian countries, where there were few other sources of revenue for governments and the rich, though it might fulfill it inefficiently and inadequately. The obstacles came from three sources: the peasants themselves, their social, political and economic superiors, and the entire weight of institutionalized traditional societies, of which pre-industrial agriculture was both the heart and the main body. All three were the predestined victims of capitalism, though, as we have seen, neither the peasantry nor the country-based social hierarchy which rested on its backs were in any immediate danger of collapse. At the very least, all three of these linked phenomena were theoretically incompatible with capitalism, and therefore tended to enter into collision with it. For capitalism the land was a factor of production and a commodity peculiar only by its immobility and limited quantity, though, as it happens, the great opening of new lands at this period made these limitations appear relatively insignificant for the time being. The problem of what to do about those who happen to own this natural monopoly, thus levying a toll on the rest of the economy, therefore seemed relatively manageable. Agriculture was an industry like any other, to be conducted on sound profit-maximizing principles, the farmer an entrepreneur. The rural world as a whole was a market, a source of labor, and a source of capital. Insofar as its obstinate traditionalism prevented it from doing what political economy required, it had to be made to. There was no possible way of reconciling such a view with that of peasants or landlords, for whom land was not merely a source of maximizable income but the framework of life, with that of social systems, for which the relations of men to the land and to each other in terms of the land were not, as it were, optional, but obligatory. Even at the level of government and political thinking, where the laws of economics might be increasingly accepted, the conflict was stark. Traditional landlordism might be economically undesirable, but was it not the cement which held together a social structure which might otherwise collapse into anarchy and revolution? The British land policy in India was to come to grief over this dilemma. Economically it might be simpler if there was no peasantry, but was not its sturdy conservatism a guarantee of social stability, as its sturdy and numerous progeny were the backbone of most governments' armies? At a time when capitalism was evidently ruining its working classes, could a state afford to do without a reservoir of healthy countrymen from which to recruit the towns? 3. Nevertheless, capitalism could not but undermine the agrarian bases of political stability, especially on the margins of, or within the dependent periphery of, the developed West. Economically, as we have seen, the transition to market production, and especially export monoculture, both disrupted traditional social relations and destabilized the economy. Politically, modernization implied, for those who wanted to undertake it, a frontal collision with the main support of traditionalism, the agrarian society, see chapters 7 and 8 above. The ruling classes of Britain, where pre-capitalist landlords and peasants had disappeared, and of Germany and France, where a modus vivendi with the peasantry was established on the basis of a flourishing, and where necessary protected, home market, could rely on the loyalty of the countryside. But elsewhere they could not. In Italy and Spain, in Russia and the United States, in China and Latin America, it was more likely than not to be a region of social ferment and occasional explosion. For one reason or another, three types of agrarian enterprise were under particular pressure: the slave plantation, the serf estate, and the traditional non-capitalist peasant economy. The first was liquidated within our period by the abolition of slavery in the United States and in most parts of Latin America, except Brazil and Cuba, where its days were numbered. It was officially abolished there in 1889. For practical purposes, by the end of our period, chattel slavery had retreated to the more backward parts of the Middle East and Asia, where it no longer played a significant agricultural role. The second was formally liquidated in Europe between 1848 and 1868, though the situation of the impoverished and especially the landless peasantry in regions of large estates in southern and eastern Europe often remains semi-servile, inasmuch as it remains subject to overwhelming non-economic coercion. Where peasants have inferior legal and civil rights to those enjoyed by the rich and powerful, in fact, whatever the theory, they can be coerced non-economically, and on Wallachian, Andalusian, or Sicilian estates they were. Compulsory labor services in many Latin American countries were not abolished, and indeed intensified, so that we can hardly speak of a general liquidation of serfdom there. Point 4. However, it seems increasingly to have been confined to Indian peasants exploited by non-Indian landlords. The third maintained itself, as we have seen. The reasons for this wholesale liquidation of pre-capitalist, i.e. non-economic, forms of agrarian dependency are complex. In some cases political factors were obviously decisive. In the Habsburg Empire in 1848, as in Russia in 1861, it was not so much the unpopularity of serfdom among the peasantry which determined emancipation, undoubted though this was, as the fear of a non-peasant revolution which might acquire decisive force by mobilizing peasant discontent. Peasant rebellion was a constant possibility, as demonstrated by the agrarian risings in Galicia in 1846, in southern Italy in 1848, in Sicily in 1860, and in Russia in the years after the Crimean War. But it was not the blind peasant rebellions themselves which frightened governments; they were short-lived and would be put down with fire and sword even by liberals, as in Sicily 14, but the mobilization of peasant unrest behind a political challenge to the central authority. The Habsburgs thus tried to isolate the various movements of national autonomy from their peasant base, and the Russian Tsar did the same in Poland. Without the support of the peasantry, the liberal radical movements were insignificant in agrarian countries, or at least manageable. Both Habsburgs and Romanovs knew this and acted accordingly. However, insurrection and revolution, whether by peasants or others, explain little more than the timing of some cases of serf emancipation, and nothing about the abolition of slavery. For unlike serf insurrection, slave rebellion was relatively uncommon, nowhere more so than in the United States 15, and never in the 19th century considered a very serious political threat. Was the pressure to abolish serfdom and slavery then economic? Certainly to some extent. It is all very well for modern econometric historians to argue retrospectively that slave or serf agriculture was actually more profitable or even more efficient than agriculture manned by free labor. This is perfectly possible, and the arguments are indeed strong. However, it is undeniable that contemporaries, operating with contemporary methods and criteria of accountancy, believed that it was inferior, though of course we cannot tell how far the very justified horror of slavery or serfdom biased their calculations. Still, Thomas Brassey, the railway entrepreneur, speaking with the voice of business common sense, observed of serfdom that the crop yield in servile Russia was half that in England and Saxony and less than in any other European country, and of slavery that it was obviously less productive than free labor and more expensive than people thought, bearing in mind the cost of purchase or of rearing and maintenance. 17 The British consul in Pernambuco, admittedly reporting to a passionately anti-slavery government, reckoned that the employer of slaves lost 12% in interest which the capital spent on their purchase would otherwise have earned. Mistaken or not, such views were common outside the ranks of slave owners. Indeed, Slavery was patently on the decline, and not for humanitarian reasons either, though the effective ending of the international slave trade by British pressure, Brazil resigned itself to abolition in 1850, clearly cut the supply of slaves and raised their price. The import of Africans into Brazil dropped from 54,000 in 1849 to virtually zero in the mid-1850s. The internal slave trade, though much used in abolitionist arguments, seems to have played no major role. Still, the shift from slave to non-slave labor was striking. By 1872 the free-colored population in Brazil was almost 3 times as large as the slave population, and even among pure Negroes the two groups were almost equal in number. In Cuba by 1877 the number of slaves had halved, from 400,000 to about 200,000.18, possibly even in the most traditional area of slave cultivation, sugar. The mechanization of sugar mills from the mid-century diminished the need for labor in processing the product, though in booming sugar economies like Cuba it produced a corresponding rise in the demand for field hands. However, given the increasing competition of European beet sugar and the extremely high labor component in the production of cane sugar, the pressure to lower labor costs was considerable. Could the slave plantation economy bear the double cost of investing heavily in both mechanization and slave workers? Such calculations encouraged the substitution, at least in Cuba, of slaves not so much by free labor as by indentured labor, from among the Maya Indians of Yucatan, victims of the race war, see Chapter 7 above, or from newly opened China. However, there seems no doubt that slavery as a mode of exploitation was on the decline in Latin America, even before it was abolished, and that the economic case against this form of labor appeared increasingly strong after 1850. As for serfdom, the economic case against it was both general and specific. In general terms it seemed clear that the prevalence of tied peasants inhibited the development of industry, which was regarded as requiring free labor. The abolition of serfdom would therefore be a necessary precondition of free labor mobility. Moreover, how could serf agriculture be economically rational since, to quote a Russian defender of serfdom in the 1850s, it precludes the possibility of establishing the cost of production with any accuracy. 19 It also precluded adequate rational adjustment to the market. More specifically, both the development of a home market for a variety of foodstuffs and agrarian raw materials, and of an export market, mainly for grain, undermined serfdom. In the northern part of Russia, never very suited to extensive grain farming, peasant farms displaced estate production of hemp, flax, and other intensive crops, while handicrafts provided a further market for the peasantry. The number of serfs performing labor services, always a minority, fell. It paid landlords to commute services to market-oriented money rents. In the empty south, where virgin steppe country turned into livestock ranges and thereafter wheatlands, serfdom was of no great significance. What landlords needed for the booming export economy was better transport, credit, free labor, and even machines. Serfdom survived in Russia, as in Romania, chiefly in areas of grain production with a dense peasant population, where landlords could either compensate for their competitive weakness by raising labor services, or alternatively hope by the same method temporarily to cut themselves in cheaply on the grain export market. However, the abolition of unfree labor cannot be analyzed simply in terms of economic calculation. The forces of bourgeois society were opposed to slavery and serfdom not simply because they believed them to be economically undesirable, nor for moral reasons, but because they seemed incompatible with a market society based on the free pursuit of individual interest. Conversely, slave owners and self-lords on the whole stood by the system because it seemed to them the very foundation of their society and their class. They might actually find it impossible to conceive of themselves without the slaves or serfs who defined their status. The Russian landlords did not and could not revolt against the Tsar, who alone provided them with some legitimation against a peasantry profoundly convinced that the land belonged to him who laboured it, but also of their hierarchic subordination to the representatives of God and the Emperor. But they opposed emancipation fairly solidly. It was imposed from outside or above and by superior force. Indeed, Had abolition/emancipation been the product of economic forces alone, it would hardly have produced such unsatisfactory results in both Russia and the United States. The areas in which slavery or serfdom had been of marginal importance or genuinely uneconomic, e.g. northern and southern Russia or the border states and the Southwest in the United States, adjusted readily to its liquidation. But in the core areas of the old system the problems were much less tractable. Thus in the purely Russian Black Earth provinces, as distinct from the Ukraine and the steppe frontier, capitalist agriculture was slow to develop, labor dues remained prevalent in the late 1880s, while the expansion of tillage, at the expense of meadows and pastures and at the cost of reinforcing the old three-field system, lagged far behind the southern grain lands. In short, the purely economic benefits of ending the economy of physical coercion remain debatable. In the former slave economies this cannot be explained on political grounds, since the South was conquered and the old plantation aristocracy was at least temporarily powerless, though it soon returned. In Russia the interests of the landlord class were, of course, carefully considered and safeguarded. The problem here is rather why emancipation produced an agrarian solution satisfactory to neither gentry, peasantry, nor to the prospects of a genuinely capitalist agriculture. In both areas the answer depends on what is the best form of agriculture, and especially of large-scale agriculture, under capitalist conditions. There are two major variants of capitalist agriculture, which Lenin called respectively the Prussian and the American way: large estates operated by capitalist landlord entrepreneurs with hired labor, and independent commercial farmers of varying sizes also operating with hired labor where necessary, though on a much smaller scale. Both imply a market economy but, whereas even before the triumph of capitalism most large estates operated as productive units exist to sell a large proportion of their output, most peasant holdings, being primarily self-sustaining, do not. Hence the advantage of large estates and plantations for economic development had lain not so much in their technical superiority, higher productivity, economies of scale, etc., as in their unusual capacity to generate agricultural surpluses for the market. Where the peasantry remained pre-commercial, as in large parts of Russia and among the emancipated slaves of the Americas who returned to subsistence peasant agriculture, the estate retained this advantage, but without the physical compulsions of serfdom or slavery it now found it more difficult to obtain labor, unless the former slaves or serfs were landless or so short of land as to be obliged to become hired laborers, and unless there was no more attractive labor for them to take. But on the whole the ex-slaves did acquire some land, though not the 40 acres and a mule of which they dreamed, and the ex-serfs, though losing some of the land to the lords, especially in the regions of expanding commercial agriculture, remained peasants. Indeed, the survival, even reinforcement, of the old village commune with its arrangements for periodic equitable land redistribution safeguarded the peasant economy. Hence the increasing tendency for landlords to develop sharecropping tendencies to replace the crops they themselves found it more difficult to produce. Whether the Russian landed aristocracy, landowners like Tolstoy's Count Rostov or Chekhov's Madame Rainovskaya, were more or less likely to transform themselves into agrarian capitalist entrepreneurs than antebellum plantation owners, dreaming of Walter Scott, is quite another question. But, if the Prussian road was not taken systematically, neither was the American road. This depended on the creation of a large body of enterprising peasant farmers growing essentially cash crops. A minimum size of holding was necessary for this, varying with circumstances. Thus, in the southern United States after the Civil War, experience has shown that it is doubtful whether any profit can accrue to a cultivator whose annual crop is less than 50 bales. The man who cannot make 8 or 10 bales at least has almost no object in life and nothing to live on. 21 A large part of the peasantry therefore remained dependent on subsistence farming if their holdings allowed it, or, where they did not, depended on laboring to eke out their insufficient, and often cattle-less or cartless, holdings. Within the peasantry a sizable body of commercial farmers undoubtedly developed. They were of substantial significance in Russia by the 1880s, but class differentiation was inhibited by various factors: racialism in the United States, the persistence of the organized village community in Russia, and as often as not the fully commercialized and capitalist rural sectors were outside traders or money lenders, commercial firms and banks. Neither abolition nor emancipation therefore produced a satisfactory capitalist solution of the agrarian problem, and it is doubtful whether this could have been achieved unless the conditions for the development of a capitalist agriculture were already present, as in the areas on the margins of the slave/serf economy such as Texas or, in Europe, Bohemia and parts of Hungary. There we can see the Prussian and/or American process in action. The large noble estates, sometimes helped by injections of finance from the compensation payments for the loss of labor services transformed themselves into capitalist undertakings. In the Czech lands they owned 43% of the breweries, 65% of the sugar factories and 60% of the distilleries in the early 1870s. Here, with the concentration on labor-intensive crops, not only large estates with hired labor but large peasant farms also flourished and even began to catch up with the estates. In Hungary these remained dominant and the wholly landless serfs got freedom without any land at all. 24 Still, the differentiation of the peasantry into rich and poor or landless was also marked in the advanced Czech lands, as is indicated by the fact that the number of goats, the typical poor man's animal, almost doubled between 1846 and 1869. On the other hand, the output of beef per head of the agricultural population also doubled, a reflection of the growing food market of the cities. But in the old core areas of physical coercion, such as Russia and Romania, where serfdom lasted longest, the peasantry were left as a fairly homogeneous mass, except where divided by race or nationality, and discontented, if not potentially revolutionary. Sheer impotence, due to racial oppression or the dependency of landless men, might keep them quiet, like the rural Negroes of the American South or the laborers of the Hungarian plains. On the other hand, the traditional peasantry, especially when communally organized, became if anything more formidable. The Great Depression of the 1870s opened an era of rural unrest and peasant revolution. Could this have been avoided by a more rational form of emancipation? It is doubtful. For we find very similar results in those regions where the attempt to create the conditions of capitalist agriculture was made not by some global edict abolishing the economy of coercion, but by the more general process of imposing the law of bourgeois liberalism, transforming all landed property into individual property and turning land into a freely saleable commodity like anything else. In theory this process had already been widely applied in the first half of the century, see The Age of Revolution, Chapter 8, but in practice it was enormously reinforced after 1850 by the triumph of liberalism. This meant, first and foremost, the breakup of old communal organizations and the distribution or alienation of collectively held land, or the land of non-economic institutions such as the church. This was done most dramatically and ruthlessly in Latin America, e.g. in Mexico under Juarez in the 1860s or in Bolivia under the dictator Melgarejo, 1866–71, but it also took place on a large scale in Spain after the Revolution of 1854, in Italy after the unification of the country under the liberal institutions of Piedmont, and wherever else economic and legal liberalism triumphed. And liberalism advanced even where governments were by no means unqualified in their crusading zeal for it. The French authorities did something to safeguard communal property among their Muslim subjects in Algeria, even though Napoleon III, in the Senatus Consulti of 1863, found it inconceivable that individual property rights in land should not be established formally among the members of Muslim communities where possible and opportune, a measure which actually had the effect of permitting Europeans for the first time to buy them out. Still, it was not a charter for wholesale expropriation like the law of 1873 which, after the Great Insurrection of 1871, proposed the immediate transfer of native property to French legal status, a measure which benefited hardly anyone except European businessmen and speculators. 25 With or without official backing, the Muslims lost their lands to white settlers or land companies. Greed played a part in such expropriations, by governments for the profits from land sales or other income, by landlords, settlers, or speculators for estates easily and cheaply acquired. Yet it would be unjust to deny the legislators the sincerity of their conviction that the transformation of land into a freely alienable commodity and the transformation of communal, ecclesiastical, entailed or other historically obsolete relics of an irrational past into private holdings, would alone provide a basis for satisfactory agricultural development. But it did not, at any rate for the peasantry, which on the whole refused to turn itself into a flourishing class of commercial farmers even when it had the chance to do so. Mostly it had not, since it was unable to acquire the land put on the market, or even to understand the complex legal processes which led to its expropriation. It may not have strengthened the latifundium as such, the term is ambiguous and deeply encrusted in political mythology, but whoever it strengthened, it was not the subsistence peasant, old or new, the marginal villager who depended on the common lands and, in regions subject to deforestation and erosion, the land itself, no longer protected by communal control of its use. 12 The main effect of liberalization was to sharpen the edge of peasant discontent. The novelty of this discontent was that it could now be mobilized by the political left. In fact, outside parts of southern Europe, it was not yet so mobilized. In Sicily and southern Italy, peasant insurrection in 1860 attached itself to Garibaldi, a splendid blonde and red-shirt figure who looked every inch the people's liberator, and whose belief in a radical, democratic, secular, and even vaguely socialist republic did not seem at all incompatible with their own belief in the saints, the Virgin, the Pope and, outside Sicily, the Bourbon king. In southern Spain, republicanism and the International, in its Bakuninite form, made rapid headway. Hardly any Andalusian township between 1870 and 1874 lacked its workers' society. 27 In France, of course, republicanism, the prevalent form of the left, was already well established in certain rural regions after 1848 and in a moderate form enjoyed majority support in some after 1871. Perhaps a rural revolutionary left emerged in Ireland with the Fenians in the 1860s, to burst out in the formidable Land League of the late 1870s and 1880s. There were admittedly plenty of countries even in Europe, and practically all outside that continent, where the left, revolutionary or otherwise, as yet failed to make any impact on the peasantry, as the Russian populists, see Chapter 9 above, discovered when they decided to go to the people in the 1870s. Indeed, in so far as the left was urban, secularist, or even militantly anti-clerical, see Chapter 14 below, and both contemptuous of rural backwardness and unappreciative of country problems, the peasantry might still be full of suspicion and hostility towards it. The rural success of the militantly anti-Christian anarchists in Spain or republicans in France was exceptional. Yet in this period, at least in Europe, the old-fashioned rural insurrection for church and king against the godless and liberal cities became scarce. Even the Second Carlist War in Spain, 1872-6, was a much less widespread affair than the first one had been in the 1830s, and virtually confined to the Basque provinces. As the great boom of the 1860s and early 1870s gave way to the agrarian depression of the late 1870s and 1880s, the peasantry could no longer be taken for granted as a conservative element in politics. Yet how far was the fabric of life in the countryside torn by the forces of the New World? It is not easy to judge from the vantage point of the late 20th century, for in the second half of this century rural life has been more profoundly transformed than at any time since the invention of agriculture. Looking backwards, the ways of the men and women of the countryside in the mid-19th century seem fixed in an ancient tradition, changing, if at all, at no more than a snail's pace. Of course this is an illusion, but the exact nature of the change is now difficult to discern, except perhaps among such essentially novel agriculturalists as the settlers in the American West, ready to change farm and crop according to the prospects of prices or speculative profits, equipped with machinery and already buying the city's products through the newfangled device of the mail-order catalog. Yet there were changes in the countryside. There was the railway. There was, with increasing frequency, the elementary school, teaching the national language, a new and second language for most peasant children, and, in conjunction with national administration and national politics, splitting their personality. By 1875, it is reported, the use of those nicknames by which people were known and identified in the villages of the Bray country in Normandy, and even the informal local versions of their first names, had virtually disappeared. This was due entirely to the schoolmasters who will not permit that children in their schools use any but the proper names. 28 Probably they had not so much disappeared as retreated, with the local dialect, into the private and unofficial underworld of non-literate culture. And yet the very division between the literate and the non-literate in the countryside was a powerful force for change. For while, in the oral world of non-literacy, ignorance of letters, the national language or national institutions is no handicap, except to those whose business, which is rarely that of agriculture, makes such knowledge necessary, in a literate society the illiterate is by definition inferior, and has a strong incentive to remove that inferiority, at least from his or her children. In 1849 it was natural that peasant politics in Moravia should take the form of a rumor that the Hungarian revolutionary leader Kossuth was the son of the peasant emperor Joseph II, close kin of the ancient king Svetopluk, and about to invade the country at the head of a great army. 29 By 1875 politics in the Czech countryside was conducted in more sophisticated terms, and those who expected national salvation from supposed kinsmen of people's emperors, ancient or modern, would probably feel a little embarrassed to admit it. That sort of thinking was now increasingly confined to quite non-literate countries which even Central European peasants would regard as behind the times, such as Russia, where indeed the populist revolutionaries at this very time attempted, unsuccessfully, to organize a peasant revolution by means of a people's pretender to the Tsar's throne. 30. Relatively few country people were as yet literate, outside parts of Western and Central Europe, notably the Protestant parts, and North America. 13 But even among the backward and traditional, two kinds of country people were the major pillars of the ancient ways, the old and the women, whose old wives' tales passed them on to new generations, and occasionally, for the benefit of city men, to collectors of folklore and folk song. And yet it is a paradox of the period that change came into country life as often as not through the women. Sometimes, as in England, country girls became more literate than country boys. This seems to have happened in the 1850s. Certainly in the United States it was the women who represented civilized ways, book learning, hygiene, nice houses and furnishings on the city model, and sobriety, against the rough, violent, and drunken ways of the menfolk, as Huckleberry Finn, 1884, found to his cost. Those who pushed sons to better themselves were more likely to be mothers than fathers. But perhaps the most powerful agency of such modernization was the migration of young peasant girls into domestic service with the urban middle and lower middle classes. Indeed, both for men and women, the great process of uprooting was inevitably a process of undermining ancient ways and learning new ways. To this we must now turn. Chapter 11. Men moving. We asked her where her husband was. He's in America. What does he do there? He's got a job as Tsar. But how can a Jew be Tsar? Everything's possible in America, she answered. Scola Malachum 1c. 1900. The Irish, I am told, are everywhere beginning to drive out the Negroes from domestic service. Here it is universal, there is hardly a servant anywhere who is not Irish. A. H. Clough to Thomas Carlyle, Boston, 18532. The middle of the 19th century marks the beginning of the greatest migration of peoples in history. Its exact details can hardly be measured, for the official statistics, such as they were then, fail to capture all the movements of men and women within countries or even between states, the rural exodus towards the cities, the migration between regions and from town to town, the crossing of oceans and the penetration of frontier zones, the flux of men and women moving back and forth in ways even more difficult to specify. Still, one dramatic form of this migration can be approximately documented. Between 1846 and 1875 considerably more than 9 million people left Europe, by far the greater part of these for the United States. 3 This was the equivalent of more than 4 times the population of London in 1851. In the previous half-century it could not have been more than 1.5 million in all. Population movements and industrialization go together, for the modern economic development of the world both required substantial shifts of people, made it technically easier and cheaper by means of new and improved communications, and of course enabled the world to maintain a much larger population. The mass uprooting of our period was neither unexpected nor without more modest precedents. It was certainly predictable in the 1830s and 1840s, see The Age of Revolution, pages 169 to 70. Still, what had previously been an increasingly lively stream, seemed suddenly to become a torrent. Before 1845 only in 1 year had more than 100,000 foreign passengers arrived in the United States. But between 1846 and 1850 an annual average of more than 250,000 left Europe, in the next 5 years an annual average of almost 350,000, in 1854 alone no less than 428,000 arrived in the United States. And though the numbers fluctuated, according to economic conditions in both the countries of origin and the receiving countries, it continued on a far larger scale than ever before. However, enormous as these migrations were, they were still modest by later standards. Thus in the 1880s between 700,000 and 800,000 Europeans emigrated on average every year, in the years after 1900 between 1 and 1.4 million a year. Thus between 1900 and 1910 considerably more people migrated to the United States than during the entire period with which this book is concerned. The most obvious limitation on migration was geographical. Leaving aside the relics of the African slave trade, now illegal and rather effectively strangled by the British Navy, the bulk of international migrants were Europeans, or more accurately in this period Western Europeans and Germans. The Chinese were certainly already on the move into the northern and central borderlands of their empire beyond the native region of the Han people, and from the southern coastal regions into the peninsulas and islands of Southeast Asia, in what numbers we cannot say. Probably they were modest. In 1871 there were perhaps 120,000 in the Straits settlements, Malaya. 4 The Indians began after 1852 to migrate in moderate numbers into neighboring Burma. The void left by the banning of the slave trade was to some extent being filled by transports of indentured labor, mainly from India and China, whose conditions were scarcely better. 125,000 Chinese arrived in Cuba between 1853 and 1874. They were to create the Indian diasporas of Guyana and Trinidad, of the Indian Ocean Islands and the Pacific, and the smaller Chinese colonies in Cuba, Peru, and the British Caribbean. Adventurous Chinese were already attracted, see Chapter 3 above, in some numbers to the pioneer regions of the American Pacific, to provide local journalists with jokes about laundrymen, cooks. They invented the Chinese restaurant in San Francisco during the Gold Rush, and local demagogues during slumps with slogans of racial exclusiveness. The rapidly growing merchant fleets of the world were already largely manned by Lascar seamen who left a deposit of small colored populations in the major international ports. The recruitment of colonial troops, mainly by the French who hoped by this means to offset the demographic superiority of the Germans, a subject anxiously discussed in the 1860s, brought some others for the first time into a European environment. 2. Even among the Europeans mass intercontinental migration was confined to the people of relatively few countries, in this period overwhelmingly to the British, the Irish, and the Germans, and, from the 1860s on, the Norwegians and Swedes. The Danes never emigrated to the same extent, whose small numbers conceal the enormous relative size of their demographic drain. Thus Norway sent 2/3 of its population increase to the United States, surpassed only by the unfortunate Irish who sent more than their entire increase abroad. The country lost population consistently in every decade after the Great Famine of 1846-7. Still, though the English and the Germans sent hardly more than 10% of their net demographic increase abroad. In absolute numbers this was a very large contingent. Between 1851 and 1880 about 5.3 million left the British Isles, 3.5 million of them to the United States, 1 million to Australia, 500,000 to Canada, by far the greatest body of transoceanic emigrants in the world. The South Italians and Sicilians, who were to flood into the big cities of the Americas, had hardly yet begun to stir from their native slum villages. The East Europeans, Catholic or Orthodox, remained largely sedentary, only the Jews seeping or flooding into provincial towns from which they had hitherto been excluded and thence into larger cities. 3 The Russian peasants hardly began to migrate into the open spaces of Siberia before 1880, though they moved in large numbers into the steppes of European Russia, whose settlement was more or less complete by the 1880s. The Poles hardly began to populate the mines of the Ruhr before 1890, though the Czech were moving south into Vienna. The great period of Slav, Jewish and Italian migration to the Americas began in the 1880s. By and large the British Isles, Germany, and Scandinavia provided the international migrants, except for specially footloose minorities such as the Galicians and Basques, ubiquitous in the Hispanic world. Since most Europeans were rural, so were most migrants. The 19th century was a gigantic machine for uprooting countrymen. Most of them went to the cities, or at any rate out of traditional rural pursuits, to find their way as best they could in strange, frightening, but at best boundlessly hopeful new worlds, where the city pavements were said to be paved with gold, though immigrants rarely picked up more than some copper. It is not quite true that the currents of migration and urbanization were the same. A few groups of migrants, notably among Germans and Scandinavians, who went to the Great Lakes area of the United States, or the earlier Scots settlers in Canada, exchanged a poor agricultural milieu for a better one. Only 10% of the foreign immigrants in the United States in 1880 were in agriculture, mostly not as farmers possibly, as an observer claimed, on account of the capital required to purchase and stock a farm, 7 the equipment of which alone was reckoned to cost $900 in the early 1870s. Still, if the redistribution of countrymen across the face of the globe is not to be neglected, it was less striking than their exodus from agriculture. Migration and urbanization went together, and in the second half of the 19th century the countries chiefly associated with it, the United States, Australia, Argentina, had a rate of urban concentration unsurpassed anywhere except in Britain and the industrial parts of Germany. By 1890 the 20 largest cities in the Western world included 5 in the Americas and 1 in Australia. Men and women moved into cities, though perhaps, in Britain certainly, increasingly from other cities. If they moved within their own country, this raised no novel problems of technique. In most cases they did not go far, or, if they did, the paths from their region to the city had been well trodden by kinsmen and neighbors, like the hawkers and seasonal building workers who had long been in the habit of coming up to Paris from central France, whose numbers grew with the constructional work of Paris until, after 1870, they turned from seasonal into permanent migrants. 8 New routes were sometimes opened up by technology, such as the railway which brought the Bretons to Paris, to lose their faith, as the proverb had it, at the gates of the Gare Montparnasse, and to supply the brothels of the city with their most characteristic inhabitants. Breton girls replaced those from Lorraine as its most familiar prostitutes. The women migrants within countries became overwhelmingly domestic servants, until they married some fellow countrymen, or passed into some other urban occupation. The migration of families or even married couples was uncommon. The men followed the traditional trades of their region in the city, the Cardigans higher Welsh became dairymen wherever they went, the Auvergnats dealers in fuel, or, if skilled, their own craft, if enterprising, some form of small commerce, mainly in the food and drink trades. Otherwise they found employment above all in those 2 great occupations which required no special skills unfamiliar to countrymen, building and transport. In Berlin in 1885-81, % of men engaged in food supply, 83.5% of builders, and over 85% of those in transport had been born outside the city. 9 If they rarely had much chance in the more skilled manual jobs, unless apprenticed to some craft at home, they were probably better off than the poorest of the city-born. The worst of the slimy pools of sweated and casual poverty were more likely to be filled by the native than the immigrant. In our period there was not yet much in the way of factory production in most of the major capital cities. Most of such strictly industrial production was to be found in the middling-sized though rapidly growing cities, or even, notably in mining and some kinds of textiles, in villages and small towns. Here there was no comparable demand for women immigrants, except in textiles, and the jobs for immigrant men were, almost by definition, unskilled or low-paid. Migration across frontiers and oceans raised more complex problems, and not by any means because it was often, though in our period not primarily, entry into a country whose language the migrant did not understand. In fact, the largest body of migrants, those from the British Isles, had no significant linguistic difficulties, whereas quite a few internal migrants had, e.g. in the multinational empires of Central and Eastern Europe. However, language aside, emigration undoubtedly raised in an acute form the question of where a man or woman belonged, see also Chapter 5 above. If one remained in the new country, was one obliged to break one's ties with the old, and if so, did one want to? The question did not arise for those settling in their states' colonies, who could continue to remain Englishmen or Frenchmen in New Zealand or Algeria, thinking of the old country as home. It arose most acutely in the United States, which welcomed immigrants but also put pressure on them to turn themselves into English-speaking American citizens as soon as possible, since any rational citizen would wish to be an American. In fact, most did so. A change of citizenship did not of course imply a divorce from the old country. Quite the contrary. The typical emigrant, huddled together with his like in the strange new environment which received him coldly enough, the militant xenophobia of the Know-Nothings was a Native American response to the influx of starving Irish in the 1850s, fell back naturally on the only human setting that was familiar and could provide help, the company of his countrymen. The America which taught him, as the first formal sentences of English, "I hear the whistle. I must hurry," for was not a society but a means of making money. The first-generation immigrant, however zealously he or she tried to learn the techniques of the new life, lived in a self-imposed ghetto, drawing support from the old ways, the men of his kind, the memories of the old country which he had so readily abandoned. Not for nothing did smiling Irish eyes make the fortunes of the bohemian hacks who were just about to create the modern popular music business in the cities of the United States. Even the wealthy New York Jewish financiers, the Guggenheims, Kuhns, Sachs, Seligmans, and Lehmans, who had all that money could buy in the United States, which was very nearly everything, were not yet Americans in the way in which the Wertheimsteins in Vienna considered themselves Austrian, the Bleek-Roders in Berlin Prussians, even the international Rothschilds in London and Paris, English and French. They remained Germans as well as Americans. They spoke, wrote, and thought in German, often sent their children to be educated in the old country, joined and sponsored German associations. 11. But emigration raised much more elementary material difficulties. Men had to discover where to go and what to do once they got there. They had to get to Minnesota from some remote Norwegian fjord, to Green Lake County, Wisconsin from Pomerania or Brandenburg, to Chicago from some townland in Kerry. Cost itself was not an insuperable difficulty, though the conditions of steerage travel across the ocean were, especially in the years after the Irish famine, notoriously horrible, if not actually murderous. In 1885 the emigrant passage from Hamburg to New York cost $7. The shipping lines from Southampton to Singapore, which catered to a higher class of trade, had merely been reduced from £110 in the 1850s to £68 in the 1880s. 12 Fares were low, not only because passengers from the lower orders were not believed to require or deserve much better accommodation than cattle and fortunately needed less space, or even because of improvements in communications, but for economic reasons. Emigrants were useful bulk cargo. Probably for most people the cost of the journey to the final port of embarkation, Le Havre, Bremen, Hamburg, above all Liverpool, was far greater than that of the actual crossing. Even so, the money was not within reach of many of the very poor, though such sums could easily be saved and sent back from America or Australia, with their high wages, to kinsmen in the old country. In fact, such payments formed part of the vast sum of remittances from abroad, for emigrants, unused to the high spending of their new countries, were heavy savers. The Irish alone sent back between £1 million and £17 million a year in the early 1850s. 13 However, where kinsmen could not help, a variety of intermediary entrepreneurs had a financial interest in doing so. Where there is a large demand for labor, or land, on one side, a population ignorant of conditions in the receiving country on the other, and a long distance between, the agent or contractor will flourish. Such men earn their profits by steering human cattle into the holds of shipping companies anxious to fill them, towards public authorities and railroad companies interested in populating their empty territories, mine owners, iron masters and other employers of raw labor who needed hands. They were paid by these, and by the pennies of helpless men and women who might be forced to cross half of a strange continent before even embarking on the Atlantic crossing, from Central Europe to Le Havre, or across the North Sea and via the smoky Pennine valleys to Liverpool. We may assume that very often they exploited ignorance and helplessness, though the extremes of contract labor and debt serfdom were probably uncommon in this period, except among the Indians and Chinese shipped abroad for plantation work. This does not mean that there were not plenty of Irishmen who paid some friend from the old country unnecessarily for the privilege of finding a job in the New World. On the whole, the entrepreneurs of migration were uncontrolled, except for some supervision of shipping conditions after the terrifying epidemics of the late 1840s. They had the public opinion of the influential behind them. The mid-19th century bourgeoisie still believed that its continent was grossly overpopulated by the poor. The more of them that were shipped abroad, the better for them, because they would improve their conditions, and for those left behind, because the labor market would be less overstocked. Benevolent societies, even trade unions, arranged to subsidize the emigration of their clients or members as the only practicable means of dealing with pauperism and unemployment. And the fact that during our period the most rapidly industrializing countries, like Britain and Germany, were also the great exporters of men, seemed to justify them. The argument was, it is now held, mistaken. On balance, the economy of the dispatching countries would have benefited more by employing its human resources than by expelling them. Conversely, the economies of the New World benefited immeasurably by the exodus from the Old. So, of course, did the emigrants themselves. The worst period of their poverty and exploitation in the United States seems to have occurred after the end of our period. Why did people emigrate? Overwhelmingly for economic reasons, that is to say because they were poor. In spite of the political persecutions after 1848, political or ideological refugees formed only a small fraction of mass emigration, even in 1849–54, though at one time the radicals among them controlled half the German-language press of the United States, which they used to denounce their country of refuge. 15 Their rank and file soon settled down abroad like most non-ideological migrants, transferring their revolutionary energies to the anti-slavery campaign. The flight of religious sects seeking greater freedom to pursue their often rather peculiar activities was probably less significant than in the previous half-century, if only because mid-Victorian governments held no strong views about orthodoxy as such, though probably not displeased to see the heels of the British or Danish Mormons, whose penchant for polygamy created problems. Even in Eastern Europe, the active anti-Semitic campaigns, which were to stimulate the mass emigration of the Jews, still lay in the future. Did people emigrate to escape bad conditions at home or to seek better ones abroad? There has been a long and rather pointless debate on this question. There is no doubt that poor men were more likely to emigrate than richer ones, and that they were more likely to emigrate if their traditional livelihood had become difficult or impossible. Thus in Norway handicraftsmen migrated more readily than factory workers, Later sailors migrated when sail declined before steam, fishermen when oil-driven craft replaced sailing boats. There is equally little doubt that at this period, when the idea of tearing out ancient roots was still strange and terrifying to most people, some kind of cataclysmic force was still required to drive them into the unknown. A Kentish farm labourer, writing from New Zealand, thanked the farmers for having driven him out by a lockout of the labourers' union, since he now found himself so much better off, he would not have thought of going otherwise. Nevertheless, as mass migration became part of common people's experience, and every child in County Kildare had some cousin, uncle, or brother already in Australia or the United States, uprooting became a common, and not necessarily irreversible, choice based on an assessment of prospects, and not merely a force of destiny. If news came that gold had been found in Australia or jobs were plentiful and well paid in the United States, migration increased. Conversely, it plummeted in the years after 1873, when the economy of the United States was acutely depressed. Still, there can be no doubt that the first great emigration wave of our period, 1845 to 54, was essentially a flight from hunger or pressure of population on land, basically in Ireland and Germany, which supplied 80% of all transatlantic migrants in these years. Nor was migration necessarily permanent. Emigrants, what proportion of them we do not know, dreamed of making their pile abroad and returning home, rich and respected, to their native villages. A considerable proportion, between 30 and 40%, actually did so, though most commonly for the opposite reason, because they did not like the New World or could not establish themselves there. Some migrated again. As communications were revolutionized, the labor market, especially for men with special skills, expanded until it comprised the entire industrial world. The list of British craft union leaders of this period is filled with men who worked for a spell in the United States or somewhere else overseas, as they might have worked for a spell in Newcastle or Barrow-in-Furness. Indeed, it now became possible for even the temporary and seasonal migrations of Italian or Irish harvesters or railway builders to extend across the oceans. In fact, the massive increase in migration contained a considerable quantity of impermanent movement, temporary, seasonal, or merely nomadic. In itself there was nothing new about such movements. The harvester, the tramping journeyman, the nomadic tinker, hawker, carter, and drover were familiar enough before the Industrial Revolution. Nevertheless, the rapid and worldwide extension of the new economy was bound to require, and therefore to create, new types of such travelers. Consider the symbol of this extension, the railway. Its entrepreneurs ranged the globe, and with them went the cadre of, mostly British and Irish, foremen, skilled workers and elite labor, sometimes settling down in some foreign country for good, their children becoming the Anglo-Argentines of the next generation, sometimes moving from country to country like the much less numerous oilmen of our days. Since railways were built anywhere, they could not necessarily rely on a local labor force, but developed a corps of nomadic laborers, known in Britain as the navvies, such as still characterizes the great construction projects all over the world. In most industrial countries these were recruited from marginal and footloose men, ready to work hard for good pay in bad conditions and to drink or gamble away their pay equally hard, with little thought for the future. For, just as for the similar sailors there would always be another ship, so for the mobile diggers there would always be some other great construction project when the present one finished. Free men on the frontiers of industry, shocking the respectable of all classes, the heroes of an unofficial folklore of masculinity, they played the same sort of role as sailors and frontier miners and prospectors, though earning more than the ones, and lacking the others' hope of making their fortune. In the more traditional agrarian societies these mobile constructors formed an important bridge between rural and industrial life. Organized in regular gangs or teams on the model of seasonal harvesters, led by an elected captain who negotiated terms and shared out the proceeds of the contract, poor peasants from Italy, Croatia, or Ireland would crisscross continents or even oceans to provide labor for the builders of towns, factories or railways. Such migrations developed on the Hungarian plains from the 1850s. The less organized often resented the superior efficiency and greater discipline, or docility, and the readiness to work for lower wages, of these peasants. Yet it is not enough merely to draw attention to the growth of what Marx called the light cavalry of capitalism, without also observing a significant distinction within the developed countries, or more precisely between the old and new worlds. Economic expansion produced a frontier everywhere. In some senses a mining community such as Gelsenkirchen, in Germany, which grew from 3,500 inhabitants to almost 96,000 in half a lifetime, 1858 to 95, was a new world comparable to Buenos Aires or the Pennsylvanian industrial centers. But in the Old World, on the whole, the need for a mobile population was met without creating more than a comparatively modest and impermanent floating population, except in the great shipping ports and, as it were, in the traditional centers of the shifting and shiftless population, such as the great cities. This may be because its members had, or could soon sink roots into, some sort of community belonging to a structured society. It was in thinly populated regions at or beyond the frontiers of settlement overseas, where shifting bodies of laborers were required, that such groups of genuinely unattached and floating individuals made their presence felt as a group, or were at least more visible. The Old World was full of herdsmen and drovers, but none have attracted as much attention as the American cowboys of our period, though their equivalent in Australia, the itinerant sheep shearers and other rural laborers of the hinterland, have also produced a locally powerful myth. 2. The characteristic form of travel for the poor was migration. For the middle class and the rich it was increasingly tourism, essentially the product of the railway, the steamship and, in so far as that invention of our period, the picture postcard, is still an essential part of it, of the new scale and speed of postal communications. These were internationally systematized with the establishment of the International Postal Union in 1869. Poor men in towns traveled for necessity but rarely for pleasure, except on foot. The autobiographies of self-improving Victorian artisans are full of titanic country walks, and for short periods. Poor men in the country did not travel for pleasure at all, combining enjoyment with business at markets and fairs. The aristocracy traveled much for non-utilitarian purposes, but in ways which have nothing in common with modern tourism. Noble families moved from town house to country house and back again at regular seasons, with a train of servants and baggage vehicles like a small army. Indeed, the father of Prince Kropotkin issued his wife and serfs proper marching orders in military fashion. They might establish themselves in some suitable center of social life for a while, as that Latin American family did which the Guide de Paris of 1867 records as arriving with 18 wagons of baggage. The traditional grand tour of the young nobleman had not yet even the grand hotel in common with the tourism of the capitalist era, partly because this institution was only now developing, initially as often as not in connection with the railway, partly because noblemen hardly deigned to stop at inns. Industrial capitalism produced two novel forms of pleasure travel, tourism and summer holidays for the bourgeoisie and mechanized day trips for the masses in some countries such as Britain. Both were the direct results of the application of steam to transport, since for the first time in history this made possible regular and safe journeys for large numbers of people and luggage over any kind of terrain and water. Unlike stagecoaches, which could be readily held up by brigands in remote regions, railways were immune from the start, except in the American West, even in notoriously unsafe areas such as Spain and the Balkans. The day trip for the masses, if we accept steamer excursions, was the child of the 1850s, to be more precise of the Great Exhibition of 1851, which attracted vast numbers of visitors to its marvels in London, a traffic encouraged by the railways with concession fares, and organized by and for the members of innumerable local societies, chapels, and communities. Thomas Cook himself, whose name was to become a byword for organized tourism in the next 25 years, had begun his career arranging such outings and developed it into big business in 1851. The numerous international expositions, See Chapter 2 above. Each brought its army of sightseers, and the rebuilding of capital cities encouraged provincials to sample their wonders. Little more need be said about mass tourism in this period. It remained confined to short trips, often quite strenuous by modern standards, bringing in its train a flourishing minor industry of souvenirs. In general, the railways, at all events in Britain, took little interest in third-class travel, though the government forced them to provide a minimum of it. Not until 1872 did the British ones earn 50% of their passenger receipts from the common herd. Indeed, as regular third-class traffic increased, the excursion traffic by special train became less important. The middle class, however, traveled more seriously. The most important form of such journeys, in quantitative terms, was probably that to the family summer holiday or, for the more affluent and overfed, to the annual cure at some spot. The third quarter of the 19th century saw a remarkable development of such resorts, at the seaside in Britain, in the mountains on the continent. Though Biarritz was already very fashionable in the 1860s, thanks to the patronage of Napoleon III, and Impressionist paintings show a visible interest in the beaches of Normandy, the continental bourgeoisie was as yet uncommitted to salt water and sunshine. By the mid-1860s a middle-class holiday boom was already transforming parts of the British coastline with seafront promenades, piers and other embellishments, which enabled landed proprietors to draw unsuspected profits from hitherto uneconomic stretches of cliff and beach. These were middle and lower middle-class phenomena. On the whole, the working-class seaside resort did not become of major significance until the 1880s, and the nobility and gentry would scarcely consider a stay at Bournemouth, where the French poet Verlaine found himself, or Ventnor, where Turgenev and Karl Marx took the air, as a suitable summer activity. The continental spot, the British ones hardly reached such prominence, were far more stylish, and therefore provided both more luxurious hotels and the entertainments necessary for such a clientele, such as gambling casinos and rather high-class brothels. Vichy, Spa, Baden-Baden, Aix-les-Bains, but above all the great international spas of the Habsburg monarchy, Gastein, Marienbad, Carlsbad, etc., were to 19th-century Europe what Bath had been to 18th-century England, fashionable gatherings justified by the excuse of drinking some form of disagreeable mineral waters or immersing oneself in some form of liquid under the control of a benevolent medical dictator. 7 However, the ailing liver was a great leveller, and the mineral spas attracted a cross-section of the non-aristocratic rich and the professional middle classes, whose tendency to eat and drink too much was reinforced by prosperity. After all, Dr. Kugelmann recommended Carlsbad to so untypical a member of the middle class as Karl Marx, who carefully registered himself as a man of private means to avoid identification, until he discovered that as Dr. Marx he could save some of the rather steep tax. 16 In the 1840s few such places had emerged from rural simplicity. As late as 1858 Murray's Guide described Marienbad as comparatively recent and noted that Gastein had only 200 guest rooms. But in the 1860s they were in full flower. Sommerfrisk and Courid were for the normal bourgeois. Traditionalist France and Italy still confirm today that annual liverishness was a bourgeois institution. For the delicate, mild sunshine was indicated, that is to say winters on the Mediterranean. The Côte d'Azur had been discovered by Lord Brougham, the radical politician whose statue still presides over Cannes, and, though the Russian nobility and gentry became its most lucrative clients, the name Promenade d'Anglais in Nice still indicates who opened this new frontier of moneyed leisure. Monte Carlo built its Hôtel de Paris in 1866. After the opening of the Suez Canal, and especially after the construction of the railway up the Nile, Egypt became the place for those whose health forbade the damp autumns and winters of the north, combining as it did the advantages of climate, exoticism, monuments of ancient culture and, at this stage still informal, European domination. The indefatigable Baedeker produced his first guidebook to this country in 1877. To go to the Mediterranean in summer, except in search of art and architecture, was still regarded as madness until well into the 20th century. that era of the novel worship of sun and brown skins. Only a few places, such as the Bay of Naples and Capri, already established thanks to the patronage of the Russian Empress, were regarded as tolerable in the hot season. The modesty of local prices in the 1870s indicates an early stage of tourism. Rich Americans, of course, whether healthy or ill, or more precisely their wives and daughters, made tracks for the centers of European culture, though by the end of our period the millionaires were already beginning to establish their pattern of summer residence in custom-built Xanadus along the stern coasts of New England. The rich in hot countries made for the mountains. We must, however, begin to distinguish between two kinds of holiday, the longer, summer or winter, residence and the tour which became increasingly practical and rapid. As always, the major attractions were romantic landscapes and the monuments of culture, but by the 1860s the British, pioneers as usual, were exporting their passion for physical exercise onto the mountains of Switzerland, where they were later to found skiing as a winter sport. The Alpine Club was founded in 1858 and Edward Whymper climbed the Matterhorn in 1865. For reasons which are obscure, such strenuous activities amid inspiring scenery appealed particularly to Anglo-Saxon intellectuals and professional men of liberal leanings. Perhaps the close company of tough and handsome native guides had something to do with it, so that mountaineering joined long country walks as a characteristic activity of Cambridge academics, higher civil servants, public schoolmasters, philosophers, and economists, to the amazement of Latin, though not entirely of Germanic, intellectuals. As for the less active travelers, their steps were now guided by Thomas Cook and the solid guidebooks of the period, the pioneer British Murray's guides being increasingly overshadowed by those Bibles of the tourist, the German Baedekers, now published in several languages. Such tours were not cheap. In the early 1870s a 6-week round trip for two people from London via Belgium, the Rhine Valley, Switzerland, and France, perhaps still the standard tourist itinerary, cost about £85, or roughly 20% of the income of a man earning £8 a week, which would have been a respectable servant-keeping income in those days. 17 Such a sum would have taken more than 3/4 of the annual income of a well-paid British skilled worker. It is evident that the tourist whom railway companies, hotels, and guidebooks had in mind belonged to the comfortably off middle classes. These were the men and women who no doubt complained that in Nice the cost of unfurnished houses had risen between 1858 and 1876 from £64 to £100 per year, and that of women servants from £8 to £10 to a scandalous £24 to £30 a year. 18 But these were also the people who, it is safe to say, could afford to pay these prices. Was the world of the 1870s therefore entirely dominated by migration, travel, and demographic flux? It is easy to forget that the majority of the people living on Earth still lived and died where they had been born, or, more precisely, that their movements were no greater or no different from what they would have been before the Industrial Revolution. There were certainly more people in the world who resembled the French, 88% of whom in 1861 lived in the department of their birth, in the Lot department 97% in the parish of their birth, than resembled more mobile and migratory populations. 19 And yet, people were gradually torn from their moorings, grew used to lives in which they saw things their fathers had never done and even they had hardly expected to do. By the end of our period immigrants formed a substantial majority not only of countries like Australia, and of cities like New York and Chicago, but of Stockholm, Christiania, the present Oslo, Budapest, Berlin, and Rome, between 55 and 60%, of Paris and Vienna, c. 65%. 20 cities and the new industrial areas were, by and large, the magnets which attracted them. What kind of life awaited them there? Chapter 12. City, industry, the working class. Now they even bake our daily bread. With steam and with turbine. And very soon, into our gab. We'll shove it with a machine. In Trottenaw they have 2 churchyards. For the poor and for rich people. Not even in the grave itself. Is the poor devil their equal? Poem in Trottenaw Wochenblatt, 18,691. In the old days, if someone had called a journeyman craftsman a worker, he would have had a fight on his hands. But now they have told the journeymen the workers are the top rank in the state, they all insist they want to be workers. M.May, 18,482. The question of poverty is that of death, disease, winter, or that of any other natural phenomenon. I don't know how either is to stop. William Makepeace Thackeray, 18,483. To say that new migrants came, or that new generations were now born, into a world of industry and technology is obvious, but not in itself very illuminating. What kind of world was it? It was, in the first place, a world not so much consisting of factories, employers, and proletarians as one transformed by the enormous progress of its industrial sector. However striking the changes produced by the spread of industry itself and by urbanization, these in themselves are not the measure of the impact of capitalism. In 1866 Reichenberg, Liberec, the Bohemian textile center, still produced half its total output on the looms of artisan weavers, admittedly for the most part now dependent on a few large factories. It was no doubt less advanced in its industrial organization than Lancashire, where the last of the surviving handloom weavers were absorbed into other employment in the 1850s, but it would be unrealistic to claim that it was not industrial. At the peak of the sugar boom of the early 1870s a mere 40,000 workers were employed in the Czech sugar factories. But this measures the impact of the new sugar industry less than the fact that the acreage under sugar beet in the Bohemian countryside had multiplied more than 20-fold between 1853 to 4,800 hectares, and 1872 to 123,800 hectares. Point 4 that the number of railway passengers in Britain almost doubled between 1848 and 1854, from C58 to C108 million, while the company's income from freight traffic multiplied almost 2.5 times, is more significant than the precise percentage of industrial goods or business travel concealed within these figures. Still, industrial work itself, in its characteristic structure and setting, and urbanization, life in the rapidly growing cities, were certainly the most dramatic forms of the new life, new because even the continuity of some local occupation or town concealed far-reaching changes. A few years after the end of our period, 1887, the German professor Ferdinand Tönnies formulated the distinction between Gemeinschaft, community, and Gesellschaft, a society of individuals, two twins now familiar to every student of sociology. The distinction is similar to others made by contemporaries between what subsequent jargon would call traditional and modern societies, for instance Sir Henry Maine's formula summarizing the progress of society as from status to contract. The point, however, is that Tönnies based his analysis not on the difference between peasant community and urbanized society, but between the old-fashioned town and the capitalist city, essentially a commercial town and, insofar as commerce dominates its productive labor, a factory town. Point 5 This novel environment and its structure is the subject of the present chapter. The city was indeed the most striking outward symbol of the industrial world, apart from the railway itself. Urbanization increased rapidly after 1850. In the first half of the century only Britain had an annual rate of urbanization of more than 0.20 points, though Belgium almost reached that level. But between 1850 and 1890 even Austro-Hungary, Norway and Ireland urbanized at this rate, Belgium and the United States at between 0.30 and 0.40, Prussia, Australia and Argentina at between 0.40 and 0.50, England and Wales, still leading by a short head, and Saxony at over 0.50 per annum. To say that the concentration of people in cities was the most remarkable social phenomenon of the present century was to state the obvious. By our standards it was still modest. By the end of the century hardly more than a dozen countries had achieved the rate of urban concentration of England and Wales in 1801. Still, all, except Scotland and the Netherlands, had achieved this level since 1850. The typical industrial town was at this period still a medium-sized city, even by contemporary standards, though as it happened in Central and Eastern Europe some capital cities, which tended to be very large, also became major centers of manufacturing, e.g. Berlin, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. Oldham had 83,000 inhabitants in 1871, Barmen 75,000, Roubaix 65,000. Indeed, the old pre-industrial cities of repute rarely attracted the new kinds of production, so that the typical new industrial region generally took the form of a sort of growing together of separate villages developing into smaller towns and small towns developing into larger ones. They were hardly yet the vast unbrokenly built-up areas of the 20th century, though factory chimneys, often strung along river valleys, railway sidings, the monotony of discolored brick and the pall of smoke which hung above them, gave them a certain coherence. Few of their inhabitants were as yet beyond walking distance from fields. Until the 1870s the larger cities of industrial Western Germany, such as Cologne and Dusseldorf, were fed by the peasants of the surrounding region bringing their supplies to the weekly market. 8 In one sense the shock of industrialization lay precisely in the stark contrast between the black, monotonous, crowded and scarred settlements and the colored farms and hills immediately adjoining them, as in Sheffield, noisy, smoky, loathsome, but, surrounded on all sides by some of the most enchanting countryside to be found on this planet. 9. This is what made it still possible, though to a rapidly diminishing extent, for workers in the newly industrializing areas to remain half agricultural. Until after 1900 the Belgian miners took time off at the right season, if necessary by an annual potato strike, to look after their potato patches. Even in northern England the urban unemployed could easily turn to work on nearby farms in the summer. The striking weavers of Pottiham, Lancashire, in 1859 supported themselves by haymaking. 10. The great city, say at this period a settlement of more than 200,000, including a scattering of metropolitan towns of more than 500,000, was not so much industrial, though it might contain a good many factories, as a center of commerce, transport, administration, and the multiplicity of services which a large concentration of people attracts and which in turn swell their number. Most of its inhabitants were indeed workers, of one kind or another, including a large number of domestic servants, almost 1 in every 5 Londoners, 1,851, though surprisingly a considerably smaller proportion in Paris. 12 Still, their very size guaranteed that they also contained a very large number and substantial proportion of the middle and lower middle classes, say between 20 and 23% in both London and Paris. Such cities grew with extraordinary rapidity. Vienna increased from over 400,000 in 1846 to 700,000 in 1880, Berlin from 378,000, 1,849, to almost 1 million, 1,875, Paris from 1 to 19 million, London from 25 to 39 million, 1,851 to 81, though these figures pale beside some from overseas, Chicago or Melbourne. But the shape, image, and structure of the city itself changed, both under pressure of politically motivated building and replacing, notably in Paris and Vienna, and of profit-hungry enterprise. Neither welcomed the presence of the city's poor, the majority of its population, though both recognized their regrettable necessity. For the city's planners the poor were a public danger, their potentially riotous concentrations to be broken up by avenues and boulevards which would drive the inhabitants of the crowded popular quarters they replaced into some unspecified, but presumably more sanitary and certainly less perilous locations. This was also the view propagated by the railway companies, driving broad belts of lines and sidings into the town centers, preferably through the slums, where real estate costs were low and protests negligible. For building entrepreneurs and property developers the poor were an unprofitable market, compared to the rich pickings from the new specialized business and shopping districts and the solid houses and apartments for the middle class, or the developing suburbs. In so far as the poor did not crowd into the old central districts abandoned by their betters, Their dwellings were built by small speculative builders, often little more than artisans, or by the constructors of those gaunt, overflowing tenement blocks expressively known in German as Rentbarracks, Meietskasernen. Of the dwellings built in Glasgow between 1866 and 1874, 3/4 were of 1 and 2 rooms only, and even these were soon overfilled. Who says mid-19th century city, therefore says overcrowding and slum, and the more rapidly the city grew, the worse its overcrowding. In spite of sanitary reform and what little planning there was, urban overcrowding probably increased during this period, and neither health nor mortality improved, where they did not actually deteriorate. The major, striking, and henceforth continuous improvement in these conditions only began to occur after the end of our period. Cities still devoured their populations, though the British, being the oldest of the industrial era, were coming close to reproducing themselves, i.e. to grow without the constant and massive blood transfusion of immigration. Catering to the needs of the poor would hardly have doubled the number of London architects in 20 years, from just over 1,000 to 2,000, in the 1830s there had probably been fewer than 100, though building and renting slum property could be a very lucrative business, judged by the income per cubic foot of low-cost space. 13 Indeed, the boom in architecture and property development was so great precisely because nothing whatever diverted the flow of capital from what the builder in 1848 called one half of the world, on the lookout for investment, to the other half continually in search of eligible family residences. 14 Into serving the urban poor, who clearly did not belong in the world at all. The third quarter of the 19th century was the first worldwide era of urban real estate and constructional boom, for the bourgeoisie. Its history has been written for Paris by the novelist Zola. It was to see houses on expensive sites rise constantly higher, the consequent birth of the lift or elevator, and in the 1880s the construction of the first skyscrapers in the United States. It is worth remembering that, at the moment when Manhattan's business thus began to reach for the skies, New York's Lower East Side was probably the most overcrowded slum area in the Western world, with over 520 persons per acre. Nobody built skyscrapers for them, perhaps fortunately. Paradoxically, the more the middle class increased and flourished, diverting resources towards its own housing, offices, the department stores which were so characteristic a development of the era, and its prestige buildings, the less went relatively to the working class quarters, except in the most general form of social expenditure, streets, sanitation, lighting, and public utilities. The only form of private enterprise, including building, which aimed primarily at the mass market, apart from the market and small shop, was the tavern, which became the elaborate gin palace in the Britain of the 1860s and 1870s, and its offspring the theatre and music hall. For as the people became urbanized, the ancient ways and practices they brought with them from the countryside or the pre-industrial town became irrelevant or impracticable. 2. The great city was a portent, though it contained only a minority of the population. The great industrial enterprise was as yet less significant. Indeed, by modern standards the size of such enterprises was not unduly impressive, though it tended to increase. In the 1850s a factory of 300 in Britain could still be considered very large, and as late as 1871 the average British cotton factory employed 180 people, the average works manufacturing machinery a mere 85.15. Admittedly the heavy industry which was so characteristic of our period was much larger, and tended to develop concentrations of capital which controlled entire cities and even regions, and mobilized unusually vast armies of labor under its command. Railway companies were enormous undertakings, even when constructed and managed entirely under conditions of competitive free enterprise, as normally they were not. By the time the British railway system stabilized itself in the late 1860s, every foot of rail between the Scottish border, the Pennine Hills, the sea, and the River Humber was controlled by the North Eastern Railway. Coal mines were still largely individual undertakings and sometimes quite small, though the size of the occasional great mining disasters gives some idea of the scale on which they operated, 145 killed at Risca in 1860, 178 at Ferndale, also South Wales, in 1867, 140 at Swaith, Yorkshire, and 110 at Mons, Belgium, in 1875, 200 at High Blantyre, Scotland, in 1877. Yet increasingly, especially in Germany, vertical and horizontal combination produced those industrial empires which controlled the lives of thousands. The concern known since 1873 as the Guthhoffnungschaft AG was by no means the largest in the Ruhr, but by then it had extended from iron founding into quarrying and mining iron ore and coal. It produced practically all the 215,000 tons of iron ore and half the 415,000 tons of coal it required, and had diversified into transport, rolling and the construction of bridges, ships, and a variety of machinery. 16. Small wonder that the Krupp works in Essen rose from 72 workers in 1848 to almost 12,000 in 1873, or that Schneider in France had multiplied to 12,500 in 1870, so that more than half the population of the town of Creusot worked in their blast furnaces, rolling mills, power hammers and engineering workshops. 17 Heavy industry produced not so much the industrial region as such as the company town, in which the fate of men and women depended on the fortunes and goodwill of a single master, behind whom stood the force of law and state power, which regarded his authority as necessary and beneficial. 3. 4. Large or small, the master rather than the impersonal authority of the company ruled the enterprise, and even the company was identified with a man rather than a board of directors. In most people's minds, and in reality, capitalism still meant the one man, or rather one family, owner-managed business. Yet this very fact raised two serious problems for the structure of enterprise. They concerned its supply of capital and its management. By and large, the characteristic enterprise of the first half of the century had been financed privately, e.g. from family assets, and expanded by reinvesting profits, though this might well mean that, with most of capital tied up in this way, the firm might rely a good deal on credit for its current operations. But the increasing size and cost of such undertakings as railways, metallurgical and other expensive activities requiring heavy initial outlays, made this more difficult, especially in countries newly entering upon industrialization and lacking large accumulations of private investment capital. It is true that in some countries such reservoirs of capital were already available, amply sufficient not only for their own needs but also anxious to be drawn upon, for a suitable rate of interest, by the rest of the world's economy. The British invested abroad in this period as never before or, relatively speaking, according to some, since. So did the French, probably at the theoretical expense of their own industries, which grew rather more slowly than their rivals. But even in Britain and France new ways of mobilizing these savings, of channeling them into the required enterprises, of organizing joint stock rather than privately financed activities, had to be devised. The third quarter of the century was therefore a fertile period of experiments in the mobilization of capital for industrial development. With the notable exception of Britain, most of them in one way or another involved the banks, either directly or through the fashionable device of the credit mobilier, a sort of industrial finance company which regarded the orthodox banks as insufficiently suited to or interested in industrial financing and competed with them. The brothers Parier, those dynamic industrializers inspired by the ideas of Saint Simon and enjoying some backing from Napoleon III, developed the prototype model of this device. They spread it all over Europe in competition with their bitter rivals the Rothschilds, who did not like the idea but were obliged to follow suit, and, as so often happens in periods of boom when financiers feel heroic and the money rolls in, it was much imitated, especially in Germany. Credits mobiliers were the rage, at least until the Rothschilds won their battle with the Pariers and, as also often happens in boom periods, some operators ventured a little too far across the always hazy frontier between business optimism and fraud. However, a variety of other devices for similar purposes were also being developed, notably the investment bank or Banque d'Affaires. And of course the stock exchanges, by now trading largely in the shares of industrial and transport undertakings, flourished as never before. In 1856 the Paris Bourse alone listed the share of 33 railway and canal companies, 38 mining companies, 22 metallurgical companies, 2 port and shipping companies, 7 omnibus and road transport undertakings, 2 gas companies and 42 assorted industrial undertakings ranging from textiles to galvanized iron and rubber, to the value of about 5 million gold francs, or rather more than a quarter of all securities traded. 19. How far were such new ways of mobilizing capital required? How far were they effective? Industrialists never liked financiers much, and established industrialists tried to have as little as possible to do with bankers. Lille, wrote a local observer in 1869, is not a capitalist town, it is first and foremost a great industrial and commercial center. 20 where men put their profits back into the business, did not play about with them, and hoped they would never have to borrow. No industrialist liked to put himself at the mercy of creditors. Still, he might have to. Krupp grew so fast between 1855 and 1866 that he ran out of capital. There is an elegant historical model, according to which the more backward an economy and the later it started upon industrialization, the greater its reliance on the new large-scale methods of mobilizing and directing savings. In the developed Western countries, private resources and the capital market were quite adequate. In Central Europe, the banks and similar institutions had to act much more systematically as developers of history. Further east, south and overseas, governments had to step in themselves, generally with the aid of foreign investment, either to secure capital at all or, more likely, to see that investors were guaranteed, or at least thought they were guaranteed, the dividends that would alone mobilize their money, or alternatively to undertake economic activities themselves. Whatever the validity of this theory, there is no doubt that in our period the banks, and similar institutions, played a much greater role as developers and directors of industry in Germany, the great industrial newcomer, than in the West. Whether they meant to, as the Credits Mobiliers did, or whether they were much good at it, is a more obscure question. Probably they were not particularly expert until big industrialists, now recognizing the need for much more elaborate financing than in the simple old days, colonized the big banks themselves, as they increasingly did in Germany after 1870. Finance did not much affect the organization of businesses, though it might influence their policy. The problem of management was more difficult. For the basic model of the individually or family-owned and managed enterprise, the patriarchal family autocracy, was increasingly irrelevant to the industries of the second half of the 19th century. The best instruction, wrote a German handbook of 1868, is by word of mouth. Let it be given by the entrepreneur himself, all-seeing, omnipresent, and ever available, whose personal orders are reinforced by the personal example which his employees have constantly before their eyes. 21 This advice, suited to small craft masters or farmers, might still make some sense in the moderately small counting houses of even quite large bankers and merchants, and remained valid in as much as instruction was an essential aspect of management in newly industrializing countries. There even men with the basic training of craft workers, preferably in metals, had still to be taught the specific skills of the skilled factory worker. The great majority of Krupp's skilled men, and indeed of all German machine-building enterprises, seem to have been trained on the job in this way. Only in Britain could employers already rely on a ready-made, indeed on a largely self-made, supply of skilled men with industrial experience. The paternalism of so many large continental undertakings owed something to this long association of workers with the firm with which they, as it were, grew up and on which they depended. But the lords of rail, mine, and steel mill cannot really have expected to look paternally over their workers' shoulders at all times, and they certainly did not do so. The alternative and complement to instruction was command. But neither the autocracy of the family nor the small-scale operations of craft industry and merchant business provided much guidance for really large capitalist organization. So, paradoxically, Private enterprise in its most unrestricted and anarchic period tended to fall back on the only available models of large-scale management, the military and bureaucratic. The railway companies, with their pyramid of uniformed and disciplined workers, possessing job security, often promotion by seniority and even pensions, are an extreme example. The appeal of military titles, which occur freely among the early British railway executives and managers of large port undertakings, did not rest on pride in the hierarchies of soldiers and officials, such as the Germans felt, but on the inability of private enterprise as yet to devise a specific form of management for big business. It clearly had advantages from the organizational point of view. Yet it did not generally solve the problem of keeping labor itself at work, loyally, diligently and modestly. It was all very well for countries where uniforms were fashionable, as they certainly were not in Britain and the United States, to encourage among the laborers the soldierly virtues, not the least of which was to be poorly paid. I am a soldier of industry. And like you, I have my flag. My labor has enriched the fatherland. I'd have you know, my destiny is glorious. 22. Thus sang a poet Astor in Lille, France. But even their patriotism was hardly enough. The age of capital found it difficult to come to terms with this problem. The bourgeoisie's insistence on loyalty, discipline, and modest contentment could not really conceal that its real views about what made workers' labor were quite different. But what were they? In theory they should labor in order to stop being workers as soon as possible, thus entering the bourgeois universe. As E.B. put it in the Songs for English Workmen to Sing in 1867. Work, boys, work, and be contented. So long as you've enough to buy a meal. The man you may rely will be wealthy by and by, if he'll only put his shoulder to the wheel. But though this hope might be enough for some who were actually to lift themselves out of the working class, and perhaps also for a greater number who never got beyond dreaming of success as they read Samuel Smiles's Self-Help, 1859, or similar handbooks, it was perfectly evident that most workers would remain workers all their lives, and indeed that the economic system required them to do so. The promise of the field marshal's baton in every private's knapsack was never intended as a program for promoting all soldiers to field marshals. If promotion was not an adequate incentive, was money? But it was an axiom of mid-19th century employers that wages must be kept as low as possible, though intelligent entrepreneurs with international experience, like Thomas Brassey, the railway builder, were beginning to point out that the labor of the well-paid British workman was in fact cheaper than that of the abysmally paid coolie, because his productivity was so much higher. But such paradoxes were unlikely to convince businessmen brought up on the economic theory of the wage fund, which they believed to be a scientific demonstration that raising wages was impossible and trade unions were therefore doomed to failure. Science became rather more flexible around 1870, when organized labor looked like becoming a permanent actor on the industrial scene, rather than appearing in an occasional brief walk-on part. The great pundit of economics, John Stuart Mill, 1806–73, he happened personally to sympathize with labor, modified his position on the question in 1869, after which the wage fund theory no longer enjoyed canonical authority. Still, there was no change in business principles. Few employers were willing to pay more than they had to. Moreover, economics apart, in the countries of the Old World the middle class believed that workers should be poor, not only because they had always been, but also because economic inferiority was a proper index of class inferiority. If, as happened very occasionally, for instance in the great boom of 1872–3, some workers actually earned enough to afford for a brief moment the luxuries which employers regarded as their right, indignation was sincere and heartfelt. What business had coal miners with grand pianos and champagne? In countries of labor shortage, undeveloped social hierarchy and a truculent and democratic working population, things might be different, but in Britain and Germany, France, and the Habsburg Empire, unlike Australia or the United States, the suitable maximum for the laboring class was a sufficiency of good decent food, preferably with less than a sufficiency of strong drink, a modestly crowded dwelling, and clothing adequate to protect morals, health, and comfort without risking improper emulation of the costume of their betters. It was to be hoped that capitalist progress would eventually bring the laborers nearer to this maximum, and regrettable, though not inconvenient for keeping wages down, that so many were still so far below it. However, it was unnecessary, undesirable, and dangerous for wages to rise beyond this. In fact, the economic theories and the social assumptions of middle-class liberalism were at odds with each other. In one sense the theories triumphed. Increasingly, during our period, the wage relationship was transformed into a pure market relationship, a cash nexus. Thus we have seen that British capitalism in the 1860s abandoned non-economic compulsion of labor, such as the Master and Servant Acts, which punished breaches of contract by workers with jail, long-term hiring contracts, such as the annual bond of the northern coal miners, and truck payments. While the average length of hiring was shortened, the average period of payment gradually reduced to a week, or even a day or an hour, thus making the market bargain more sensitive and flexible. On the other hand, the middle classes would have been shocked and appalled if the workers had actually asked for the sort of life they themselves took for granted, and even more if they had looked like achieving it. Inequality of life and expectations was built into the system. This limited the economic incentives they were prepared to provide. They were willing to tie wages to output by various systems of piecework, which seem to have spread during our period, and to point out that the workers had best be thankful to have work at all, since there was a large reserve army outside, waiting for their jobs. Payment by results had some obvious advantages. Marx called it the most suitable form of wage payment for capitalism. It provided a genuine incentive for the worker to intensify his labor and thus raise his productivity, a guarantee against slacking, an automatic device for reducing the wage bill in times of depression, as well as a convenient method, by the cutting of piece rates, to reduce labor costs and to prevent wages from rising higher than was thought necessary or proper. It divided workers from one another, since their earnings might vary widely even within the same establishment, or different types of labor might be paid in entirely different ways. Sometimes the skilled were actually a species of subcontractor, paid by output, who hired their unskilled assistants at a flat time wage and saw to it that they kept up the pace. The trouble was that, where it was not already part of tradition, the introduction of piecework was often resisted, especially by the skilled men, and that it was complex and obscure not only for the workers, but for employers who often had only the haziest idea of what production norms to set. Also, it was not easily applicable in certain occupations. The workers attempted to remove these disadvantages by reintroducing the concept of an incompressible and predictable basic wage of standard rate, through trade unions or through informal practices. The employers were about to remove theirs by what its American champions were to call scientific management, but in our period they were still groping for this solution. Perhaps this led to a greater emphasis on the other economic incentive. If any single factor dominated the lives of 19th-century workers, it was insecurity. They did not know at the beginning of the week how much they would bring home at the end. They did not know how long their present work would last or, if they lost it, when they would get another job or under what conditions. They did not know when accident or sickness would hit them, and though they knew that sometime in middle age, perhaps in the 40s for unskilled laborers, perhaps in the 50s for the more skilled, they would become incapable of doing a full measure of adult physical labor, they did not know what would happen to them between then and death. Theirs was not the insecurity of peasants, at the mercy of periodic, and to be honest, often more murderous, catastrophes such as drought and famine, but capable of predicting with some accuracy how a poor man or woman would spend most days of their lives from birth to the graveyard. It was a more profound unpredictability, in spite of the fact that probably a good proportion of workers were employed for long periods of their lives by a single employer. There was no certainty of work even for the most skilled, During the slump of 1857-8, the number of workers in the Berlin engineering industry fell by almost a third. 24 There was nothing that corresponds to modern social security, except charity and relief from actual destitution, and sometimes little of either. For the world of liberalism, insecurity was the price paid for both progress and freedom, not to mention wealth, and was made tolerable by continuous economic expansion. Security was to be bought, at least sometimes, but not for free men and women but, as the English terminology put it clearly, for servants, whose liberty was strictly constrained, domestic servants, railway servants, even civil servants, or public officials. In fact, the greatest body even of these, the urban domestic servants, did not enjoy the security of the favored family retainers of the traditional nobility and gentry, but constantly faced insecurity in its most terrible form, instant dismissal without a character, i.e. a recommendation to future employers from the former master, or more likely mistress. For the world of the established bourgeois was also considered to be basically insecure, a state of war in which they might at any moment become the casualties of competition, fraud, or economic slump, though in practice the businessmen who were thus vulnerable probably formed only a minority of the middle classes, and the penalty of failure was rarely manual labor, let alone the workhouse. The most serious risk which faced them was that to their involuntarily parasitic womenfolk, the unexpected death of the male breadwinner. Economic expansion mitigated this constant insecurity. There is not much evidence that real wages in Europe began to go up significantly until the later part of the 1860s, but even before then the general feeling that times were improving was unmistakable in the developed countries. The contrast with the disturbed and desperate 1830s and 1840s was palpable. Neither the continent-wide surge in the cost of living in 1853-4 nor the dramatic and worldwide slump of 1858 brought any serious social unrest. The truth is that the great economic boom provided employment, at home and for emigrants abroad, on a quite unprecedented scale. Bad though they were, dramatic cyclical slumps in the developed countries now looked less like proofs of economic breakdown than as temporary interruptions of growth. There was evidently no absolute labor shortage, if only because the reserve armies of the rural population, at home and abroad, were now for the first time advancing en masse upon the industrial labor markets. Yet the fact that their competition did not reverse what all scholars agree to be a distinct, if modest, improvement in all but the environmental conditions of the working classes suggests the scale and impetus of economic expansion. Yet, unlike the middle class, the worker was rarely more than a hair's breadth removed from the pauper, and insecurity was therefore constant and real. He had no significant reserves. Those who could live on savings for a few weeks or months were that rare class. 25 The wages of even the skilled were at best modest. In normal times that overlooker in a Preston spinning mill who, with his 7 employed children, earned £4 a week in a week of full employment, would have been the envy of his neighbours. But it did not take many weeks of the Lancashire cotton famine, due to the interruption of raw material supplies by the American Civil War, to reduce even such a family to charity. The normal or even inevitable road of life passed across chasms into which the worker and his family might and probably would fall, the birth of children, old age, and retirement. In Preston, 52% of all working-class families with children below working age, working full-time in a year of memorably good trade, 1851, could be expected to live below the poverty line. 26 As for old age, it was a catastrophe to be stoically expected, a decline in earning power from the 40s as physical strength ebbed, especially for the less skilled, followed by poverty, and as like as not charity and poor relief. For the middle class, the mid-19th century was the golden era of the middle-aged, when men reached the peak of their careers, earnings, and activity, and physiological decline had not yet become obvious. Only for the oppressed, laboring people of both sexes and women of all classes, did the flower of life bloom in youth. Neither economic incentives nor insecurity therefore provided a really effective general mechanism for keeping labor hard at work, the former, because their scope was limited, the latter because much of it was or seemed as unavoidable as the weather. The middle class found this hard to understand. Why should the best, soberest, and ablest workers be the ones most likely to form trade unions, since they were the very ones who were worth the highest wages and the most regular employment? But unions were in fact composed of and certainly led by such men, though the bourgeois mythology saw them as mobs of the stupid and misled, instigated by agitators who could not otherwise have earned a comfortable living. There was of course no mystery. The workers for whom employers competed were not merely the ones with the bargaining strength to make unions practicable, but also those most aware that the market alone guaranteed them neither security nor what they thought they had a right to. Nevertheless, so long as they did not organize, and sometimes even when they did, the workers themselves provided their employers with a solution to the problem of labor management. By and large they liked to work, and their expectations were remarkably modest. The unskilled or raw immigrants from the countryside were proud of their strength, and came from an environment where hard labor was the criterion of a person's worth, and wives were chosen not for their looks but for their work potential. "My experience has shown," said an American steel mill superintendent in 1875, "that Germans, Irish, Swedes and what I denominate buckwheats, young American country boys, judiciously mixed, make the most effective and tractable force you can find. In fact, anything was better than Englishmen, who are great sticklers for high wages, small production, and strikes." 27. On the other hand, the skilled were moved by the uncapitalist incentive of craft knowledge and craft pride. The very machines of this period, iron and brass filed and polished with the hand of love, in perfect working order after a century, in so far as they still survive, are a visual demonstration of this. The endless catalogue of objects displayed in the international expositions, however awful aesthetically, are monuments to the pride of those who made them. Such men did not take kindly to orders and supervision, and were indeed often beyond effective control, except by the collective of their workshop. They also often resented piece wages or any other method of speeding up complex and difficult tasks, and thereby lowering the quality of self-respecting work. But if they would work no more and no faster than the job required, they would work no slower and no less. Nobody had to give them a special incentive to give of their best. A fair day's work for a fair day's pay was their motto, and, if they expected the pay to satisfy them, they also confidently expected the work to satisfy everybody, including themselves. In fact, of course, this essentially non-capitalist approach to work benefited employers rather than workers. For the buyers in the labor market operated on the principle of buying in the cheapest market and selling in the dearest, though sometimes ignorant of proper cost accounting methods. But the sellers were not normally asking the maximum wage which the traffic would bear and offering in return the minimum quantity of labor they could get away with. They were trying to earn a decent living as human beings. They were perhaps trying to better themselves. In brief, though naturally not insensitive to the difference between lower and higher wages, they were engaged in human life rather than in an economic transaction. 4. 3. But can we speak of the workers as a single category or class at all? What was there in common between groups of people often so distinct in their environment, their social origins, their formation, their economic situation, and sometimes even their language and customs? Not even poverty, for though by the standards of the middle classes all of them had modest incomes, except in such a paradise of labor as Australia in the 1850s where newspaper compositors could earn up to £18 a week. 28, by the standards of the poor there was a vast difference between the well-paid and more or less regularly employed skilled artisan, who wore a copy of respectable middle-class costume on Sundays or even on the way to and from work, and the ragged starveling who hardly ever knew where his, still less his family's, next meal was to come from. They were indeed all united by a common sense of manual labor and exploitation, and increasingly by the common fate of wage earning. They were united by their growing segregation from a bourgeoisie whose wealth increased dramatically while their own situation remained precarious, a bourgeoisie which became increasingly self-contained and impervious to would-be entrants from below. For there was all the difference between the modest hillocks of comfort which the successful worker or ex-worker might reasonably hope to climb and the really impressive accumulations of wealth. The workers were pushed into a common consciousness not only by this social polarization but, in the cities at least, by a common style of life, in which the tavern, the workman's church as a bourgeois liberal called it, played a central role, and by a common style of thought. The least conscious tended to be tacitly secularized, the most conscious were radicalized, the supporters of the International in the 1860s and 1870s, the future followers of the socialists. The two phenomena were linked, for traditional religion had always been a bond of social unity through the ritual assertion of community. But the common processions and ceremonies atrophied in Lille during the Second Empire. The small craft workers of Vienna, whose simple piety and naive joy in Catholic pomp and spectacle Le Play noted in the 1850s, became indifferent to these things. Within less than 2 generations they had transferred their faith to socialism. 30. The heterogeneous groups of the laboring poor undoubtedly tended to become part of a proletariat in cities and industrial regions. The growing importance of trade unions in the 1860s registered this. The very existence, not to mention the strength, of the International would have been impossible without it. Yet the laboring poor had not been a mere assembly of disparate groups. They had, especially in the hard hopeless times of the first half of the century, been fused into a homogeneous mass of the discontented and the oppressed. This homogeneity was now being lost. The era of a flourishing and stable liberal capitalism offered the working class the possibility of improving its collective lot through collective organization. But those who merely remained the miscellaneous poor could make little use of the trade unions and even less use of mutual aid societies. Unions were, by and large, organizations of favored minorities, though mass strikes could occasionally mobilize the masses. Moreover, liberal capitalism offered the individual worker distinct prospects of improvement on bourgeois terms, which large bodies of the laboring population were unable or unwilling to seize. A fissure therefore ran through what was increasingly becoming the working class. It separated the workers from the poor, or alternatively the respectable from the unrespectable. In political terms, see Chapter 6 above, it separated people like the intelligent artisan, to whom British middle-class radicals were anxious to give the vote, from the dangerous and ragged masses whom they were still determined to exclude. No term is harder to analyze than respectability in the mid-19th century working class, for it expressed simultaneously the penetration of middle-class values and standards, and also the attitudes without which working-class self-respect would have been difficult to achieve, and a movement of collective struggle impossible to build: sobriety, sacrifice, the postponement of gratification. If the movement of the workers had been clearly revolutionary, or at least sharply segregated from the middle-class world, as it had been before 1848 and was to be again in the era of the Second International, the distinction would have been clear enough. Yet in the third quarter of the 19th century the line between personal and collective improvement, between imitating the middle class and, as it were, defeating it with its own weapons, was often impossible to draw. Where do we place William Marcroft, 1822–94? He could easily be presented as a modest example of Samuel Smiles's self-help, the illegitimate son of a farm servant and a weaver, totally lacking in formal education, who advanced from Oldham textile worker to foreman in an engineering works, until in 1861 he set up independently as a dentist, dying worth almost £15,000, which was by no means negligible, a lifelong radical liberal and temperance advocate. And yet his modest place in history is due to an equally lifelong passion for cooperative production, i.e. socialism through self-help, to which he devoted his days. Conversely, William Allen, 1813–74, was unquestionably a believer in the class struggle and, in the words of his obituary, on social questions he inclined to Robert Owen's school. Yet this radical worker, formed in the revolutionary school of before 1848, was to make his mark on labor history as the cautious, moderate, and above all efficient administrator of the greatest of the new model skilled unions, the Amalgamated Society of Engineers, and was both a practicing Anglican churchman and in politics a sound and consistent liberal, not given to political quackery in any form. 31. The fact is that the capable and intelligent workman, especially if skilled, at this time provided both the main prop of middle-class social control and industrial discipline and also the most active cauders of the workers' collective self-defense. He provided the first, because a stable, prosperous, and expanding capitalism needed him, offered him prospects of modest improvement, and in any case now seemed inescapable. It no longer looked provisional and temporary. Conversely, the Great Revolution seemed less a first installment of an even greater change than the last installment of a past era, at best a splendid highly colored memory, at worst a proof that there were no dramatic shortcuts to progress. But he also provided the second, because, with the possible exception of the United States, that land which appeared to promise the poor a personal way out of lifelong poverty, the worker a private exit from the working class, and every citizen equality with every other, the working classes knew that the liberal free market alone would not give them their rights and their needs. They had to organize and fight. The British aristocracy of labor, a stratum peculiar to that country where the class of independent small producers, shopkeepers, etc., was relatively insignificant, as was the lower middle class of white-collar workers and minor bureaucrats, helped to turn the Liberal Party into a party with genuine mass appeal. At the same time it formed the core of the unusually powerful organized trade union movement. In Germany even the most respectable workers were pressed into the ranks of the proletariat by the distance which separated them from the bourgeoisie, and the strength of intermediate classes. Here the men who streamed into the new self-improvement associations, Bildungsverein, in the 1860s, there were 1,000 such clubs in 1863, no less than 2,000 in Bavaria alone by 1872, rapidly drifted away from the middle-class liberalism of these bodies, though perhaps not sufficiently from the middle-class culture they inculcated. 32 They were to become the cauders of the new social democratic movement, especially after the end of our period. But they were self-improving workmen nonetheless, respectable because self-respecting, and carried the bad as well as the good sides of their respectability into the parties of Lassalle and Marx. Only where revolution still seemed the only plausible solution for the conditions of the laboring poor, or where, as in France, the tradition of insurrection and the revolutionary social republic was the dominant political tradition of the working people, was respectability a relatively insignificant factor, or confined to the middle classes and those who wished to be identified with them. What of the others? Though they were the subjects of much more inquiry than the respectable working classes, but in this generation distinctly less so than before 1848 or after 1880, we really know very little about anything except their poverty and squalor. They did not express public opinions and were rarely touched by even those organizations, trade unionist, political or otherwise, which bothered to appeal to them. Even the Salvation Army, formed specifically with the unrespectable poor in mind, hardly succeeded in becoming more than a welcome addition to free public entertainment, with its uniforms, bands, and lively hymns, and a useful source of charity. Indeed, for many of the unskilled or sweated trades the sort of organizations which were beginning to make the strength of labor movements were quite impracticable. Great surges of political movement, such as Chartism in the 1840s, could recruit them. The London costermongers, small market traders, described by Henry Mayhew were all Chartists. Great revolutions could, though perhaps only briefly, inspire even the most oppressed and apolitical. The prostitutes of Paris were strong supporters of the Commune of 1871. But the age of bourgeois triumph was precisely not one of revolutions nor even popular mass political movements. Bakunin was perhaps not entirely wrong in supposing that in such a time the spirit of at least potential insurrection was most likely to smolder among the marginal and sub-proletariat, though he was quite mistaken in believing that they would be the base of revolutionary movements. The miscellaneous poor supported the Paris Commune, but its activists were the more skilled workers and craftsmen, and that most marginal section of the poor, the adolescents, were underrepresented among them. Adult men, especially those old enough still to have a memory, however faint, of 1848, were the characteristic insurrectionaries of 1871. The line which divided the laboring poor into the potential militants of labor movement and the rest was not sharp, and yet it existed. Association, the free and conscious formation of voluntary democratic societies for social defense and improvement, was the magic formula of the liberal era. Through it even the labor movements which were to abandon liberalism were to develop. 33 Those who wanted to and could effectively associate might at best shrug their shoulders at, and at worst despise, those who neither could nor wanted to, not least the women, who were virtually excluded from the world of club formalities, points of order and proposals for membership. The boundaries of that part of the working classes, it might overlap with the independent craftsman, shopkeeper, and even the small entrepreneur, which was coming to be recognized as a social and political force, pretty well coincided with those of the world of clubs, mutual aid societies, fraternal benevolent orders, generally with strong rituals, choirs, gymnastic or sports clubs, even voluntary religious organizations at one extreme, labor unions and political associations at the other. That covered a varying, though substantial, part of the working class, perhaps by the end of our period some 40% in Britain. But it left a great many out. They were the objects and not the subjects of the liberal era. The others expected and got little enough, they got even less. It is difficult, looking back, to form a balanced view of the condition of all these working people. For one thing, the range of countries in which there were modern cities and modern industry was now much wider, and so was the range of stages in industrial development which they represented. Generalization is therefore not easy, and its value is limited, even if we confine it, as we must, to the relatively developed countries as distinct from the backward, to the urban working classes as distinct from the agrarian and peasant sectors. The problem is to strike a balance between, on the one hand, the harsh poverty which still dominated the lives of most working folk, the repulsive physical environment and the moral void which surrounded so many of them, and, on the other, the undoubted general improvement of their conditions and prospects since the 1840s. Self-satisfied spokesmen for the bourgeoisie were inclined to overstress the improvement, though none would deny what Sir Robert Giffin, 1837–1900, looking back on the British half-century before 1883, tactfully called the residuum still unimproved, nor that the improvement, even when measured by a low ideal, is far too small, nor that no one can contemplate the condition of the masses of the people without desiring something like a revolution for the better. 34 Less self-satisfied social reformers, while not denying improvement, in the case of the elite of workers whose relative scarcity of qualifications put them into a fairly continuous seller's market, the substantial improvement gave a less rose-tinted picture. There remain, wrote Miss Edith Simcox, again in the early 1880s, some 10 millions of town workers, including all mechanics and laborers whose life is not normally overshadowed by the fear of coming on the parish. No hard and fast line can be drawn between the workers who are and those who are not to be counted amongst the poor. There is a constant flux, and besides those who suffer from chronic underpayment, artisans, as well as tradesmen and rustics, are constantly sinking, with or without their own fault, into the depth of misery. It is not easy to judge how many of the 10 millions do or might belong to the prosperous aristocracy of the working classes, that section with which politicians come into contact, and from whence come those whom society is rather over-hasty to welcome as representative working men. I confess I should hardly venture to hope that more than 2 millions of skilled workers, representing a population of 5 millions, are living habitually in a state of ease and comparative security of the modest sort. The other 5 millions include the laborers and less skilled workers, male and female, whose maximum wages only suffice for the necessities and barest decencies of existence, and for whom therefore any mischance means penury, passing swiftly into pauperism. 35. But even such informed and well-meaning impressions were somewhat too sanguine, for two reasons. First, because, as the social surveys which become available from the late 1880s make clear, the poor workers, who formed almost 40% of the London working class, hardly enjoyed the barest decencies of existence, even by the austere standards then applied to the lower orders. Second, because the state of ease and comparative security of the modest sort amounted to little enough. The young Beatrix Potter, anonymously living among the textile workers of Bacup, had no doubt that she shared the lives of the comfortable working class, dissenters and cooperators, a tight community without the casual, marginal, or unrespectable, surrounded by the general well-being of well-earned and well-paid work, the cottages comfortable and well-furnished, and the teas excellent. And yet this acute observer would describe the very same people, almost unaware of what she was observing, as physically overworked during times of busy trade, as eating and sleeping too little, as too physically exhausted for intellectual effort, at the mercy of the many chances of breakdown and failure, meaning absence of physical comfort. The deep and simple Puritan piety of these men and women was, she saw, a response to the fear of worn-out and failed lives. Life in Christ and hope in another world bring ease and refinement into a mere struggle for existence, calming the restless craving after the good things of this world by an otherworldliness and making failure a means of grace instead of a despicable want of success. 36. This is not the picture of starvelayings about to arise from their slumbers, but neither is it a picture of men and women better, immensely better, than they were 50 years ago, still less of a class that had almost all the material benefit of the last 50 years, Giffen, 37, as self-satisfied and ignorant liberal economists maintained. It is a picture of self-respecting and self-reliant people whose expectations were pitifully modest, who knew they could be worse off, who perhaps remembered times when they had been even poorer, but who were always haunted by the specter of poverty, as they understood the term. The standards of the middle-class life would never be for such as these, but pauperism was always near. One mustn't take too much of a good thing, for money is easily spent, said one of Beatrix Potter's hosts, putting the cigarette she had offered him on the mantelpiece after one or two puffs, for the next night. Anyone who forgets that this is how men and women thought of the goods of life in those days will never be competent to judge the small but genuine improvement which the great capitalist expansion brought to a substantial part of the working classes in the third quarter of the 19th century. And the gap which separated them from the bourgeois world was wide, and unbridgeable. Chapter 13. The Bourgeois World. You know that we belong to a century when men are only valued for what is in them. Every day some master, insufficiently energetic or serious, is forced to descend from the ranks in society which seem to be permanently his, and some intelligent and plucky clerk takes his place. Madame Montbossu to her son, 18,561. Behold his little ones around him, they bask in the warmth of his smile. And infant innocence and joy lighten their happy faces. He is holy and they honor him, he is loving, and they love him. He is consistent and they esteem him, he is firm and they fear him. His friends are the excellent among men. He goeth to the well-ordered home. Martin Tupper, 18,762. We must now look at that bourgeois society. The most superficial phenomena are sometimes the most profound. Let us begin our analysis of that society, which reached its apogee at this period, with the appearance of the clothes its members wore, the interiors which surrounded them. Clothes make man, said the German proverb, and no age was more aware of it than one in which social mobility could actually place numerous people into the historically novel situation of playing new, and superior, social roles and therefore having to wear the appropriate costumes. It was not long since the Austrian Nestroy had written his entertaining and embittered farce The Talisman, 1840, in which the fortunes of a poor red-haired man are dramatically changed by the acquisition, and subsequent loss, of a black wig. The home was the quintessential bourgeois world, for in it, and only in it, could the problems and contradictions of his society be forgotten or artificially eliminated. Here and here alone the bourgeois and even more the petty bourgeois family could maintain the illusion of a harmonious, hierarchic happiness, surrounded by the material artifacts which demonstrated it and made it possible, the dream life which found its culminating expression in the domestic ritual systematically developed for this purpose, the celebration of Christmas. The Christmas dinner, celebrated by Dickens, the Christmas tree, invented in Germany, but rapidly acclimatized through royal patronage in England, the Christmas song, best known through the Germanic Stille Nacht, symbolized at one and the same time the cold of the outside world, the warmth of the family circle within, and the contrast between the two. The most immediate impression of the bourgeois interior of the mid-century is overcrowding and concealment, a mass of objects, more often than not disguised by drapes, cushions, cloths and wallpapers, and always, whatever their nature, elaborated. No picture without a gilded, a fretted, a chased, even a velvet-covered frame, no seat without upholstery or cover, no piece of textile without tassel, no piece of wood without some touch of the lathe, no surface without some cloth or object on it. This was no doubt a sign of wealth and status. The beautiful austerity of Biedermeier interiors had reflected the straightness of Germanic provincial bourgeois finances more than their innate taste, and the furnishings of servants' rooms in the bourgeois houses were bleak enough. Objects express their cost and, at a time when most domestic ones were still produced largely by manual crafts, elaboration was largely an index of cost together with expensive materials. Cost also bought comfort, which was therefore visible as well as experienced. Yet objects were more than merely utilitarian or symbols of status and achievement. They had value in themselves as expressions of personality, as both the program and the reality of bourgeois life, even as transformers of man. In the home all these were expressed and concentrated. Hence its internal accumulations. Its objects, like the houses which contained them, were solid, a term used, characteristically, as the highest praise for a business enterprise. They were made to last, and they did. At the same time they must express the higher and spiritual aspirations of life through their beauty, unless they represented these aspirations by their very existence, as did books and musical instruments, which remained surprisingly functional in design, apart from fairly minor surface flourishes, or unless they belonged to the realm of pure utility such as kitchenware and luggage. Beauty meant decoration, since the mere construction of the houses of the bourgeoisie or the objects which furnished them was seldom sufficiently grandiose to offer spiritual and moral sustenance in itself, as the great railways and steamships did. Their outsides remained functional, it was only their insides, in so far as they belonged to the bourgeois world, like the newly devised Pullman sleeping cars, 1865, and the first-class steamer saloons and staterooms, which had decor. Beauty therefore meant decoration, something applied to the surface of objects. This duality between solidity and beauty thus expressed a sharp division between the material and the ideal, the bodily and the spiritual, highly typical of the bourgeois world, yet spirit and ideal in it depended on matter, and could be expressed only through matter, or at least through the money which could buy it. Nothing was more spiritual than music, but the characteristic form in which it entered the bourgeois home was the piano, an exceedingly large, elaborate, and expensive apparatus, even when reduced, for the benefit of a more modest stratum aspiring to true bourgeois values, to the more manageable dimensions of the upright pianino. No bourgeois interior was complete without it, no bourgeois daughter, but was obliged to practice endless scales upon it. The link between morality, spirituality, and poverty, so obvious to non-bourgeois societies, was not entirely snapped. It was recognized that the exclusive pursuit of higher things was very likely to be unremunerative except in certain of the more saleable arts, and even then prosperity would come only in mature years. The poor student or young artist, as private tutor or guest at the Sunday dinner table, was a recognized subaltern part of the bourgeois family, at any rate in those parts of the world in which culture was highly respected. But the conclusion drawn was not that there was a certain contradiction between the pursuit of material and mental achievement, but that one was the necessary basis for the other. As the novelist E.M. Forster was to put it in the Indian summer of the bourgeoisie, in came the dividends, up went the lofty thoughts. The most suitable fate for a philosopher was to be born the son of a banker, like George Lukács. The glory of German learning, the private Gelehrter, or private scholar, rested on the private income. It was right that the poor Jewish scholar should marry the daughter of the richest local merchant, because it was unthinkable that a community which respected learning should reward its luminaries with nothing more tangible than praise. This duality of matter and spirit implied a hypocrisy which unsympathetic observers considered to be not merely all-pervasive but a fundamental characteristic of the bourgeois world. Nowhere was this more obvious, in the literal sense of being visible, than in the matter of sex. This is not to imply that the mid-19th century, male, bourgeois, or those who aspired to be like him, was merely dishonest, preaching one morality while deliberately practicing another, though patently the conscious hypocrite is more often to be found where the gap between official morality and the demands of human nature is unbridgeable, as in this period it often was. Plainly Henry Ward Beeches, the great New York preacher of Puritanism, should either have avoided having tumultuous extramarital love affairs or chosen a career which did not require him to be quite such a prominent advocate of sexual restraint, though one cannot entirely fail to sympathize with the bad luck which linked him in the mid-1870s with the beautiful feminist and advocate of free love, Victoria Woodhull, a lady whose convictions made privacy difficult. But it is pure anachronism to suppose, as several recent writers on the other Victorians have done, that the official sexual morality of the age was mere window dressing. In the first place, its hypocrisy was not simply a lie, except perhaps among those whose sexual tastes were as powerful as they were publicly inadmissible, e.g. prominent politicians depending on Puritan voters or respectable homosexual businessmen in provincial cities. It was hardly hypocritical at all in the countries, e.g. most Roman Catholic ones, in which a frankly dual standard was accepted, chastity for unmarried bourgeois women and fidelity for married ones, the free pursuit of all women, except perhaps marriageable daughters of the middle and upper classes, by all young bourgeois men, and a tolerated infidelity for the married ones. Here the rules of the game were perfectly understood, including the need for a certain discretion in cases where the stability of the bourgeois family or property would otherwise have been threatened. Passion, as every Italian of the middle class still knows, is one thing, the mother of my children quite another. Hypocrisy entered this pattern of behavior only in so far as the bourgeois women were supposed to remain entirely outside the game, and therefore in ignorance of what the men, and women other than themselves, were up to. In Protestant countries the morality of sexual restraint and fidelity was supposed to be binding on both sexes, but the very fact that it was felt to be so even by those who broke it, led them not so much into hypocrisy as into personal torment. It is quite illegitimate to treat a person in such a situation as a mere swindler. Moreover, to a very great extent bourgeois morality was actually applied, indeed it may have become increasingly effective as the masses of the respectable working classes adopted the values of the hegemonic culture, and the lower middle classes, which followed it by definition, grew in numbers. Such matters resisted even the intense interest of the bourgeois world in moral statistics, as a late 19th century reference book sadly admitted, dismissing all the attempts to measure the extent of prostitution as failures. The only comprehensive attempt to measure venereal infection, which plainly had a strong connection with some kinds of extramarital sex, revealed little except that in Prussia, not unexpectedly, it was much higher in the megalopolis Berlin than in any other province, tending normally to diminish with the size of cities and villages, and that it reached its maximum in towns with ports, garrisons, and institutes of higher education, i.e. with heavy concentrations of unmarried young men away from their homes. Point 2 There is no reason to suppose that the average Victorian member of the middle class, lower middle class or respectable working class in, say, Victorian England and the United States failed to live up to his or her standards of sexual morality. The young American girls who surprised cynical men about town in the Paris of Napoleon III by the freedom with which they were allowed by their parents to go about alone and in the company of young American men are as strong evidence about sexual morals as journalistic exposés of haunts of vice in mid-Victorian London, probably stronger. 5. It is entirely illegitimate to read post-Freudian standards into a pre-Freudian world or to assume that sexual behavior then must have been like ours. By modern standards, those lay monasteries, the Oxford and Cambridge colleges, look like casebooks of sexual pathology. What would we think today of a Lewis Carroll whose passion was to photograph little girls naked? By Victorian standards, their worst vices were almost certainly gluttony rather than lust, and the sentimental taste of so many dons for young men, almost certainly, the very term is revealing, Platonic, among the natural crotchets of inveterate bachelors. It is our age which has turned the phrase to make love, in the English language, into a simple synonym for sexual intercourse. The bourgeois world was haunted by sex, but not necessarily sexual promiscuity, the characteristic nemesis of the bourgeois folk myth, as the novelist Thomas Mann saw so clearly, followed a single fall from grace, like the tertiary syphilis of the composer Adrian Leverkusen in Dr. Faustus. The very extremism of its fears reflects a prevailing naivete, or innocence. 3. This very innocence, however, allows us to see the powerful sexual element in the bourgeois world very clearly in its costume, an extraordinary combination of temptation and prohibition. The mid-Victorian bourgeois was swathed in garments, leaving little publicly visible except the face, even in the tropics. In extreme cases, as in the United States, even objects reminiscent of the body, the legs of tables, might be hidden away. At the same time, and never more so than in the 1860s and 1870s, every secondary sexual characteristic was grotesquely overemphasized: men's hair and beards, women's hair, breasts, hips, and buttocks, swelled to enormous size by means of false chignons, culs de Paris, etc. For the shock effect of Manet's famous Déjeuner sur l'herbe, 1863, derives precisely from the contrast between the utter respectability of the dress of the men and the nakedness of the woman. The very shrillness with which bourgeois civilization insisted that woman was essentially a spiritual being implied both that men were not, and that the obvious physical attraction between the sexes could not be fitted into the system of values. Achievement was incompatible with enjoyment, as the folklore of championship sport still assumes by sentencing sportsmen to temporary celibacy before the big match or fight. More generally, civilization rested on the repression of instinctive urges. The greatest of bourgeois psychologists, Sigmund Freud, made this proposition the cornerstone of his theories, though later generations read into him a call for the abolition of repression. But why was an in itself not implausible view held with a passionate, indeed a pathological, extremism which contrasted so notably, as Bernard Shaw was to observe with his usual wit, with the ideal of moderation and the just milieu which had traditionally defined middle-class social ambitions and roles? 7. On the lower rungs of the ladder of middle-class aspiration, the answer is easy. Heroic efforts alone could lift a poor man and woman, or even their children, out of the slough of demoralization onto the firm plateau of respectability and, above all, define his position there. As for the member of Alcoholics Anonymous, there could be no compromise solution, it was either total abstinence or total relapse. Indeed, the movement for total abstinence from alcohol, which also flourished at this time in Protestant and Puritan countries, illustrates this clearly. It was not effectively designed as a movement to abolish, still less to limit, mass alcoholism, but to define and set apart the class of those individuals who had demonstrated by their personal force of character that they were distinct from the unrespectable poor. Sexual Puritanism fulfilled the same function. But this was a bourgeois phenomenon only insofar as it reflected the hegemony of bourgeois respectability. Like the reading of Samuel Smiles or the practice of other forms of self-help and self-improvement, it replaced bourgeois success more often than it prepared for it. At the level of the respectable artisan or clerk, abstinence had often to be its own reward. In material terms it gave only modest returns. The problem of bourgeois sexual puritanism is more complex. The belief that mid-19th century bourgeois were unusually full-blooded and therefore obliged to build unusually impenetrable defenses against physical temptation is unconvincing. What made the temptation so great was precisely the extremism of the accepted moral standards, which also made the fall correspondingly more dramatic, as in the case of the Catholic Puritan Count Muffet in Émile Zola's Nana, the novel of prostitution in the Paris of the 1860s. Of course the problem was to some extent economic, as we shall see. The family was not merely the basic social unit of bourgeois society but its basic unit of property and business enterprise, linked with other such units through a system of exchanges of women plus property, the marriage portion, in which the women were by strict convention deriving from pre-bourgeois tradition virgins intacti. Anything which weakened this family unit was impermissible, and nothing more obviously weakened it than uncontrolled physical passion, which introduced unsuitable, i.e. economically undesirable, suitors and brides, split husbands from wives, and wasted common resources. But the tensions were more than economic. They were particularly great during our period, when the morality of abstinence, moderation, and restraint conflicted dramatically with the realities of bourgeois success. The bourgeois no longer lived either in a family economy of scarcity or in a rank of society remote from the temptations of high society. Their problem was spending rather than saving. Not only did the non-working bourgeois become increasingly frequent, in Cologne the number of rentiers paying income tax grew from 162 in 1854 to almost 600 in 18,748, but how else except by spending was the successful bourgeois, whether or not he held political power as a class, to demonstrate his conquest? The word parvenu, newly rich, automatically became a synonym for the lavish spender. Whether these bourgeois tried to ape the lifestyle of the aristocracy or, like class-conscious Krupp and his fellow magnates of the Ruhr, built themselves castles and industrial feudal empires parallel to and more impressive than those of the Junkers whose titles they refused, they had to spend, and in a manner which inevitably brought their lifestyle closer to that of the un-Puritan aristocracy, and that of their womenfolk even more so. Before the 1850s this had been a problem of a relatively few families, in some countries, such as Germany, of hardly any. Now it became the problem of a class. The bourgeoisie as a class found enormous difficulty in combining getting and spending in a morally satisfactory manner, just as it failed to solve the equivalent material problem, how to secure a succession of equally dynamic and capable businessmen within the same family, a fact which increased the role of daughters, who could introduce new blood into the business complex. Of the 4 sons of the banker Friedrich Wickelhaus in Wuppertal, 1810–86, only Robert, b. 1836, remained a banker. The other 3, b. 1831, 1842 and 1846, ended as landowners and an academic, but both daughters, b. 1829 and 1838, married industrialists, including a member of the Engels family. 9 The very thing for which the bourgeoisie strove, profit, ceased to be an adequate motivation once it had brought sufficient wealth. Towards the end of the century the bourgeoisie discovered at least a temporary formula for combining getting and spending, cushioned by the acquisitions of the past. These final decades before the catastrophe of 1914 were to be the Indian summer, the belle époque of bourgeois life, retrospectively lamented by its survivors. But in the third quarter of the 19th century the contradictions were perhaps at their most acute, effort and enjoyment coexisted, but clashed. And sexuality was one of the victims of the conflict, hypocrisy the victor. 2. Buttressed by clothes, walls, and objects, there was the bourgeois family, the most mysterious institution of the age. 4. If it is easy to discover or to devise connections between Puritanism and capitalism, as a large literature bears witness, those between 19th-century family structure and bourgeois society remain obscure. Indeed, the apparent conflict between the two has rarely even been noticed. Why should a society dedicated to an economy of profit-making competitive enterprise, to the efforts of the isolated individual, to equality of rights and opportunities and freedom, rest on an institution which so totally denied all of these? Its basic unit, the one-family household, was both a patriarchal autocracy and a microcosm of the sort of society which the bourgeoisie as a class, or its theoretical spokesman, denounced and destroyed, a hierarchy of personal dependence. Their infirm wisdom ruleth well the father, husband, master, heaping it with prosperities, as guardian, guide, and judge. 10. Below him, to continue quoting the proverbial philosopher Martin Tupper, there flitted the good angel of the house, the mother, wife, and mistress 11, whose work, according to the great Ruskin, was I to please people, 2 to feed them in dainty ways, 3 to clothe them, 4 to keep them orderly, v to teach them, 12. A task for which, curiously, she was required to show, or to possess, neither intelligence nor knowledge, be good sweet maid and let who will be clever, as Charles Kingsley put it. This was not merely because the new function of the bourgeois wife, to show off the capacity of the bourgeois husband to keep her in leisure and luxury, conflicted with the old functions of actually running a household, but also because her inferiority to the man must be demonstrable. Hath she wisdom? It is precious, but beware that thou exceed, for woman must be subject and the true mastery is of the mind. 13. However, this pretty, ignorant and idiotic slave was also required to exercise mastery, not so much over the children, whose lord was once again the paterfamilias v as over the servants, whose presence distinguished the bourgeois from his social inferiors. A lady was definable as someone who did no work, hence who ordered someone else to do it. 15. Her superiority being established by this relationship. Sociologically, the difference between working and middle classes was that between servant keepers and potential servants, and was so used in Sebum Roundtree's pioneer social survey of York at the end of the century. The servants themselves were increasingly and overwhelmingly women. Between 1841 and 1881 the percentage of men in domestic offices and personal services in Britain fell from about 20 to about 12, so that the ideal bourgeois household consisted of a male lord dominating a number of hierarchically graded females, all the more so as male children tended to leave the home as they grew up, or even, among the British upper classes, as soon as they reached the age of boarding school. But the servant, though receiving wages, and therefore a domestic analogue to the worker whose employment defined the male bourgeois in the economy, was essentially quite different, since her, or more rarely his, main link with the employer was not the cash nexus, but personal, and indeed for practical purposes total, dependence. Everything about her life was strictly prescribed, and, because she lived in some meagerly furnished attic of the household, controllable. From the apron or uniform she wore to the testimonial of good behavior or character, without which she became unemployable, everything about her symbolized a relation of power and subjection. This did not exclude close if unequal personal relations any more than it did in slave societies. Indeed, it probably encouraged them, though it must never be forgotten that for every nursemaid or gardener who lived out their lives in the service of one family there were 100 country girls who passed briefly through the household to pregnancy, marriage, or another job, being treated merely as yet another instance of that servant problem which filled the conversations of their mistresses. The crucial point is that the structure of the bourgeois family flatly contradicted that of bourgeois society. Within it freedom, opportunity, the cash nexus and the pursuit of individual profit did not rule. It could be argued that this was so because the individualist Hobbesian anarchism which formed the theoretical model of the bourgeois economy provided no basis for any form of social organization, including that of the family. And indeed, in one respect, it was a deliberate contrast to the outside world, an oasis of peace in a world of battle, le repos du guerrier. You know, wrote a French industrialist's wife to her sons in 1856, that we live in a century when men have value only by their own efforts. Every day the brave and clever assistant takes over from the master, whose slackness and lack of seriousness demotes him from the rank which seemed to be permanently his. What a battle, wrote her husband, locked in competition with British textile manufacturers. Many will die in the struggle, even more will be cruelly wounded. 16. The metaphor of war came as naturally to the lips of men who discussed their struggle for existence or the survival of the fittest, as the metaphor of peace came to them when they described the home, the dwelling place of joy, the place where the satisfied ambition of the heart rejoiced, as it could never rejoice outside, since it could never be satisfied, or afford to admit itself satisfied. 17. But it may also be that in the bourgeois family the essential inegalitarianism on which capitalism rested found a necessary expression. Precisely because it was not based on collective, institutionalized, traditional inequalities, dependence had to be an individual relationship. Because superiority was so uncertain for the individual, it had to have one form that was permanent and secure. Because its essential expression was money, which merely expresses the relationship of exchange, other forms of expression which demonstrated the domination of persons over persons had to supplement it. There was of course nothing new in a patriarchal family structure based on the subordination of women and children. But where we might have expected a bourgeois society logically to break it up or transform it, as indeed it was to be disintegrated later, the classic phase of bourgeois society reinforced and exaggerated it. How far this ideal bourgeois patriarchy actually represented reality is quite another matter. An observer summed up the typical bourgeois of Lille as a man who fears God, but above all his wife, and reads the Echo du Nord 18, and this is at least as likely a reading of the facts of bourgeois family life as the male-formulated theory of female helplessness and dependence, sometimes pathologically exaggerated into the masculine dream, and occasional practice, of the child-wife selected and formed by the future husband. Still, the existence and even reinforcement of the ideal type bourgeois family in this period is significant. It is sufficient to explain the beginnings of a systematic feminist movement among middle-class women in this period, at all events in the Anglo-Saxon or Protestant countries. The bourgeois household, however, was merely the nucleus of the larger family connection within which the individual operated. The Rothschilds, the Krupps, or for that matter the Forstis, who make so much of 19th-century social and economic history an essentially dynastic affair. But though an enormous amount of material about such families has been accumulated over the past century, neither the social anthropologists nor the compilers of genealogical handbooks, an aristocratic occupation, have taken sufficient interest in them to make it easy to generalize with any confidence about such family groups. How far were they newly promoted from the lower social ranks? Not to any substantial extent, it would seem, though in theory nothing prevented social ascent. Out of the British steel masters in 1865, 89% came from middle-class families, 7% from the lower middle class, including small shopkeepers, independent artisans, etc., and a mere 4% from workers, skilled or, more improbably, unskilled. 19 The bulk of the textile manufacturers in northern France at the same period were similarly children of what could already be considered the middle strata. The bulk of the mid-19th century Nottingham hosiery manufacturers had similar origins, 2/3 of them actually coming from the hosiery trade. The founding fathers of capitalist enterprise in southwestern Germany were not always rich, but the number of those with long family experience in business, and often in the industries they were to develop, is significant. Swiss, Alsatian Protestants like the Coechlin, Gege, or Sarrazin, Jews grown up in the finance of small print ceilings, rather than technically innovating craftsmen entrepreneurs. Educated men, notably sons of Protestant pastors or civil servants, modified but did not change their middle-class status by capitalist enterprise. 20 The careers of the bourgeois world were indeed open to talent, but the family with a modest amount of education, property, and social connections among others of the middle rank undoubtedly started with a relatively enormous advantage, not least the capacity to intermarry with others of the same social status, in the same line of business or with resources which could be combined with their own. The economic advantages of a large family or an interlocking connection of families were of course still substantial. Within the business it guaranteed capital, perhaps useful business contacts, and above all reliable managers. The Lefebvres of Lille in 1851 financed the wool-combing enterprise of a brother-in-law, Amédée Prévost. Siemens and Halske, the famous electrical firm set up in 1847, got its first capital from a cousin, a brother was the first salaried employee, and nothing was more natural than that the three brothers Werner, Karl, and William should take charge respectively of the Berlin, St. Petersburg and London branches. The famous Protestant clans of Mulhouse relied on one another. André Koechlin, son-in-law of the Dollfuss who founded Dollfuss Meig, both he and his father had married into the Meigs, took over the firm until his four brothers-in-law were old enough to manage it, while his uncle Nicholas ran the Koechlin family firm, with which he associated exclusively his brothers and brothers-in-law as well as his old father. 21 Meanwhile another Dollfuss, great-grandson of the founder, entered another local family firm, Schlumberger etc. The business history of the 19th century is full of such family alliances and interpenetrations. They required a large number of available sons and daughters, but there was no shortage of these, and hence, unlike among the French peasantry which required one and only one heir to take over the family holding, no strong incentive to birth control, except among the poor and struggling lower middle class. But how were such clans organized? How did they operate? At what point did they cease to represent family groups and turn into a coherent social group, a local bourgeoisie, or even, as perhaps in the case of Protestant and Jewish bankers, a more widespread network, of which family alliances form merely one aspect? We cannot answer such questions as yet. 3. What, in other words, do we mean by the bourgeoisie as a class in this period? Its economic, political, and social definitions differed somewhat, but were still sufficiently close to each other to cause relatively little difficulty. Thus, economically, the quintessential bourgeois was a capitalist, i.e. either the possessor of capital, or the receiver of an income derived from such a source, or a profit-making entrepreneur, or all of these things. And, in fact, the characteristic bourgeois or member of the middle class in our period included few people who did not fit into one or other of these pigeonholes. The top 150 families of Bordeaux in 1848 included 90 businessmen, merchants, bankers, shop owners, etc., though in this town as yet few industrialists, 45 owners of property and rentiers and 15 members of the liberal professions, which were, of course, in those days, varieties of private enterprise. There was among them a total absence of the higher end, at least nominally, salaried business executive who formed the largest single group in the top 450 Bordeaux families in 1960.22. We might add that, though property from land or, more commonly, from urban real estate, remained an important source of bourgeois income, especially among the middle and lower bourgeoisie in areas of lagging industrialization, it was already diminishing somewhat in importance. Even in non-industrial Bordeaux, 1873, it formed only 40% of the wealth left at death in 1873, 23% of the biggest fortunes, while in industrial Lille at the same time it formed only 31%. 23. The personnel of bourgeois politics was naturally somewhat different, if only because politics is a specialized and time-consuming activity which does not attract all equally, or for which not all are equally fitted. Nevertheless, during this period the extent to which bourgeois politics was actually conducted by practicing, or retired, bourgeois was quite striking. Thus in the second half of the 19th century between 25 and 40% of the members of the Swiss Federal Council consisted of entrepreneurs and rentiers, 20 to 30% of the council members being the federal barons who ran the banks, railways, and industries, a rather larger percentage than in the 20th century. Another 15 to 25% consisted of practicing members of the liberal professions, i.e. lawyers, though 50% of all members had law degrees, this being the standard educational qualification for public life and administration in most countries. Another 20 to 30% consisted of professional public figures, prefects, rural judges, and other so-called magistrates. 24 The liberal group in the Belgian chamber at mid-century had an 83% bourgeois membership, 16% of its members were businessmen, 16% proprietaires, 15% rentiers, 18% are professional administrators and 42% are liberal professions, i.e. lawyers, and a few medical men. 25 This was equally, and perhaps more, marked in local politics in the cities, dominated as these naturally were by the bourgeois, i.e. normally liberal, notables of the place. If the upper echelons of power were largely occupied by older groups, traditionally established there, from 1830, in France, from 1848, in Germany, the bourgeoisie assaulted and conquered the lower levels of political power, such as municipal councils, mayoralties, district councils, etc., and kept them under control until the rise of mass politics in the last decades of the century. From 1830 Lille was run by mayors who were prominent businessmen. 26 In Britain the big cities were notoriously in the hands of the oligarchy of local businessmen. Socially the definitions were not so clear, though the middle class obviously included all the above groups, provided they were wealthy and established enough, businessmen, property owners, liberal professions, and the upper echelons of administration, which were, of course, numerically quite a small group outside the capital cities. The difficulty lay both in defining the upper and lower limits of the stratum within the hierarchy of social status, and in allowing for the marked heterogeneity of its membership within those limits. There was always, at least, an accepted internal stratification into grande moyenne and petite bourgeoisie, the latter shading off into strata which would be de facto outside the class. At the top end the bourgeoisie was more or less distinct from the aristocracy, high or low, depending partly on the legal and social exclusiveness of that group or on its own class consciousness. No bourgeois could become a real aristocrat in, say, Russia or Prussia, and even where patents of low nobility were freely distributed, as in the Habsburg Empire, no Count Chotek or Auersperg, however ready to join the board of directors of a business enterprise, would consider a Baron von Wertheimstein as anything except a middle-class banker and a Jew. Britain was almost alone in systematically, though at this period still modestly, absorbing businessmen into the aristocracy, bankers and financiers rather than industrialists. On the other hand, until 1870, and even thereafter, there were still German industrialists who refused to allow their nephews to become reserve officers, as being unsuitable for young men of their class, or whose sons insisted on doing their military service in the infantry or engineers rather than the socially more exclusive cavalry. But it must be added that as the profits rolled in, and they were very substantial in our period, the temptation of decorations, titles, intermarriage with the nobility and in general an aristocratic lifestyle was not often resisted by the rich. English nonconformist manufacturers would transfer to the Church of England, and in the north of France the barely concealed Voltaireanism of before 1850 turned into increasingly fervent Catholicism after 1870.27. At the bottom the dividing line was much more clearly economic, though businessmen, at least in Britain, might draw a sharp qualitative line between themselves and those social outcasts who actually sold goods directly to the public, such as shopkeepers, at least until retail trade had shown that it could also make millions for its practitioners. The independent artisan and small shopkeeper clearly belonged to a lower middle class or middle stand which had little in common with the bourgeoisie except aspiration to its social status. The rich peasant was not a bourgeois, and neither was the white-collar employee. Nevertheless, there was in the mid-19th century a sufficiently large reservoir of the older type of economically independent petty commodity producer or seller, and even of the skilled worker and foreman, who still often took the place of the modern technological cotter, for the dividing line to be hazy. Some would prosper and, at least in their localities, become accepted bourgeois. For the main characteristic of the bourgeoisie as a class was that it was a body of persons of power and influence, independent of the power and influence of traditional birth and status. To belong to it a man had to be someone, a person who counted as an individual, because of his wealth, his capacity to command other men, or otherwise to influence them. Hence the classical form of bourgeois politics was, as we have seen, entirely different from the mass politics of those below them, including the petty bourgeoisie. The classical recourse of the bourgeois in trouble or with cause for complaint was to exercise or ask for personal influence, to have a word with the mayor, the deputy, the minister, the old school or college comrade, the kinsman, or business contact. Bourgeois Europe was or grew full of more or less informal systems for protection or mutual advancement, old boy networks, or mafias, friends of friends, among which those arising from common attendance at the same educational institutions were naturally very important, especially the institutions of higher learning, which produced national rather than merely local linkages. Vi1 among these types of network, Freemasonry, served an even more important purpose in certain countries, notably Roman Catholic Latin ones, for it could actually serve as the ideological cement for the liberal bourgeoisie in its political dimension, or indeed, as in Italy, as virtually the only permanent and national organization of the class. 28 The individual bourgeois who felt called upon to comment on public matters knew that a letter to the Times or the Nuit Freie Presse would not merely reach a large part of his class and the decision makers, but, what was more important, that it would be printed on the strength of his standing as an individual. The bourgeoisie as a class did not organize mass movements but pressure groups. Its model in politics was not Chartism but the Anti-Corn Law League. Of course the degree to which the bourgeois was a notable varied enormously, from the grande bourgeoisie whose range of action was national or even international, to the more modest figures who were persons of importance in Aussig or Groningen. Krupp expected and received more consideration than Theodor Boninger of Duisburg, whom the regional administration merely recommended for the title of commercial councillor, Kommerzienrat, because he was wealthy, a capable industrialist, active in public and church life and had supported the government in elections and on both municipal and district councils. Yet both in their various ways were people who counted. If armor plates of internal snobbishness divided millionaires from the rich, and these in turn from the merely comfortable, which was natural enough in a class whose very essence was to climb higher by individual effort, it did not destroy that sense of group consciousness which turned the middle rank of society into the middle class or bourgeoisie. It rested on common assumptions, common beliefs, common forms of action. The bourgeoisie of the third quarter of the 19th century was overwhelmingly liberal, not necessarily in a party sense, though as we have seen liberal parties were prevalent, as in an ideological sense. They believed in capitalism, in competitive private enterprise, technology, science, and reason. They believed in progress, in a certain amount of representative government, a certain amount of civil rights and liberties, so long as these were compatible with the rule of law and with the kind of order which kept the poor in their place. They believed in culture rather than religion, in extreme cases substituting the ritual attendance at opera, theater, or concert for that at church. They believed in the career open to enterprise and talent, and that their own lives proved its merits. As we have seen, by this time the traditional and often Puritan belief in the virtues of abstemiousness and moderation was finding it hard to resist the reality of achievement, but they were still regretted. If ever German society was to collapse, argued a writer in 1855, it would be because the middle classes had begun to pursue appearance and luxury without seeking to counterbalance it with the simple and hard-working, competent, sense of the bourgeois burger sin, with respect for the spiritual forces of life, with the effort to identify science, ideas, and talent with the progressive development of the third estate. 29 Perhaps that pervasive sense of a struggle for existence, a natural selection in which, after all, victory or even survival proved both fitness and the essentially moral qualities which could alone achieve fitness, reflects an adaptation of the old bourgeois ethic to the new situation. Darwinism, social or otherwise, was not merely science but ideology, even before it was formulated as such. To be a bourgeois was not merely to be superior, but also to have demonstrated moral qualities equivalent to the old Puritan ones. But more than anything else, it meant superiority. The bourgeois was not merely independent, a man to whom no one, save the state or God, gave orders, but one who gave orders himself. He was not merely an employer, entrepreneur, or capitalist but socially a master, a lord, fabricer, a patron or chef. The monopoly of command, in his house, in his business, in his factory, was crucial to his self-definition, and its formal assertion, whether nominal or real, is an essential element in all industrial disputes of the period. But I am also the director of the mines, that is to say the head chef of a large population of workers. I represent the principle of authority and am bound to make it respected in my person. Such has always been the conscious object of my relations with the working class. 30 Only the member of the liberal professions, or the artist and intellectual who was not essentially an employer or someone with subordinates, was not primarily a master. Even here the principle of authority was far from absent, whether from the comportment of the traditional continental university professor, the autocratic medical man, the orchestral conductor or the capricious painter. If Krupp commanded his armies of workers, Richard Wagner expected total subservience from his audience. Dominance implies inferiority. But the mid-19th century bourgeoisie was divided on the nature of that inferiority of the lower classes, about which there was no substantial disagreement, though attempts had to be made to distinguish, within the subaltern mass, between those who might be expected to rise into, at least, the respectable lower middle class and those who were beyond redemption. Since success was due to personal merit, failure was clearly due to personal lack of merit. The traditional bourgeois ethic, Puritan or secular, had ascribed this to moral or spiritual feebleness rather than to lack of intellect, for it was evident that not much in the way of brains was needed for success in business, and conversely that mere brains did not guarantee wealth and still less sound views. This did not necessarily imply anti-intellectualism, though in Britain and the United States it was pervasive, because the triumphs of business were preeminently those of poorly educated men using empiricism and common sense. Even Ruskin reflected the common view when he argued that busy metaphysicians are always entangling good and active people, and weaving cobwebs among the finest wheels of the world's business. Samuel Smiles put the matter more simply. The experience to be gathered from books, though often valuable, is but of the nature of learning, whereas the experience gained from actual life is of the nature of wisdom, and a small store of the latter is worth vastly more than a stock of the former. 31. But a simple classification into the morally superior and inferior, though adequate to distinguish the respectable from the drunken and licentious laboring mass, was plainly no longer adequate, except for the striving lower middle class, if only because the ancient virtues were no longer visibly applicable to the successful and wealthy bourgeoisie. The ethic of abstinence and effort could hardly be applied to the success of the American millionaires of the 1860s and 1870s, or even to the wealthy manufacturer, retired to a life of country house leisure, still less to his rentier relatives, to those whose ideal was, in Ruskin's words, that life should be passed in a pleasant undulating world with iron and coal everywhere beneath it. On each pleasant bank of this world is to be a beautiful mansion, a moderately sized park, a large garden and hothouses, and pleasant carriage drives through the shrubberies. In this mansion are to live, the English gentleman with his gracious wife and his beautiful family, he always able to have the boudoir and the jewels for the wife, and the beautiful ball dresses for the daughters, and hunters for the sons, and a shooting in the Highlands for himself. 32. Hence the growing importance of the alternative theories of biological class superiority, which pervade so much of the 19th century bourgeois Weltanschauung. Superiority was the result of natural selection, genetically transmitted, see chapter 14 below. The bourgeois was, if not a different species, then at least the member of a superior race, a higher stage in human evolution, distinct from the lower orders who remained in the historical or cultural equivalent of childhood or at most adolescence. From master to master race was thus only a short step. Yet the right to dominate, the unquestioned superiority of the bourgeois as a species, implied not only inferiority but ideally an accepted, willing inferiority, as in the relation between man and woman, which once again symbolizes much about the bourgeois worldview. The workers, like women, ought to be loyal and contented. If they were not, it must be due to that crucial figure in the social universe of the bourgeoisie, the outside agitator. Though nothing was more obvious to the naked eye than that the members of craft unions were likely to be the best, the most intelligent, the most skilled workers, the myth of the work-shy outsider exploiting simple-minded but basically sturdy operatives was indestructible. "The conduct of the workers is deplorable," wrote a French mining manager in 1869, in the process of ferociously repressing the sort of strike of which Zola's Germinal has given us a vivid picture, but one must recognize that they have been merely the savage instruments of agitators. 33 To be more precise, the active working class militant or potential leader must be by definition an agitator, since he could not be fitted into the stereotype of obedience, dullness, and stupidity. When in 1859 9 of the most upright miners from Seton de Laval, every man a teetotaler, 6 of them primitive Methodists, and 2 of the 6 local preachers, were sent to jail for 2 months after a strike which they had opposed, the mine manager was quite clear on this point. "I know they are respectable men, and that is why I put them in prison. It is no use sending to jail those who cannot feel 34. Such an attitude reflected the determination to decapitate the lower classes, insofar as they did not shed their potential leaders spontaneously by absorption into the lower middle class. But it also reflected a considerable degree of confidence. We are a long way from those factory owners of the 1830s, living in constant fear of something like slave insurrections, see The Age of Revolution, epigraph to Chapter 11. When master manufacturers talked of the danger of communism which lurked behind any limitation of the absolute right of employers to hire and fire at will, they meant not social revolution but merely that the right of property and the right of domination were indistinguishable, and a bourgeois society must go to the dogs once interference with property rights was permitted. 35 Hence the reaction of fear and hatred was all the more hysterical when the specter of social revolution once again erupted into a confident capitalist world. The massacres of the Paris Communards, see Chapter 9 above, testify to its force. 4. A class of masters, yes. A ruling class. The answer is more complex. The bourgeoisie was evidently not a ruling class in the sense in which the old-style landowner was, whose position gave him, de jure or de facto, the effective state power over the inhabitants of his territory. He normally operated within a functioning framework of state power and administration which was not his own, at least outside the actual buildings he occupied. My home is my castle. Only in areas remote from this authority, as in isolated mining settlements, or where the state was itself weak, as in the United States, could bourgeois masters exercise that sort of direct rule, whether by command over the local forces of public authority, by private armies of Pinkerton men, or by banding together in armed groups of vigilantes to maintain order. Moreover, in our period the case of states in which the bourgeoisie had won formal political control, or did not have to share it with older political elites, was still quite exceptional. In most countries the bourgeoisie, however defined, plainly did not control or exercise political power, except perhaps at the subaltern or municipal level. What it did exercise was hegemony, and what it increasingly determined was policy. There was no alternative to capitalism as a method of economic development, and at this period this implied both the realization of the economic and institutional program of the liberal bourgeoisie, with local variations, and the crucial position in the state of that bourgeoisie itself. Even for the socialists the road to proletarian triumph ran through a fully developed capitalism. Before 1848 it had seemed for a moment that its crisis of transition, see The Age of Revolution, p. 304, might also prove to be its final crisis, at least in England, but in the 1850s it became clear that its major period of growth was only just beginning. It was unshakable in its main bastion, Britain, and elsewhere the prospects of social revolution paradoxically seemed to depend more than ever on the prospect of the bourgeoisie, domestic or foreign, creating that triumphant capitalism which would make possible its own overthrow. In a sense both Marx, who hailed the British conquest of India and the American conquest of half Mexico as historically progressive at this time, and the progressive elements in Mexico or India, who looked to alliance with the United States or the British Raj against their own traditionalists, See Chapter 7 above, were recognizing the same global situation. As for the rulers of conservative, anti-bourgeois and anti-liberal regimes in Europe, whether in Vienna, Berlin, or St. Petersburg, they recognized, however reluctantly, that the alternative to capitalist economic development was backwardness, and consequent weakness. Their problem was how to foster capitalism and with it the bourgeoisie without also acquiring bourgeois liberal political regimes. The simple rejection of bourgeois society and its ideas was no longer viable. The only organization which frankly undertook to resist it without qualification, the Catholic Church, merely isolated itself. The syllabus of errors of 1864, cp 106 above, and the Vatican Council demonstrated, by the very extremism of their rejection of everything that characterized the mid-19th century, that they were entirely on the defensive. From the 1870s on, this virtual monopoly of the bourgeois program, in its liberal forms, began to crumble. But, by and large, in the third quarter of the 19th century it was pretty well unchallengeable. In economic affairs even the absolutist rulers of Central and Eastern Europe found themselves abolishing serfdom and dismantling the traditional apparatus of economic state controls and corporate privileges. In political affairs they found themselves calling upon, or at least coming to terms with, bourgeois liberals of the more moderate sort and, however nominally, their kind of representative institutions. Culturally it was the bourgeois lifestyle which prevailed over the aristocratic, if only by a fairly general withdrawal of the old aristocracy from the world of culture, as that word was now understood they became, in so far as they were not already, the barbarians of Matthew Arnold, 1822–88. After 1850 it is difficult to think of any kings who were great patrons of the arts, except mad ones like Ludwig II of Bavaria, 1864–86, any noble magnates who were great collectors of art, except eccentrics. 7 Before 1848 the certainties of the bourgeoisie had still been qualified by the fear of social revolution. After 1870 they were once again to be undermined, not least by the fear of the growing movements of the working classes. But in the intervening period their triumph seemed beyond doubt or challenge. The age, judged Bismarck, who had no sympathy for a bourgeois society, was one of material interests. Economic interests were an elementary force. I believe that the advance of economic questions in domestic development is progressing and cannot be halted. 36 But what represented that elementary force at this period, if not capitalism and the world made by and for the bourgeoisie? Chapter 14. Science, Religion, Ideology. Our aristocracy is handsomer, more hideous according to Chinese or Negro, than the middle classes, from having the pick of the women, but oh, what a shame is primogeniture for destroying natural selection. Charles Darwin, 18641. It is almost as though people want to show how intelligent they think they are by the degree of their emancipation from Bible and Catechism. F. Schaubach on Popular Literature, 18632. John Stuart Mill cannot help claiming the suffrage for the Negro, and the woman. Such conclusions are the inevitable results of the premises whence he started, and their reductio ad absurdum. Anthropological Review, 18663. I. The bourgeois society of the third quarter of the 19th century was self-confident and proud of its achievements. In no field of human endeavor was this more so than in the advancement of knowledge, in science. Educated men of this period were not merely proud of their sciences, but prepared to subordinate all other forms of intellectual activity to them. In 1861 the statistician and economist Cournot observed that the belief in philosophic truth has cooled off to such an extent that neither the public nor the academies any longer like to receive or to welcome works of this kind, except as products of pure scholarship or historical curiosity, for it was not, indeed, a happy period for the philosophers. Even in their traditional home, Germany, there was nobody of comparable stature to succeed the great figures of the past. Hegel himself, regarded as one of the deflated balloons of German philosophy by his former French admirer, Hippolyte Taine, 1828–93, went out of fashion in his native country, and the way in which the tiresome, conceited, and mediocre epigones who set the tone among the educated German public treated him moved Marx in the 1860s to declare myself publicly a disciple of that great thinker. 5 The two dominant trends in philosophy subordinated themselves to science: French positivism, associated with the school of the curious Auguste Comte, and British empiricism, associated with John Stuart Mill, not to mention the mediocre thinker whose influence was then greater than any other anywhere in the world, Herbert Spencer, 1820–1903. The double base of Comte's positive philosophy was the immutability of the laws of nature and the impossibility of all infinite and absolute knowledge. In so far as it reached out beyond the rather eccentric sect of the Comtist religion of humanity, positivism became little more than a philosophical justification of the conventional method of the experimental sciences, and similarly for most contemporaries Mill was, again in the words of Taine, the man who had opened up the good old road of induction and experiment. Yet this view implied, or rather was explicitly based in Comte and Spencer, on a historical view of evolutionary progress. The positive or scientific method was, or would be, the triumph of the last of the stages through which mankind must pass, in Comte's terms, the theological, the metaphysical and the scientific, each with its own institutions, of which Mill and Spencer at least agreed that liberalism, in the broadest sense, was the suitable expression. One might say with little exaggeration that in this view the progress of science made philosophy redundant, except as a sort of intellectual laboratory assistant to the scientist. Moreover, with such confidence in the methods of science, it is not surprising that educated men of the second half of the century were immensely impressed with its achievements. Indeed, they sometimes came close to thinking that these achievements were not merely impressive but final. William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, the celebrated physicist, thought that all the basic problems of physics had been solved, though a number of relatively minor problems remained to be cleared up. He was, as we know, quite startlingly mistaken. Nevertheless, the mistake was both significant and comprehensible. In science as in society there are revolutionary and non-revolutionary periods, and, whereas the 20th century is revolutionary in both, to an extent even greater than the Age of Revolution, 1789 to 1848, the period with which this book deals was, with certain exceptions, revolutionary in neither. This does not mean that conventional men of intelligence and ability thought that either science or society had solved all problems, though in some respects, such as those which concern the basic pattern of an economy and the basic pattern of the physical universe, some very able ones felt that all substantial ones had been solved. It does, however, mean that such men had no serious doubts about the direction in which they were going and ought to go, and the methods, intellectual or practical, of getting there. Nobody doubted the fact of progress, both material and intellectual, since it seemed too obvious to be denied. It was, indeed, the dominant concept of the age, though there was a rather fundamental division between those who thought that progress would be more or less continuous and linear, and those, like Marx, who knew that it must and would be discontinuous and contradictory. Doubts could arise only about matters of, as it were, taste, such as manners and morals, where simple quantitative accumulation provided no guidance. There could be no question that men in 1860 knew more than ever before, but whether they were better could not be demonstrated in the same way. But these were matters which preoccupied theologians, whose intellectual reputation was not high, philosophers and artists, who were admired but somewhat in the manner in which wealthy men admire the diamonds they can afford to buy their women, and social critics, of the left or right, who did not like the kind of society they lived in or found themselves forced into. Among articulate and educated persons in 1860 these were a distinct minority. Though massive progress was visible in all branches of knowledge, it seemed evident that some were further advanced, some more fully formed, than others. Thus it seemed that physics was more mature than chemistry, and had already left behind the stage of effervescent and explosive progress in which that science was still so visibly engaged. Chemistry in turn, even organic chemistry, was considerably more advanced than the life sciences, which just seemed to be taking off into an era of exciting progress. Indeed, if any single scientific theory is to represent the advances of natural science in our period, and was recognized as crucial, it was the theory of evolution, and if any one figure dominated the public image of science, it was the craggy and somewhat ape-like one of Charles Darwin, 1809–82. The strange, abstract, and logically fantastic world of the mathematicians remained somewhat isolated both from the general and the scientific public, perhaps more so than before, since its main contact with both, physics, through physical technology, appeared at this stage to have less use for its most advanced and adventurous abstractions than in the great days of the construction of a celestial mechanics. The calculus, without which the achievements of engineering and communications of the period would have been impossible, was by now far behind the moving frontier of mathematics. This was perhaps best represented by the greatest mathematician of the period, George Bernhard Riemann, 1826–66, whose university teacher's thesis of 1854 on the hypotheses which underlie geometry, published 1868, can no more be omitted from a discussion of 19th-century science than Newton's Principia can from that of the 17th century. It laid the foundations of topology, the differential geometry of manifolds, and the theory of space-time and gravitation. Riemann even envisaged a theory of physics compatible with modern quantum theory. Yet these and other highly original mathematical developments did not come into their own until the new revolutionary age of physics, which began at the end of the century. However, in none of the natural sciences did there seem to be serious uncertainty about the general direction in which knowledge was advancing, or the basic conceptual or methodological framework of its advance. Discoveries were plentiful, theories sometimes novel but not, as it were, unexpected. Even the Darwinian theory of evolution was impressive, not because the concept of evolution was new, it had been familiar for decades, but because it provided for the first time a satisfactory explanatory model for the origin of species, and did so in terms which were entirely familiar even to non-scientists, since they echoed the most familiar concept of the liberal economy, competition. Indeed, an unusual number of great scientists wrote in terms which allowed them to be readily popularized, sometimes excessively so: Darwin, Pasteur, the physiologists Claude Bernard, 1813–78, and Rudolf Virchow, 1821–1902, and Helmholtz, 1821–94, CP 269, not to mention physicists like William Thomson, Lord Kelvin. The basic models or paradigms of scientific theories seemed firm, though great scientists like James Clerk Maxwell, 1831–79, formulated their versions with the instinctive caution which made them compatible with later theories based on very different models. Within the natural sciences there was little of that passionate and puzzled confrontation which occurs when there is a clash, not of different hypotheses, but of different ways of looking at the same problem, i.e. when one party proposes not merely a different answer, but one which the other party considers to be impermissible or unthinkable. Such a clash occurred in the remote little world of mathematics when H. Kronecker, 1839–1914, savaged K. Weierstrass, 1815–1897, R. Dedekind, 1831–1916, and G. Cantor, 1845–1918, on the issue of the mathematics of infinity. Such Methodenstreit, battles of methods, divided the world of the social scientists, but in so far as they entered the natural sciences, even the biological ones, on the sensitive issue of evolution, they reflected an intrusion of ideological preferences rather than professional debate. There is no convincing scientific reason why they did not occur. Thus that most typical mid-Victorian scientist William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, typical in his combination of great if conventional theoretical power, quite enormous technological fertility and consequent business success, was clearly not happy about the mathematics of Clerk Maxwell's electromagnetic theory of light, which is regarded by many as the point of departure for modern physics. However, as he found it possible to reformulate it in terms of his own engineering type of mathematics, which is not, he did not challenge it. Again, Thomson demonstrated to his satisfaction that, on the basis of known physical laws, the Sun could not be older than 500 million years, and that therefore the timescale required for geological and biological evolution on the Earth was impossible. As he was an Orthodox Christian, he welcomed this conclusion. In fact, according to the physics of 1864, he was correct. It was only the discovery of then unknown sources of nuclear energy which allowed physicists to suppose a much longer lifespan for the Sun and consequently the Earth. But Thomson did not wonder whether his physics might be incomplete, if they conflicted with accepted geology, and the geologists merely went ahead irrespective of physics. The debate might as well not have taken place, so far as the further development of both sciences is concerned. So the world of science moved along its intellectual railway tracks, and its further progress seemed, like that of the railways themselves, to offer the prospect of the laying down of more tracks of the same kind through new territory. The skies appeared to contain little that would have startled older astronomers, apart from a host of new observations by means of more powerful telescopes and measuring instruments, both largely German developments, too, and the use of the new technique of photography, as well as spectroscopic analysis, first applied to the light of the stars in 1861, which was to turn out to be an enormously powerful tool of research. The physical sciences had developed quite dramatically in the previous half-century, when such apparently disparate phenomena as heat and energy were unified by the laws of thermodynamics, while electricity, magnetism, and even light itself converged towards a single analytical model. Thermodynamics made no major advances during our period, though Thomson completed the process of reconciling the new doctrines of heat with the older ones of mechanics in 1851, the dynamical equivalent of heat. The remarkable mathematical model of the electromagnetic theory of light, formulated by that ancestor of modern theoretical physics, James Clerk Maxwell, in 1862, was indeed both profound and open-ended. It left the way open for the discovery of the electron. Yet Maxwell, perhaps because he never achieved an adequate exposition of what he described as his somewhat awkward theory, this was not made until 1941, failed to convince such leading contemporaries as Thomson and Helmholtz, or even the brilliant Austrian Ludwig Boltzmann, 1844–1906, whose memoir of 1868 virtually launched statistical mechanics as a subject. Probably the physics of the mid-19th century was not as spectacular as that of the preceding and following period, but its theoretical advances were indeed very impressive. And yet, the electromagnetic theory and the laws of thermodynamics between them seemed, to quote Bernal, to imply a certain finality. 7 At all events the British, headed by Thomson, and indeed other physicists who had done their creative work in thermodynamics, were strongly tempted by the view that man had now acquired a definitive understanding of the laws of nature, though a Helmholtz or Boltzmann was rightly unconvinced. Perhaps the remarkable technological fertility of the physics of mechanical model building made the illusion of finality more tempting. There was evidently no such finality about the second great natural science, perhaps the most flourishing of all in the 19th century, chemistry. Its expansion was dramatic, especially in Germany, not least because its industrial uses were so multifarious, from bleaches, dyestuffs, and fertilizers to medical products and explosives. Chemists were well on the way to forming over half the total of persons professionally engaged in science. 8 The foundations of chemistry as a mature science had been laid in the last third of the 18th century. It had blossomed ever since, and went on developing in an exciting overflowing fountain of ideas and discoveries during our period. The basic elementary processes of chemistry were understood and the essential analytical tools were already available. The existence of a limited number of chemical elements, composed of different numbers of basic units, atoms, and compounds of elements composed of basic multiatomic units of molecules, and some idea of the rules of these combinations was familiar, as indeed it had to be for the great advances in the essential activity of chemists, the analysis and synthesis of various substances. The special field of organic chemistry was already flourishing, though this was still confined to the properties, mainly the properties useful in production, of materials derived from sources that had once been alive, such as coal. It was still a long way from biochemistry, i.e. the understanding of how these substances functioned in the living organism. Nevertheless, the models of chemistry remained rather imperfect, and substantial advances in understanding them were made in the third quarter of the 19th century. They illuminated the structure of chemical compounds, which had hitherto been seen simply in quantitative terms, i.e. the number of atoms in a molecule. It became possible to determine the correct numbers of each kind of atom in a molecule by means of the already available Avogadro's law of 1811, which a patriotic Italian chemist drew to the attention of an international symposium on the question in 1860, the year of Italian unity. Moreover, another fruitful borrowing from physics, Pasteur discovered in 1848 that chemically identical substances could be physically distinct, e.g. rotating or not rotating the plane of polarized light. From this it followed, among other things, that molecules had a shape in three-dimensional space, and the brilliant German chemist Kekulé, 1829–96, in the very Victorian situation of a passenger sitting on top of a London bus in 1865, imagined the first of the complex structural molecular models, the famous benzene ring of 6 carbon atoms to each of which a hydrogen atom was attached. One might say that the architect's or engineer's conception of a model replaced what had hitherto been the accountant's model, C6H6, the mere counting of atoms, in the chemical formula. Perhaps even more remarkable was the major generalization in the field of chemistry produced by this period, Mendeleev's, 1834–1907, periodic table of elements, 1869. Thanks to the solution of the problems of atomic weight and valency, the number of links the atom of an element possesses with other atoms, the atomic theory, somewhat neglected after its flowering in the early 19th century, came into its own again after 1860, and simultaneously technology in the shape of the spectroscope, 1859, allowed various new elements to be discovered. Moreover, the 1860s were a great period of standardization and measurement. They saw, among other things, the fixing of the familiar units of electrical measurement, the volt, ampere, watt, and ohm. Various attempts to reclassify the chemical elements according to valency and atomic weight were therefore made. That by Mendeleev and the German Lothar Meyer, 1830–95, rested on the fact that the properties of elements varied in a periodic manner with their atomic weights. Its brilliance lay in the assumption that, according to this principle, certain places in the periodic table of all the 92 elements were still empty, and in predicting the properties of the as yet undiscovered elements which were to fill them. The Mendeleev table appeared at first sight to conclude the study of the atomic theory by setting a limit to the existence of fundamentally different kinds of matter. In actual fact, it was to find its full interpretation in a new concept of matter no longer made of immutable atoms but by relatively impermanent associations of a few fundamental particles, themselves liable to change and transformation. But at the time Mendeleev, like Clerk Maxwell, looked like the last word in an old discussion rather than the first in a new one. Biology remained a long way behind the physical sciences, held back not least by the conservatism of the two major bodies of men concerned with its practical application, the farmers and especially the doctors. Retrospectively, the greatest of the early physiologists is Claude Bernard, whose work provides the basis of all modern physiology and biochemistry, and who, moreover, wrote one of the finest analyses of the processes of science ever written in his Introduction to the Study of Experimental Medicine, 1865. However, though honored, especially in his native France, his discoveries were not immediately applicable and his contemporary influence therefore less than that of his fellow countryman Louis Pasteur, who became, with Darwin, perhaps the mid-19th century scientist most widely known to the general public. Pasteur was drawn into the field of bacteriology, of which he became the great pioneer, together with Robert Koch 1843–1910, a German country doctor, through industrial chemistry, more precisely the analysis of why beer and vinegar sometimes go bad, for reasons which chemical analysis could not reveal. Both the techniques of bacteriology, the microscope, the preparation of cultures and slides, etc., and its immediate applicability, the eradication of the diseases of animals and humans, made the new discipline accessible, understandable, and appealing. Techniques like antisepsis, developed by Lister 1827 to 1912 around 1865, pasteurization or other methods of safeguarding organic products from the intrusions of microbes, and inoculation were at hand, and the arguments and results sufficiently palpable to break down even the entrenched hostility of the medical profession. The study of bacteria was to provide biology with an enormously useful approach to the nature of life, but at this period it raised no theoretical questions which the most conventional scientist would not immediately recognize. The most significant and dramatic advance in biology was one which had only marginal relevance at the time to the study of the physical and chemical structure and mechanism of life. The theory of evolution by natural selection reached out far beyond biology, and therein lies its significance. It ratified the triumph of history over all the sciences, though history in this connection was generally confused by contemporaries with progress. Moreover, by bringing man himself into a scheme of biological evolution, it abolished the sharp line between natural and human or social sciences. Henceforth the whole cosmos, or at least the whole solar system, must be conceived as a process of constant historical change. The sun and the planets were in the midst of such a history, and so, as the geologists had already established, see the Age of Revolution, chapter 15, was the Earth. Living things were now also included in this process, though the question whether life itself had evolved from non-life still remained unsolved and, mainly for ideological reasons, extremely sensitive. The great Pasteur believed that he had shown that it could not so evolve. Darwin brought not only animals but man himself into the evolutionary scheme. The difficulty for mid-19th century science lay not so much in admitting such a historization of the universe. Nothing was easier to conceive in an era of such overwhelmingly obvious and massive historic changes, as to combine it with uniform, continuous and non-revolutionary operations of unchanging natural laws. A distrust of social revolutions was not absent from their considerations, any more than a distrust of traditional religion whose sacred texts committed it to discontinuous change, creation, and interference with the regularity of nature, miracles. However, it also seemed at this stage that science depended on uniformity and invariance. Reductionism seemed essential to it. Only revolutionary thinkers like Marx found it easy to conceive of situations in which, as it were, 2 plus 2 no longer equaled 4 but might equal something else instead or also. 3 It had been the great achievement of the geologists to explain how the operation of exactly the same forces visible today could explain the enormous variety of what could be observed on the inanimate earth, past and present, given enough time. It was the great achievement of natural selection to explain the even greater variety of living species, including man. This success was to tempt, and still tempts, thinkers to deny or underestimate the very different and novel processes which govern historic change and reduce the changes in human societies to the rules of biological evolution, with important political consequences and, sometimes, intentions, social Darwinism. The society in which Western scientists lived, and all scientists belonged to the Western world, even those situated on its margins as in Russia, combined stability and change, and so did their evolutionary theories. They were, nevertheless, dramatic or rather traumatic, because for the first time they came into deliberate and militant confrontation with the forces of tradition, conservatism, and especially religion. They abolished the special status of man as hitherto conceived. The violence with which evolution was resisted was ideological. How could man, created in God's image, be no more than a modified monkey? Given the choice between apes and angels, the opponents of Darwin took the side of the angels. The strength of this resistance demonstrates the force of traditionalism and organized religion even among the most emancipated and educated groups of the Western populations, for the discussion was confined to the highly literate. Yet what is equally, and perhaps more, striking is the readiness of the evolutionists publicly to challenge the forces of tradition, and their comparatively rapid triumph. There had been plenty of evolutionists in the first half of the century, but the biologists among them had handled the subject with caution and some personal fear. Darwin himself held back the views he had already formed. This was not due to the fact that the evidence for the descent of man from animals now became too overwhelming to resist, though, as it happened, it accumulated rapidly in the 1850s. The ape-like skull of Neanderthal man, 1856, could no longer be argued away. Still, the evidence had been strong enough before 1848. It was due to the happy conjuncture of two facts: the rapid advance of a liberal and progressive bourgeoisie and the absence of revolution. The challenge to the forces of tradition grew stronger, but it no longer seemed to imply social upheaval. Darwin himself illustrates this combination. A bourgeois, a man of the moderate liberal left, and unquestionably ready to confront the forces of conservatism and religion from the late 1850s, though not before, he politely rejected the offer of Karl Marx to dedicate the second volume of Capital to him. He was not, after all, a revolutionary. The fortunes of Darwinism thus depended, not so much on its success in convincing the scientific public, i.e. on the evident merits of the origin of species, but on the political and ideological conjuncture of time and country. It was, of course, immediately adopted by the extreme left, which had, indeed, long provided a powerful component of evolutionary thinking. Alfred Russel Wallace, 1823–1913, who actually discovered the theory of natural selection independently of Darwin and shared its glory with him, came from that tradition of artisan science and radicalism which played so important a part in the early 19th century and which found natural history so congenial. Formed in the milieu of Chartism and Owenite halls of science, he remained a man of the extreme left who returned late in life to a militant support of land nationalization and even socialism, while maintaining his belief in those other characteristic theories of heterodox and plebeian ideology, phrenology, and spiritualism, cp 273 below. Marx immediately hailed the origin as the basis in natural science for our views. 9 and social democracy became strongly, and with some of Marx's disciples such as Koski excessively, Darwinian. This evident affinity of the socialists for biological Darwinism did not prevent dynamic and progressive liberal middle classes from welcoming, indeed championing, it. It triumphed rapidly in England and in the self-confident liberal atmosphere of Germany during the decade of unification. In France, where the middle class preferred the stability of the Napoleonic Empire and intellectuals of the left felt no need of ideas imported from non-French and therefore backward foreigners, Darwinism did not advance rapidly until after the end of the empire and the defeat of the Paris Commune. In Italy its champions were more nervous of its social revolutionary implications than of papal thunderbolts, but nevertheless confident enough. In the United States it not only triumphed rapidly, but was very soon turned into an ideology of militant capitalism. Conversely, opposition to Darwinian evolution, even among scientists, came from the socially conservative. 2. Evolution links the natural sciences to the human or social sciences, though the latter term is anachronistic. Still, the need for a specific and general science of society, as distinct from the various relevant special disciplines already dealing with human affairs, was for the first time seriously felt. The British Association for the Promotion of Social Science, 1857, merely had the modest object of applying scientific methods to social reforms. However, sociology, a term invented by Auguste Comte in 1839 and popularized by Herbert Spencer, who wrote a premature book on the principles of this as of numerous other sciences 1876, was much talked about. At the end of our period it had produced neither a recognized discipline nor an academic teaching subject. On the other hand, the wider but cognate field of anthropology was emerging rapidly as a recognized science out of law, philosophy, ethnology, and travel literature, the study of language and folklore and the medical sciences, via the then popular subject of physical anthropology, which led to a fashion for measuring and collecting the skulls of various peoples. The first person to teach it officially was probably Quatrefages in 1855, in the professorship which existed in this subject at the Musée National in Paris. The foundation of the Paris Anthropological Society, 1859, was followed by a remarkable outburst of interest in the 1860s, when similar associations were formed in London, Madrid, Moscow, Florence, and Berlin. Psychology, another recent coinage, this time by John Stuart Mill, was still linked with philosophy, A. Bain's mental and moral science, 1868, still combined it with ethics, but was increasingly given an experimental orientation with W. Wundt, 1832–1920, who had been assistant to the great Helmholtz. It was unquestionably an accepted discipline by the 1870s, at all events in German universities. It also reached out into the social and anthropological fields, and indeed a special journal linking it with linguistics was founded as early as 1859.10. By the standards of the positive and especially the experimental sciences, the record of these new social sciences was not impressive, though three could already claim genuine and systematic achievement as sciences before 1848, economics, statistics, and linguistics. See The Age of Revolution, Chapter 15, pages 283–7. The link between economics and mathematics now became close and direct, with A. Cournot 1801–77 and L. Walras 1834–1910, both Frenchmen, and the application of statistics to social phenomena was already sufficiently advanced to stimulate their application to the physical sciences. At least so it has been held by students of the origins of the statistical mechanics pioneered by Clerk Maxwell. Certainly social statistics flourished as never before, their practitioners finding plentiful public employment. International statistical congresses came to be held at intervals from 1853 on, and the scientific standing of the subject was recognized by the election of the celebrated and admirable Dr. William Farr, 1807–83, to the Royal Society. Linguistics, as we shall see, followed a different line of development. And yet, on the whole, except methodologically, these results were not outstanding. The marginal utility school of economics, developed simultaneously in Britain, Austria, and France around 1870, was formally elegant and sophisticated, but unquestionably considerably narrower than the old political economy, or even the recalcitrant Germans' historical school of economics, and to this extent a less realistic approach to economic problems. Unlike the natural sciences, in a liberal society the social ones did not even have the stimulus of technological progress. Since the basic model of the economy seemed perfectly satisfactory, it left no great problems to solve, such as those of growth, possible economic breakdown or the distribution of incomes. Insofar as these matters were not already solved, the automatic operations of market economics, on which the analysis therefore concentrated henceforward, would solve them, to the extent that they were not beyond human solution. In any case, things were obviously improving and progressing, a situation which was unlikely to concentrate the minds of economists on the more profound aspects of their science. The reservations bourgeois thinkers had about their world were social and political rather than economic, especially where the danger of revolution was unforgotten, as in France, or emerging with the rise of a labor movement, as in Germany. But if the German thinkers, who never swallowed extreme liberal theory wholesale, were, like conservatives everywhere, worried that the society produced by liberal capitalism would prove dangerous and unstable, they had little to propose except preventive social reforms. The basic image of the sociologist was the biological one of the social organism, the functional cooperation of all groups in society, so different from the class struggle. It was ancient conservatism dressed up in 19th-century costume and, incidentally, hard to combine with that other biological image of the century which stood for change and progress, namely evolution. It was in fact a better basis for propaganda than for science. Hence the only thinker of the period who developed a comprehensive theory of social structure and social change which still commands respect was the social revolutionary Karl Marx, who enjoys the admiration, or at least the respect, of economists, historians, and sociologists. This is a remarkable achievement, for his contemporaries, except for some economists, are now forgotten, even by highly educated men and women, or else they have weathered the intervening century so badly that intellectual archaeologists can once more discover forgotten merits in their writings. But what is striking is not so much the fact that Auguste Comte or Herbert Spencer were, after all, persons of some intellectual stature, than that men who were once regarded as the Aristotles of the modern world have practically vanished from sight. They were in their time incomparably more famous and influential than Marx, whose Capital was described in 1875 by an anonymous German expert as the work of a self-educated man ignorant of the progress of the past 25 years. 11 For at this time in the West Marx was taken seriously only within the international labor movement and especially the growing socialist movement of his own country, and his intellectual influence even there was as yet slight. However, the intellectuals of an increasingly revolutionary Russia immediately read him avidly. The first German edition of Capital, 1867, 1,000 copies, took 5 years to sell out, but in 1872 the first 1,000 copies of the Russian edition sold out in less than 2 months. The problem Marx set himself was the same as that which other social scientists tried to confront, the nature and mechanics of the transition from a pre-capitalist to a capitalist society and its specific modes of operation and tendencies of future development. Since his answers are relatively familiar, we need not recapitulate them here, though it is worth noting that Marx resisted the tendency, which elsewhere grew constantly more powerful, to separate economic analysis from its historic social contexts. The problem of the historic development of 19th-century society led both theorists and even practical men deep into the remoter past. For, both within capitalist countries and at the points where expanding bourgeois society encountered, and destroyed, other societies, the living past and the emerging present came into open conflict. German thinkers saw the hierarchical order of estates in their own country give way to a society of conflicting classes. British lawyers, especially those with experience in India, contrasted the ancient society of status with the new one of contract and saw the transition from the first to the second as the principal pattern of historical development. Russian writers actually lived simultaneously in the two worlds, the ancient communalism of the peasantry, which so many of them knew from the long summers on their seigneurial estates, and the world of the westernized and much-traveled intellectual. For the mid-19th century observer all history coexisted at the same time, except for that of the ancient civilizations and empires such as classical antiquity, which had been, literally, buried, awaiting the spades of H. Schliemann, 1822-90, in Troy and Mycenae or Flinders Petrie, 1853-1942, in Egypt. One might have expected the discipline most closely connected with the past to make a peculiarly important contribution to the development of the social sciences, but in fact history as an academic specialization was of peculiarly little help to them. Its practitioners were overwhelmingly concerned with rulers, battles, treaties, political events or politico-legal institutions, in a word with retrospective politics, if not actually with current politics in historical fancy dress. They elaborated the methodology of research on the basis of the documents in the now admirably ordered and preserved public archives, and they increasingly, following the lead of the Germans, organized their publications round the two poles of the academic thesis and the specialist scholarly journal. The Historische Zeitschrift was first published in 1858, the Revue Historique in 1876, the English Historical Review in 1886 and the American Historical Review in 1895. But what they produced were at best permanent monuments of erudition on which we still draw, and at worst giant-sized pamphlets which are now read, if at all, only for their interest as literature. Academic history, in spite of the moderate liberalism of some of its practitioners, had a natural bias towards preserving the past and suspecting, if not deploring, the future. The social sciences at this stage had the opposite bias. Nevertheless, if the academic historians followed their byway of scholarship, history remained the main constituent of the new social sciences. This was particularly obvious in the enormously flourishing, and like so many other scientific disciplines, preeminently German, field of linguistics, or rather, to use the contemporary term, philology. Its main interest lay in the reconstruction of the historical evolution of the Indo-European languages which, perhaps because in Germany they were known as Indo-German, attracted national, if not nationalist, attention in that country. Efforts to establish a much broader evolutionary typology of languages, i.e. to discover the origins and historic development of speech and language, were also made, e.g. by H. Steinthal, 1823-99, and A. Schleicher, 1821-68, but the family trees of language thus constructed remained highly speculative and the relations between the various genera and species extremely doubtful. In fact, with the exception of Hebrew and cognate Semitic languages which attracted Jewish or biblical scholars and some work on Finno-Ugrian languages, which happened to have a Central European representative in Hungary, not much outside the Indo-European languages had been systematically studied in the countries in which mid-19th century philology flourished. 4 On the other hand, the fundamental insights of the first half of the century were now systematically applied and developed in Indo-European evolutionary linguistics. The regular patterns of sound change discovered by Grimm for German were now investigated and specified more closely. Methods of reconstructing earlier unwritten forms of words and constructing models of linguistic family trees were established. Other models of evolutionary change, like Schmidt's wave theory, were suggested and the use of analogy, especially grammatical analogy, were developed, for philology was nothing if not comparative. By the 1870s the leading school of the Junggrammatiker, young grammarians, believed itself capable of actually reconstructing the original Indo-European from which so many languages between Sanskrit in the east and Celtic in the west were descended, and the redoubtable Schleicher actually wrote texts in this reconstructed language. Modern linguistics has taken an entirely different road, rejecting the historicist and evolutionist interests of the mid-19th century perhaps with excessive violence, and to this extent the main development of philology in our period worked out known principles rather than anticipating new ones. But it was very typically an evolutionist social science, and by contemporary standards a highly successful one, both among scholars and the general public. Unfortunately, among the latter, and in spite of the specific disclaimers of scholars like F. Max Muller (1823–1900) of Oxford, it encouraged the belief in racism. The speakers of Indo-European languages, a purely linguistic concept, being identified with the Aryan race. Racism played a distinctly central role in another rapidly developing social science, anthropology, a merger of two originally quite distinct disciplines, physical anthropology, chiefly deriving from anatomical and similar interests, and ethnography or the description of various, generally backward or primitive, communities. Both inevitably confronted, and were indeed dominated by, the problem of the differences between different human groups and, as they were drawn into the evolutionist model, the problem of the descent of man and of different types of society, of which the bourgeois world appeared unquestionably the highest. Physical anthropology automatically led to the concept of race, since the physical differences between white, yellow, or black peoples, Negroes, Mongols, Caucasians, or whatever other classifications might be used, were undeniable. This did not in itself imply any belief in racial inequality, superiority, or inferiority, though when married to the study of the evolution of man on the basis of the prehistoric fossil record, it did. For man's earliest identifiable ancestors, notably Neanderthal man, were clearly both more ape-like and culturally inferior to their discoverers. But if some existing races could be shown to be closer to the apes than others, would this not prove their inferiority? The argument is feeble, but made a natural appeal to those who wanted to prove racial inferiority, e.g. of blacks to whites, or for that matter of anyone to whites. The shape of the monkey could be discerned by the eye of prejudice even in the Chinese and Japanese, as witness many a modern cartoon. But if Darwinian biological evolution suggested a hierarchy of races, so did the comparative method as applied in cultural anthropology, of which E.B. Tyler's Primitive Culture, 1871, was the leading landmark. For E.B. Tyler, 1832–1917, as for so many believers in progress who observed communities and cultures which, unlike fossil man, had not died out, these were not so much inferior by nature as representatives of an earlier stage of evolution on the road to modern civilization. They were analogous to infancy or childhood in the life of individual man. This implied a theory of stages. Tyler was influenced by Comte's, which he applied, with the usual caution of respectable men touching on this still explosive subject, to religion. From the primitive animism, a word invented by him, the road led to the higher monotheistic religions, and eventually the triumph of science which, capable of explaining increasingly large areas of experience without reference to spirit, would in one department after another substitute for independent voluntary action the working out of systematic law. 12 Meanwhile, however, historically modified survivals of earlier stages of civilization could be discerned everywhere, even in the evidently backward parts of civilized nations, e.g. in the superstitions and customs of the countryside. Thus the peasant became a link between savage man and civilized society. Tyler, who thought of anthropology as essentially a reformer's science, did not, of course, believe that this indicated any incapacity of peasants to become fully paid-up members of civilized society. But what was easier than to assume that those who represented the stage of childhood or adolescence in the development of civilization were themselves childlike and had to be treated like children by their mature parents? As the type of the Negro wrote, the anthropological review is fetal, so that of the Mongol is infantile. And in strict accordance with this, we find that their government, literature, and art are infantile also. They are beardless children whose life is a task and whose chief virtue consists in unquestioning obedience. 13. Or, as a Captain Osborne put it in a bluff naval way in 1860, treat them as children. Make them do what we know is for their benefit as well as our own, and all difficulties in China are at an end. 14. Other races were therefore inferior, either because they represented an earlier stage of biological evolution or of socio-cultural evolution, or both. And their inferiority was proved because in fact the superior race was superior by the criteria of its own society, technologically more advanced, militarily more powerful, richer, and more successful. The argument was both flattering and convenient, so convenient that the middle classes were inclined to take it over from the aristocrats, who had long fancied themselves a superior race. For internal as well as international purposes, the poor were poor because they were biologically inferior, and conversely, if citizens belonged to lower races, it was no wonder that they stayed poor and backward. The argument was not yet clothed in the garments of modern genetics, which had virtually not yet been invented. The now celebrated experiments of the monk Gregor Mendel, 1822–84, on the sweet peas in his Moravian monastery garden, 1865, passed completely unnoticed until they were rediscovered about 1900. But in a primitive way the view that the upper classes were a higher type of humanity, developing its superiority by endogamy, and threatened by mixture with the lower orders and even more by the more rapid increase of the inferior, was widely held. Conversely, as the, mainly Italian, school of criminal anthropology purported to prove, the criminal, the antisocial, the socially underprivileged, belonged to a different and inferior human strain from the respectable, and could be recognized as such by measuring the skull or in other simple ways. Racism pervades the thought of our period to an extent hard to appreciate today, and not always easy to understand. Why, for instance, the widespread horror of miscegenation and the almost universal belief among whites that half-breeds inherited precisely the worst features of their parents' races. Apart from its convenience as a legitimation of the rule of white over colored, rich over poor, It is perhaps best explained as a mechanism by means of which a fundamentally inegalitarian society based upon a fundamentally egalitarian ideology rationalized its inequalities, and attempted to justify and defend those privileges which the democracy implicit in its institutions must inevitably challenge. Liberalism had no logical defense against equality and democracy, so the illogical barrier of race was erected. Science itself, liberalism's trump card, could prove that men were not equal. But of course the science of our period did not prove this, though some scientists might wish it to. The Darwinian tautology, survival of the fittest, the proof of fitness being survival, could not prove that men were superior to earthworms, since both survived successfully. Superiority was read into the record by means of the assumption of equating evolutionary history with progress. And even though the evolutionary history of man quite correctly discerned progress in certain important matters, notably science and technology, though paying no attention to others, it did not, and indeed could not, make backwardness permanent and irreparable. For it was based on the assumption that human beings, at least since the emergence of Homo sapiens, were the same, their behavior obeying the same uniform laws, though in different historical circumstances. English was different from the original Indo-European, but not because modern Englishmen operated in a linguistically different manner from the ancestral tribes in, as was then commonly believed, Central Asia. The basic paradigm of the family tree, which appears both in philology and anthropology, implies the opposite of genetic or other permanent forms of inequality. The kinship systems of Australian Aborigines, Pacific Islanders, and Iroquois Indians, which the ancestors of modern social anthropology like Lewis Morgan, 1818–81, now began to study seriously, though the subject was still primarily studied in the library rather than in the field, were seen as survivals of earlier stages in the evolution of what had become the 19th-century family. But the point about them was that they were comparable, different, but not necessarily inferior. V. Social, Darwinism and racist anthropology or biology belong not to the science of the 19th century but to its politics. If we look back upon both the natural and social sciences of the period, we shall be struck most vividly with their self-confidence. It was less obviously unjustified in the natural than in the social sciences, but equally marked. The physicists who felt they had left their successors with little more to do than to clean up a few minor problems expressed the same mood as August Schleicher, who was sure that ancient Aryans had talked exactly the putative language which he had reconstructed for them. This sentiment was not so much based on results; those of the evolutionist disciplines were hardly capable of experimental falsification, as on a belief in the infallibility of the scientific method. Positive science, operating on objective and ascertained facts, connected by rigid links of cause and effect, and producing uniform, invariant general laws beyond query or willful modification, was the master key to the universe, and the 19th century possessed it. More than this, with the rise of the world of the 19th century, the early and infantile stages of man characterized by superstition, theology, and speculation were over. Kant's third stage of positive science had arrived. It is now easy to make fun of that confidence, both in the adequacy of the method and the permanence of the theoretical models, but it was no less powerful for being, as some of the old philosophers might have pointed out, misplaced. And if the scientists felt that they could speak with certainty, how much more so the lesser publicists and ideologists, who were all the more certain of the experts' certainties, because they could understand most of what the experts said, at least in so far as it could still be said without the use of higher mathematics. Even in physics and chemistry they still appeared to be within the grasp of the practical man, say a civil engineer. Darwin's Origin of Species was totally accessible to the educated layman. Never again was it to be so easy for blunt common sense, which knew in any case that the triumphant world of liberal capitalist progress was the best of all possible worlds, to mobilize the universe on behalf of its prejudices. The publicists, popularizers, and ideologists were now to be found throughout the Western world and wherever there was a local elite attracted by modernization. The original scientists and scholars, at any rate those who enjoyed, and still enjoy, a reputation outside their own countries, were more unevenly distributed. In fact, they were virtually confined to parts of Europe and North America. Vi work of considerable quality and international interest was now produced in significant quantities in Central and Eastern Europe, and most notably in Russia, and this was probably the most striking change in the academic map of the Western world in our period, though no history of science in this period can be written without reference to some eminent North Americans, notably the physicist Willard Gibbs, 1839 to 1903. Still, it would be hard to deny that in, say, 1875 what went on in the University of Kazan and Kiev was more significant than what went on in Yale and Princeton. But mere geographical distribution cannot sufficiently bring out what was increasingly the dominant fact about the academic life of our period, namely the hegemony of the Germans, backed as it was by the numerous universities using their language, which included those in most of Switzerland, most of the Habsburg Empire and the Baltic regions of Russia, and by the powerful attraction exercised by German culture in Scandinavia, Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Outside the Latin world and Britain, and even to some extent within both, the German model of the university was generally adopted. The German predominance was above all quantitative. In our period probably more new scientific journals were published in this language than in French and English combined. Outside certain fields of natural science like chemistry and probably mathematics, which they clearly dominated, their extremely high qualitative achievement was perhaps less obvious, because, unlike the early 19th century, there was not at this time a specifically German genre of natural philosophy. While the French, probably for nationalist reasons, stuck to their own style, with a consequent isolation of French natural science, though not of French mathematics, except for a few celebrated individuals, the Germans did not. Perhaps their own style, which became dominant in the 20th century, did not emerge as such until sciences moved into the phase of theory and systematizing which, for rather obscure reasons, suited them admirably. At all events the much more narrowly based British natural sciences, which admittedly enjoyed the benefit of an impressive public forum of both specialists and lay bourgeois, and even artisans, continued to produce scientists of enormous renown, like Thomson and Darwin. Except in academic history and linguistics, there was no such German dominance in the social sciences. Economics was still largely British, though in retrospect we may detect major analytical work in France, Italy, and Austria. The Habsburg Empire, though in some senses part of the German cultural area, followed a very different intellectual trajectory. Sociology, for what little that is worth, was primarily associated with France and Britain, and enthusiastically taken up in the Latin world. In anthropology the worldwide connections of the British gave them a notable advantage. Evolution in general, that bridge between the natural and social sciences, had its center of gravity in Britain. The truth is that the social sciences reflected the preconceptions and problems of bourgeois liberalism in its classic form, which was not found in Germany, where bourgeois society inserted itself into the Bismarckian framework of aristocrats and bureaucrats. The most eminent social scientist of the period, Karl Marx, worked in Britain, derived the framework of his concrete analysis from the un-German science of economics, and the empirical basis of his work from the classic though by this time no longer unchallenged form of bourgeois society, the British. 3. Science was the core of that secular ideology of progress, whether liberal or, to a small but growing extent, socialist, which requires no special discussion, since its general nature should have by now clearly emerged from this history. Compared to secular ideology, religion in our period is of comparatively slight interest, and does not deserve extended treatment. Nevertheless it deserves some attention, not only because it still formed the idiom in which the overwhelming majority of the world's population thought, but also because bourgeois society itself, in spite of its growing secularization, was plainly worried about the possible consequences of its own daring. A public disbelief in God became relatively easy in the mid-19th century, at all events in the Western world, since so much of the verifiable statements in the Christian holy scriptures had been undermined or actually disproved by the sciences, historical, social and above all natural. If Lyell, 1797 to 1875, and Darwin were right, then the book of Genesis was simply wrong in its literal meaning, and the intellectual opponents of Darwin and Lyell were being visibly routed. Upper-class free thought had long been familiar, at least among gentlemen. Middle-class and intellectual atheism was not novel either and became militant with the growing political importance of anti-clericalism. Working-class free thought, though already associated with revolutionary ideologies, took specific shape, both as older revolutionary ideologies declined, leaving only their less directly political aspects behind, and as new ideologies of the kind, firmly based on a materialist philosophy, gained ground. The secularist movement in Britain derived directly from the old working-class radical, Chartist, and Owenite movements, but it now existed as an independent body, particularly attractive to men and women who reacted against an unusually intensive religious background. God was not merely dismissed, but actively under attack. This militant attack on religion coincided, but was not quite identical with, the equally militant current of anti-clericalism which embraced all intellectual currents from the moderate liberals to the Marxists and anarchists. The attack on churches, and most obviously official state churches and the International Roman Catholic Church, which claimed the right to define truth or the monopoly of certain functions affecting the citizen, such as marriage, burial, and education, did not in itself imply atheism. In countries containing more than one religion it could be conducted by the members of one religious denomination against another. In Britain it was primarily fought by members of the nonconformist sects against the Anglican Church. In Germany Bismarck, who entered into a bitter Kulturkampf against the Roman Catholic Church in 1870-1, certainly did not, as an official Lutheran, intend the existence of God or the divinity of Jesus to be at stake. On the other hand, in countries of a single monolithic faith, most obviously the Catholic ones, anti-clericalism normally implied the rejection of all religion. There was indeed a weak liberal current within Catholicism which resisted the increasingly rigid ultra-conservatism of the Roman hierarchy, formulated in the 1860s, CP 106 above for the Syllabus of Errors, and officially triumphant at the Vatican Council of 1870, with its declaration of papal infallibility. However, it was easily rooted in the Church, even though supported by some ecclesiastics who wished to preserve a relative autonomy of their national Catholic Church, and who were probably strongest in France. But Gallicanism cannot really be called liberal in the accepted sense, even though it was more prepared, on pragmatic as well as anti-Roman grounds, to come to terms with modern secular and liberal governments. Anti-clericalism was militantly secularist, inasmuch as it wanted to deprive religion of any official status in society, disestablishment of the church, separation of church and state, leaving it as a purely private matter. It was to be transformed into one or several purely voluntary organizations, analogous to clubs of stamp collectors only doubtless larger. But this was based not so much on the falsity of the belief in God or any particular version of such belief, but on the growing administrative capacity, scope, and ambition of the secular state, even in its most liberal and laissez-faire form, which was bound to expel private organizations from what was now considered its field of action. However, basically anti-clericalism was political, because the chief passion behind it was the belief that established religions were hostile to progress. And so indeed they were, being both sociologically and politically very conservative institutions. The Roman Catholic Church, indeed, had nailed hostility to all that the mid-19th century stood for firmly to its mast. Sects or the heterodox might be liberal or even revolutionary, religious minorities might be attracted by liberal toleration, but churches and orthodoxies were not. And, in so far as the masses, especially the rural masses, were still in the hands of these forces of obscurantism, traditionalism, and political reaction, their power had to be broken, if progress was not to be in jeopardy. Hence anti-clericalism was more militant and passionate in proportion to the backwardness of the country. Politicians argued about the status of Catholic schools in France, but in Mexico much more was at stake in the struggle of lay governments against the priests. Progress, emancipation from tradition, both for society and for individuals, therefore seemed to imply a militant break with ancient beliefs which found passionate expression in the behavior of the militants of popular movements, as well as of middle-class intellectuals. A book named Moses or Darwin was to be more widely read in the libraries of German social democratic workers than the writings of Marx himself. Standing at the head of progress, even of socialist progress, there stood, in the minds of common men, the great educators and emancipators, and science, developed logically into scientific socialism, was the key to intellectual emancipation from the shackles of a superstitious past and an oppressive present. The West European anarchists, who reflected the spontaneous instincts of such militants with great accuracy, were savagely anti-clerical. It was no accident that a radical blacksmith in the Italian Romagna named his son Benito Mussolini after the anti-clerical president of Mexico, Benito Juarez. Nevertheless, even among freethinkers, a nostalgia for religion remained. Middle-class ideologists, who appreciated the role of religion as an institution maintaining a state of suitable modesty among the poor and a guarantee of order, sometimes experimented with neo-religions, such as Auguste Comte's religion of humanity, which substituted a selection of great men for the pantheon or calendar of saints, though such experiments were not notably successful. But there was also a genuine tendency to rescue the consolations of religion into the age of science. Christian Science, founded by Mary Baker Eddy, 1821–1910, who published her scriptures in 1875, indicates one such attempt. The remarkable popularity of spiritualism, which first acquired its vogue in the 1850s, is probably due to this. Its political and ideological affinities were with progress, reform, and the radical left, and not least with women's emancipation, especially in the United States, which was its main center of diffusion. But apart from its other attractions, it had the considerable advantage of appearing to place survival after death on the sound basis of experimental science, perhaps even, as the new art of photography purported to prove, on that of the objective image. When miracles can no longer be accepted, parapsychology expands its potential public. Sometimes, however, it probably indicated nothing but that general human thirst for colorful ritual which traditional religion normally slakes so efficiently. The mid-19th century is full of invented secular rituals, especially in the Anglo-Saxon countries, where trade unions devised elaborate allegorical banners and certificates, mutual aid societies, friendly societies, surrounded themselves with the paraphernalia of mythology and ritual in their lodges, and Ku Klux Klanners, Orangemen and less political secret orders displayed their vestments. The oldest, or at any rate the most influential, of these secret, ritualized, and hierarchical bodies was actually committed to free thought and anti-clericalism, at any rate outside the Anglo-Saxon countries, the Freemasons. Whether their membership increased in this period, we do not know, though it is likely, certainly their political significance did, CFP 245 above. But if even the freethinkers hankered after at least some spiritual consolations of the traditional kind, they nevertheless seemed to be pursuing a retreating enemy. For, as the Victorian writings of the 1860s eloquently witness, the faithful had doubts, especially if they were intellectuals. Religion was undoubtedly on the decline, not merely among intellectuals but in the rapidly growing great cities, where the provision for religious worship, like sanitation, lagged behind population and the communal pressures to conform to religious practice and morality were only faintly felt. And yet the mid-19th century decades did not see any decline of mass religion comparable to the intellectual rout of theology. The bulk of the Anglo-Saxon middle classes remained believers, and in general practicing believers, or at any rate hypocrites. Of the great American millionaires only one, Andrew Carnegie, advertised unbelief. The rate of expansion of unofficial Protestant sects slackened, but, at least in Britain, the nonconformist conscience which they represented became politically much more influential as they became more middle class. Religion did not decline among the new emigrant communities overseas. In Australia, the percentage of church attendance among the population of 15 years and over rose from 36.5 in 1850 to almost 59 in 1870, and settled down in the middle 40s in the last decades of the century. 15 The United States, in spite of Col. Ingersoll the celebrated atheist, 1833–99, was a much less godless country than France. So far as the middle classes were concerned, the decline of religion was, as we have seen, inhibited not only by tradition and the striking failure of liberal rationalism to provide any emotional substitute for collective religious worship and ritual, except perhaps through art, see chapter 15 below, but also by the reluctance to abandon so valuable, perhaps so indispensable, a pillar of stability, morality, and social order. So far as the masses were concerned, its expansion may well have been chiefly due to those demographic factors on which the Catholic Church increasingly liked to rely for its ultimate triumph, the mass migration of men and women from more traditional, i.e. pious, environments, into new cities, regions, and continents, and the higher fertility of the godly poor compared with the unbelievers corrupted by progress, including birth control. There is no evidence that the Irish became more religious in our period, and some that migration weakened the hold of the faith on them, but their dispersion and their birth rate undoubtedly made the Catholic Church grow relatively and absolutely throughout Christendom. And yet, were there no forces within religion to revive and spread it? Certainly at this stage Christian missionary endeavor was not notably successful, whether directed towards recuperating the lost proletariat at home or the heathen, still less the believer in rival world religions, abroad. Considering the very substantial expenditures, between 1871 and 1877 the British alone contributed £8 million to the mission. 16, the results were extremely modest. Christianity of any and all denominations failed to become a serious competitor to the only genuinely expanding religion, Islam. This continued to spread irresistibly, without benefit of missionary organization, money, or the support of great powers, through the backlands of Africa and parts of Asia, assisted doubtless, not only by its egalitarianism, but also by a consciousness of superiority to the values of the conquering Europeans. No missionaries ever made a dent into a Mohammedan population. They made only slight dents into non-Islamic ones, since they still generally lacked the main weapon of Christian penetration, namely actual colonial conquest, or at least the official conversion of rulers who dragged their subjects behind them, as happened in Madagascar, which declared itself a Christian island in 1869. Christianity made some advances in South India, mostly among the lowest strata of the caste system, in spite of the lack of enthusiasm of the government, and in Indochina following the French conquest, but no significant ones in Africa, until imperialism multiplied the number of missionaries, from perhaps 3,000 Protestant ones in the mid-1880s to perhaps 18,000 in 1900, and put a great deal more material power behind the spiritual power of the Redeemer. 17 Indeed, during the heyday of liberalism, missionary endeavor may actually have lost some impetus. Only about 3 or 4 new Catholic missionary centers were opened in Africa in each of the decades between 1850 and 1880, compared with 6 in the 1840s, 14 in the 1880s and 17 in the 1890s. 18 Christianity was most effective when elements of it were absorbed into local religious ideology in the form of nativist syncretist cults. The Taiping movement in China, see chapter 7 above, was by far the greatest and most influential of such phenomena. And yet within Christianity there were signs of a counterattack against the advance of secularization. Not so much in the Protestant world, where the formation and expansion of new unofficial sects seem to have lost much of the dynamism they had before 1848, with the possible exception of the blacks in Anglo-Saxon America, as among the Catholics. The miracle cult at Lourdes in France, which began with a shepherd girl's vision in 1858, expanded with enormous rapidity, perhaps spontaneously to begin with, but certainly soon with active ecclesiastical support. By 1875 a branch establishment of Lourdes was actually opened in Belgium. Less dramatically, Anti-clericalism provoked a substantial movement of evangelization among the faithful, and a major reinforcement of clerical influence. In Latin America, the rural population had been largely Christians without priests, until after 1860 most of the Mexican clergy was urban. Against official anti-clericalism, the Church systematically captured or reproselytized the countryside. In a sense, faced with the threat of secular reform, it reacted as it had done in the 16th century with the Counter-Reformation. Catholicism, now totally intransigent, ultramontane, refusing any intellectual accommodation with the forces of progress, industrialization, and liberalism, became a more formidable force after the Vatican Council of 1870 than before, but at the cost of abandoning much ground to its adversaries. Outside Christianity, religions relied mainly on the force of traditionalism to resist the erosion of the liberal era, or of confrontation with the West. Attempts to liberalize them appealed to the semi-assimilated bourgeoisie, like the Reform Judaism which emerged in the late 1860s, were execrated by the Orthodox and despised by the agnostics. The forces of tradition were still overwhelmingly powerful, and often reinforced by resistance to progress and European expansion. As we have seen, Japan even created a new state religion, Shintoism, out of traditional elements, largely for anti-European purposes, see Chapter 8 above. Even the Westernizers and revolutionaries in the Third World were to learn that the easiest way to success as a politician among the masses was to acquire the role, or at least the prestige, of the Buddhist monk or the Hindu holy man. And yet, though the number of frank unbelievers in our period remained relatively small, after all, even in Europe the female half of the human race was hardly yet affected by agnosticism, they dominated an essentially secular world. All that religion could do against them was to retire within its admittedly vast and powerful fortifications and prepare for a very long siege. Chapter 15. The Arts. We have only to convince ourselves thoroughly that our history today is made by the same human beings who once also made the works of Greek art. But having done so, our task is to discover what it is that has changed these human beings so fundamentally, that we now produce merely the output of luxury industries, whereas they created works of art. Richard Wagner 1. Why do you write in verse? No one cares for it now. In our age of sceptical maturity and republican independence, verse is a superannuated form. We prefer prose, which, by virtue of its freedom of movement, accords more truly with the instincts of democracy. Eugene Pelletan, French deputy, c. 18772. If the triumph of bourgeois society seemed congenial to science, it was much less so to the arts. Assessments of value in the creative arts are always highly subjective, but it can hardly be denied that the era of the dual revolution, 1789 to 1848, had seen amazingly distinguished and widespread achievement by men and women of quite extraordinary gifts. The second half of the 19th century, and especially the decades which are the subject of this book, do not make an equally overpowering impression, except in one or two relatively backward countries, the most notable of which by far was Russia. This is not to say that the creative achievements of this period were mediocre, though, in surveying those whose greatest work or public acclaim falls between 1848 and the 1870s, we should not forget that many were already mature people with an impressive production before 1848. After all, and to take merely three of the most unquestionably great, by then Charles Dickens, 1812 to 70, was almost halfway through his oeuvre. Honore Daumier, 1808 to 79, had been an active graphic artist since the 1830 revolution, and even Richard Wagner, 1813 to 83, had several operas behind him. Lohengrin was produced as early as 1851. Still, there is no doubt that prose literature, and especially the novel, flourished remarkably, thanks mainly to the continued glory of the French and the British and the new glory of the Russians. In the history of painting this was clearly a remarkable and indeed an outstanding period, thanks almost entirely to the French. In music, the era of Wagner and Brahms is inferior only in comparison with the preceding era of Mozart, Beethoven, and Schubert. Still, if we take a closer look at the creative scene, it becomes a shade less inspiring. We have already noted its geographic patchiness. For Russia, this was an astonishingly triumphant era, both in music and above all in literature, not to mention the natural and social sciences. A decade like the 1870s, which saw the simultaneous peak of Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, P. Tchaikovsky, 1840–93, M. Mussorgsky, 1835–81, and the classic Imperial Ballet, has little to fear from any competition. France and Britain, as we have seen, maintained a very distinguished level, the one mainly in prose literature, the other also in painting and poetry. The United States, though still insignificant in the visual arts and in highbrow music, was beginning to establish itself as a literary force with Melville, 1819–91, Hawthorne, 1804–64, and Whitman, 1819–91, in the East, and with a new crop of populist writers emerging from the journalism of the West, among whom Mark Twain, 1835–1910, was to be the most impressive. Still, by global standards, this was a provincial achievement and in many respects less impressive, and internationally less influential, than the creative work which now came out of some small nations asserting a national identity. Curiously enough, several less distinguished American writers of the first half of the century had made more of a stir abroad. The composers of the Czechs, A. Folk 1841–1904, B. Smetana 1824–84, found it easier to win international acceptance than their writers, isolated by a language which few outside their people could read or be bothered to learn. Linguistic difficulties also localized the reputation of writers from other regions, some of whom occupy a key position in the literary history of their peoples, e.g. the Dutch and the Flemings. Only the Scandinavians began to capture a wider public, perhaps due to the fact that their most celebrated representative, Henrik Ibsen, 1828–1906, who reached maturity just as our period ends, chose to write plays for the theatre. Against this we must set a distinct and in some ways spectacular decline in the quality of the highest work from those two great centers of creative activity, the German-speaking peoples and the Italians. There may be argument about music, though in Italy there is little but G. Verdi, 1813–1901, whose career was well launched before 1848, and in Austro-Germany among the acknowledged great composers only Brahms, 1833–97, and Bruckner, 1824–96, emerged essentially during this period, Wagner being already virtually mature. Still, these names are impressive enough, especially Wagner, a towering genius though a very nasty man and cultural phenomenon. But the case for the creative arts among these two people must rest pretty well entirely on music. There can be no serious argument about the inferiority of their literature and visual arts to those of the period before 1848. Taking the various arts separately, the general lowering of the level is equally obvious in some, their superiority over the preceding period undeniable in none. Literature, as we have seen, flourished, mainly through the suitable medium of the novel. It can be regarded as the one genre which found it possible to adapt itself to that bourgeois society whose rise and crises formed its chief subject matter. Attempts have been made to salvage the reputation of mid-19th century architecture, and no doubt there were distinguished achievements. However, when one considers the orgy of building into which a prosperous bourgeois society threw itself from the 1850s, these are neither outstanding nor particularly numerous. The Paris rebuilt by Haussmann is impressive for its planning, but not for the buildings which lined its new squares and boulevards. Vienna, which aimed at masterpieces more single-mindedly, achieved only a rather doubtful success. The Rome of King Victor Emmanuel, whose name is probably associated with more pieces of bad architecture than that of any other sovereign, is a disaster. Compared to the admirable achievements of, say, neoclassicism, the last unified style of architecture before the triumph of 20th-century modern orthodoxy, the buildings of the second half of the 19th century are still more likely to stimulate apologia rather than universal admiration. This does not, of course, apply to the work of the brilliant and imaginative engineers, though this tended to be increasingly hidden behind fine art facades. Even apologists have until recently found it hard to say much in favor of most of the painting of this period. The work that has become a permanent part of the imaginary museum of 20th-century men is, almost without exception, French, survivors of the Age of Revolution like Daumier and G. Courbet, 1819–77, the Barbizon School and the avant-garde group of the Impressionists, an indiscriminate label which we need not analyze more closely at the moment, who emerged in the 1860s. This achievement is indeed deeply impressive, and a period which saw the emergence of E. Manet, 1832–83, E. Degas, 1834–1917, and the young P. Cézanne, 1839–1906, need not worry about its reputation. Nevertheless, these painters were not merely untypical of what was put on canvas in increasingly vast quantities at this time, but deeply suspect to respectable art and public taste. About the official academic or popular art of the period in all countries, the most that can be reasonably said is that it was not all uniform in character, that its standards of craftsmanship were high, and that some modest merits can be rediscovered here and there. Most of it was and is terrible. It may be that mid and late 19th century sculpture, amply displayed in innumerable monumental works, deserves to be a little less neglected than it has been. After all, it produced the young Rodin, 1840–1917. However, any collection of Victorian plastic work en masse, such as may still be seen in the houses of wealthy Bengalis who bought the stuff up by the boatload, is an acutely depressing sight. 2. This was in some ways a tragi-comic situation. Few societies have cherished the works of creative genius, itself virtually a bourgeois invention as a social phenomenon, see The Age of Revolution, Chapter 14, more than that of the 19th century bourgeoisie. Few have been prepared to spend money so freely on the arts and, in purely quantitative terms, no previous society bought anything like the actual amount of old and new books, material objects, pictures, sculptures, decorated structures of masonry and tickets to musical or theatrical performances. The growth of population alone would put this statement beyond challenge. Above all, and paradoxically, few societies have been so convinced that they lived in a golden age of the creative arts. The taste of the period was nothing if not contemporary, as was indeed natural for a generation which believed in universal and constant progress. Herr Ahrens, 1805–81, a North German industrialist who settled in the culturally more congenial climate of Vienna and began to collect in his 50s, naturally bought modern pictures rather than old masters, and he was typical of his kind. 3 The Balco, iron, Holloway, patent pills, Mendel the merchant prince, cotton, who competed with one another to raise the price of oil paintings in Britain, made the fortunes of contemporary academic painters. 4 The journalists and city fathers, who proudly recorded the opening and full cost of those mammoth public buildings which began to disfigure the northern townscapes after 1848, only incompletely concealed by the soot and fog which immediately enveloped them, genuinely believed themselves to be celebrating a new renaissance, financed by businessmen princes comparable to the Medici. Alas, the most evident conclusion which historians can draw from the later 19th century is that the mere expenditure of money does not guarantee a golden age of the arts. Still, the amounts of money spent were impressive by any standards except those of the unprecedented productive capacity of capitalism. However, they were no longer spent by the same people. The bourgeois revolution was victorious even in the characteristic field of activity of princes and nobility. None of the great rebuildings of cities between 1850 and 1875 any longer makes a royal or imperial palace, even a complex of aristocratic palaces, into the dominating feature of the townscape. Where the bourgeoisie was weak, as in Russia, Tsar and Grand Dukes might still be the chief individual patrons, but in fact their role even in such countries seems far less central than it had been before the French Revolution. Elsewhere an occasional eccentric minor prince like Ludwig II of Bavaria, or scarcely less eccentric aristocrat like the Marquis of Hertford, might put all their passion into buying art and artists, but on the whole horses, gambling, and women were more likely to put them into debt than the patronage of the arts. Who then paid for the arts? Governments and other public entities, the bourgeoisie and, the point deserves notice, an increasingly significant section of the lower orders, to whom technological and industrial processes made the products of creative minds available in increasing quantities and at diminishing prices. Secular public authorities were almost the only customers for those gigantic and monumental buildings whose purpose was to testify to the wealth and splendor of the age in general and the city in particular. Their purpose was rarely utilitarian. In the era of laissez-faire, government buildings were not unduly conspicuous. They were not normally religious, except in very Catholic countries and when constructed for internal use by such minority religious groups as the Jews and the British nonconformists, who wished to record their rapidly growing wealth and self-satisfaction. The passion for restoring and completing the great churches and cathedrals of the Middle Ages, which swept mid-19th century Europe like a contagious disease, was civic rather than spiritual. Even in the most splendid monarchies they belonged increasingly to the public rather than the court. Imperial collections were now museums, operas opened their box offices. They were, in fact, characteristic symbols of glory and culture, for even the titanic town halls which city fathers competed to construct were far larger than the modest needs of municipal administration required. The hard-headed businessmen of Leeds deliberately rejected utilitarian calculations in the construction of theirs. What were a few thousands more, when the point was to assert that in the ardour of mercantile pursuits the inhabitants of Leeds have not omitted to cultivate the perception of the beautiful and a taste for the fine arts. In fact it cost £122,000 or about 3 times its original estimate, equivalent to rather over 1% of the total yield of the income tax for the entire United Kingdom in the year of its opening, 1858. 5. An example may illustrate the general character of such building. The city of Vienna raised its old fortifications in the 1850s and filled the empty space in subsequent decades with a magnificent circular boulevard flanked by public buildings. What were they? One represented business, the stock exchange; 1 religion, the Votivkirche; 3 higher education; 3 civic dignity and public affairs, the town hall, palace of justice and parliament; and no less than 8 the arts, theatres, museums, academies, etc. The demands of the bourgeoisie were individually more modest, collectively far greater. Their patronage as individuals was probably not yet as important in this period as it was to become in the last generation before 1914, when the millionaires of the United States raised prices for certain works of art to a higher peak than ever before or since. Even at the end of our period the robber barons were still too busy robbing to throw themselves wholeheartedly into displaying the proceeds of their brigandage. Still, it was evident, particularly from 1860 on, that there was plenty of money about. The 1850s produced only one article of French 18th century furniture, the international status symbol of the wealthy interior, which made over £1,000 at an auction, the 1860s 8, the 1870s 14, including one lot which actually fetched £30,000. Such articles as large Sèvres vases, a very similar status symbol, made £1,000 or more 3 times in the 1850s, 7 times in the 1860s, 11 times in the 1870s. 6 A handful of competing merchant princes is enough to make the fortunes of a handful of painters and art dealers, but even a numerically modest public is enough to maintain a substantial artistic output if it is comfortably off. The theater, and to some extent classical music concerts, prove this, for both prosper on the basis of quite small numbers. Opera and classical ballet then as now relied on subsidies by government or the status-seeking rich, not always unmindful of the facility of access to beautiful ballerinas and singers which this brought. The theater flourished, at least financially. So did the publishers of solid and expensive books for a limited market, whose dimensions are perhaps indicated by the circulation of the London Times, which moved between 50,000 and 60,000 in the 1850s and 1860s, though reaching 100,000 on a few special occasions. Who could complain when Livingstone's Travels, 1857, sold 30,000 in a guinea edition in 6 years? 7 At all events, the business and domestic needs of the bourgeoisie made the fortunes of plenty of architects who built and rebuilt substantial areas of the cities for them. The bourgeois market was new only in so far as it was now unusually large and increasingly prosperous. On the other hand, the mid-century produced a really revolutionary phenomenon. For the first time, thanks to technology and science, some kinds of creative work became technically reproducible cheaply, and on an unprecedented scale. Only one of these processes actually competed with the act of artistic creation itself, namely photography, which came of age in the 1850s. As we shall see, its effect on painting was immediate and profound. The rest merely brought lower quality versions of individual products within the reach of a mass public. Writing, through the multiplication of cheap paperbacks, stimulated notably by the railways, the leading series were typically called railway or travelers' libraries. Pictures through the steel engravings which the new process of electrotyping, 1845, made it possible to reproduce in vast quantities without loss of detail or refinement, both through the development of journalism, literature or self-education by installments, etc. 2. The sheer economic significance of this early mass market is commonly underrated. The incomes of leading painters, impressive even by modern standards, Millais averaged £20,000 to £25,000 a year of mid-Victorian pounds sterling between 1868 and 1874, were based largely on the 2 guineas engravings in 5-shilling frames which Gambart, Flaytu or similar entrepreneurs launched. Frith's railway station, 1860, fetched £4,500 in such subsidiary rights plus £750 for exhibition rights. 8 Such impresarios took Mlle Rosa Bonheur, 1822-99, to the Scottish Highlands in order to persuade her to add the stags and crags which Landseer had demonstrated to be so saleable to the horses and cattle which had already made her fortune among the animal-loving British public. Similarly, in the 1860s they drew the attention of El Almatadma, 1836-1912, to ancient Rome, with its historic nudity and orgies, to considerable mutual benefit. As early as 1853 E. Bulwer Lytton, 1803-73, never a writer to neglect economics, sold 10 years' paperback rights, in the novels he had already written, to Routledge's Railway Library for £20,000, £5,000 down. 9 Except for the unique Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852, which may have sold 1.5 million in a year in the British Empire in 40, mostly pirated, editions, the mass market for the arts cannot compare with our own times. Yet it existed and its importance was undeniable. 2 observations must be made about it. The first is to note the marked devaluation of the traditional crafts, which were most directly affected by the advance of mechanical reproduction. Within a generation this was to produce, especially in Britain, the home of industrialization, the politico-ideological reaction of the, largely socialist, arts and crafts movement, whose anti-industrialist, implicitly anti-capitalist, roots can be traced through William Morris's designing firm of 1860 to the pre-Raphaelite painters of the 1850s. The second concerns the nature of the public which influenced the artists. It was, plainly, not only an aristocratic or bourgeois clientele, such as that which evidently determined the content of the London West End or Paris Boulevard Theatre. It was, at the very least, also a mass public of the modest lower middle class and others, including skilled workers, who aspired to respectability and culture. The arts of the third quarter of the 19th century were in every sense popular, as the new mass advertisers of the 1880s knew when they bought up some of the more regrettable and expensive paintings to put on their posters. The arts were prosperous, and so were the creative talents which appealed to the public, and they were by no means typically the worst. It is a myth that the leading talents of the period were normally left to starve in some Bohemia by unappreciative Philistines. We can certainly discover those who, for various reasons, resisted or tried to shock a bourgeois public, or simply failed to attract purchasers, mostly in France. G. Flaubert 1821-80, the early symbolists, the Impressionists, but also elsewhere. However, more often than not the men and women whose reputations have stood the test of the subsequent century were people whose contemporary reputation ranged from the highly respected to the idolized, and whose professional income ranged from the comfortably middle class to the fabulous. Tolstoy's family was to live comfortably on the proceeds of a bare handful of novels when the great man had given up his estates. Charles Dickens, about whose finances we happen to be unusually well informed, could reckon on £10,000 a year in most years from 1848 on, while in the 1860s his annual income rose, reaching some £33,000 in 1868, most of which came from the already enormously profitable American lecture circuit. $150,000 would be a very substantial income today, but around 1870 it put a man in the class of the very rich. By and large, then, the artist had come to terms with the market. And even those who did not become wealthy, were respected. Dickens, W. Thackeray, 1811-63, George Eliot, 1819-80, Tennyson, 1809-92, Victor Hugo, 1802-85, Zola, 1840-1902, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Turgenev, Wagner, Verdi, Brahms, Liszt, 1811-86, Folk, Tchaikovsky, Mark Twain, Henrik Ibsen. These are not names of men who in their lifetime lacked public success and appreciation. 3. What is more, he, and in this period much more rarely than in the first half of the 19th century, she, enjoyed not merely the possibility of material comfort, but special esteem. In monarchical and aristocratic society the artist had been at best an ornamenter or an ornament of court and palazzo, a valued piece of property, and at worst one of those expensive and perhaps moody suppliers of luxury services and articles like hair stylists and couturiers, which the fashionable life requires. For bourgeois society he represented genius, which was a non-financial version of individual enterprise, the ideal, which complemented and crowned material success and, more generally, the spiritual values of life. There is no understanding the arts in the later 19th century without a sense of this social demand that they should act as all-purpose suppliers of spiritual contents to the most materialist of civilizations. One might almost say that they took the place of traditional religion among the educated and emancipated, i.e. the successful middle classes, supplemented of course by the inspiring spectacles of nature, i.e. landscape. This was most evident among the German-speaking peoples, who had come to regard culture as their special monopoly in the days when the British had cornered economic, the French political success. Here operas and theatres became temples in which men and women worshipped, all the more devoutly for not always enjoying the works of the classic repertoire, and in which children were formally initiated at primary school by, say, Schiller's Wilhelm Tell to advance eventually to the adult mysteries of Goethe's Faust. That unpleasant genius Richard Wagner had a sound understanding of this function when he constructed his cathedral at Bayreuth, 1872-6, where the faithful pilgrims came to listen, in pious exaltation, for long hours and several days, and prohibited from the frivolities of untimely applause, to the master's Germanic neo-paganism. Sound not only in appreciating the connection between sacrifice and religious exaltation, but also in grasping the importance of the arts as bearers of the new secular religion of nationalism. For what, other than armies, could express that elusive concept of the nation better than the symbols of art, primitive, as in flags and anthems, elaborate and profound, as in those national schools of music which became so closely identified with the nations of our period in their moment of acquiring collective consciousness, independence, or unification, a Verdi in the Italian Risorgimento, ad folk, and Smetana among the Czechs. Not all countries pushed the worship of the arts to the point it reached in Central Europe, and more specifically among the assimilated and, over most of Europe and the United States, culturally German or Germanized, Jewish middle class. 3 In general, capitalists of the first generation were Philistines, though their wives did their best to take an interest in higher things. The only Gentile American tycoon who had a genuine passion for the things of the spirit, he happened also to be the only free-thinking anti-clerical among them, was Andrew Carnegie, who could not wholly forget the tradition of his rebellious and cultured handloom weaver father. Outside Germany, and perhaps even more Austria, there were few bankers who would wish to see their sons become composers or conductors, perhaps because there they had not the alternative prospect of hoping to see them as cabinet ministers or premiers. The replacement of religion by self-cultivation and the combined worship of nature and the arts was characteristic only of sections of the intellectual middle classes, such as those who were later to form the English Bloomsbury, men and women of comfortable inherited private means, rarely involved in business themselves. Nevertheless, even in the more Philistine bourgeois societies, perhaps with the exception of the United States, the arts occupied a special place of respect and esteem. The great collective status symbols of theater and opera arose in the centers of capital cities, the focus of town planning as in Paris, 1860, and Vienna, 1869, visible as cathedrals as in Dresden, 1869, invariably gigantic and monumentally elaborate as in Barcelona, from 1862, or Palermo, from 1875. The museums and public galleries of art arose, or were amplified, reconstructed, and transformed, as were great national libraries. The reading room of the British Museum was constructed in 1852-7, the Bibliothèque Nationale reconstructed in 1854-75. More generally, the number of large libraries, unlike universities, multiplied phenomenally in Europe, though as yet modestly in the Philistine United States. In 1848 there had been about 400, with perhaps 17 million volumes in Europe. By 1880 there were almost 12 times as many with almost twice the number of books. Austria, Russia, Italy, Belgium, Holland, and Italy multiplied the numbers of their libraries more than tenfold, Britain almost as much, even Spain and Portugal almost fourfold, though the United States less than threefold. On the other hand, the United States almost quadrupled the number of its books, a rate surpassed only by Switzerland, 11. The shelves of bourgeois households filled with the elaborately bound works of the national and international classics. The visitors to galleries and museums multiplied. The Royal Academy exhibition in 1848 attracted perhaps 90,000 visitors, but by the end of the 1870s almost 400,000. By that time its private views had become fashionable occasions for the upper classes, as sure a sign of the rising social status of painting as the social glitter of theatrical first nights, in which London began to compete with Paris after 1870, in both cases with disastrous effect on the arts concerned. The bourgeois tourists now could hardly avoid that endless and footsore pilgrimage to the shrines of the arts, which is still in progress along the hard floors of Louvre, Uffizi, and San Marco. The artists themselves, down to the hitherto dubious theatrical and operatic performers, became respected and respectable, suitable candidates for knighthood or peerage. 4 They did not even have to conform to the mores of the normal bourgeois, so long as their cravats, velvet berets, and cloaks were of sufficiently expensive material. Here again Richard Wagner showed a faultless sense of the bourgeois public, even his scandals became part of the creative image. Gladstone at the end of the 1860s was the first prime minister to invite luminaries of the arts and intellectual life to his official dinners. Did the bourgeois public actually enjoy the arts which it patronized and cherished with such growing lavishness? The question is anachronistic. It is true that there were certain kinds of artistic creation which maintained a straightforward relationship with the public that they merely sought to entertain. Chief among these was light music, which, perhaps alone among the arts, had its golden age in our period. The word operetta appears for the first time in 1856, and the decade from 1865 to 1875 was to see the peak of achievement of Jacques Offenbach, 1819–80, Johann Strauss Jr. 1825–99, the Blue Danube Waltz dates from 1867, Die Fledermaus from 1874, Sup S. 1820–95, Light Cavalry and the early successes of Gilbert and Sullivan, 1836–1911, 1842–1900. Until the weight of high art fell too heavily on it, even opera maintained its rapport with a public which sought straightforward enjoyment. Rigoletto, Il Trovatore, La Traviata, admittedly works barely posterior to 1848, and the commercial stage multiplied its well-carpentered dramas and intricate farces, of which only the latter have just survived the landslide of time. Labique 1815–88, Mulhac 1831–97 and Halavi 1834–1908. But such entertainments were accepted as culturally inferior, like the various girl shows which Paris pioneered in the 1850s, with which they clearly had much in common. Real high art was not a matter for mere enjoyment or even for something that could be isolated as aesthetic appreciation. Art for art's sake was still a minority phenomenon among late Romantic artists themselves, a reaction against the ardent political and social commitment of the era of revolutions, intensified by the bitter disappointments of 1848, the movement which had swept so many creative spirits with it. Aestheticism did not become a bourgeois fashion until the late 1870s and 1880s. Creative artists were sages, prophets, teachers, moralists, sources of truth. Effort was the price paid for their rewards by a bourgeoisie only too ready to believe that everything of value, financial or spiritual, required initial abstention from enjoyment. The arts were part of this human endeavor. Their cultivation crowned it. 4. What was the nature of this truth? Here we must single out architecture from the other arts, because it lacked the theme which gave them a semblance of unity. Indeed, the most characteristic thing about it is the disappearance of those accepted, moral ideological aesthetic styles which had always impressed their stamp on past epochs. Eclecticism ruled. As Pietro Salvatico observed as early as the 1850s in his Storia dell'arte del disegno, there was no one style or beauty. Each style was adapted to its purpose. Thus of the new buildings along the Viennese Ringstrasse, the church was naturally Gothic, the Parliament Grecian, the City Hall a combination of Renaissance and Gothic, the Stock Exchange, like most others of its kind during this period, a modestly opulent classicism, the museums and university high Renaissance, the Burgtheater and opera what can be best described as Second Empire operatic, in which eclectic elements of the Renaissance predominate. The requirements of pomp and splendor normally found the high Renaissance and late Gothic most suitable as an idiom. Baroque and Rococo were despised until the 20th century. The Renaissance, age of merchant princes, was naturally the most congenial style to men who saw themselves as their successors, but other suitably reminiscent styles were freely available. Thus the landed noblemen of Silesia, who turned themselves into capitalist millionaires thanks to the coal on their estates, and their more bourgeois colleagues, rated the entire architectural history of centuries. The Schloss of the banker von Eichborn, 1857, remains clearly Prussian neoclassical, a style still favored by the more bourgeois rich at the end of our period. Gothic, with its joint suggestion of medieval burgher glory and knightly fame, next tempted the more aristocratic and affluent, as in Koppitz, 1859, and Miechowitz, 1858. The experience of Napoleon II's Paris, on which well-known Silesian tycoons like Prince Henkel von Donnersmarck had left their mark, if only by marrying one of its leading courtesans, La Pava, naturally suggested further models of splendor, at least to the princes of Donnersmarck, Hohenlohe, and Pless. The Italian, Dutch, and North German Renaissance provided equally acceptable models for the less grandiose, either singly or in combination. 13 Even the least expected motifs appear. Thus the wealthy Jews in our period adopted for preference a Moorish Islamic style for their increasingly opulent synagogues, an assertion, echoed in Disraeli's novels, of Oriental aristocracy which did not have to compete with the Occidental. 14 And very nearly the only example of a deliberate use of non-Western models in the arts of the Western bourgeoisie, until the fashion for Japanese motifs of the later 1870s and 1880s. In brief, architecture expressed no kind of truth, but only the confidence and self-confidence of the society that built it, and this sense of the immense and unquestioned faith in bourgeois destiny is what makes its best examples impressive, if only by sheer bulk. It was a language of social symbols. Hence the deliberate concealment of what was really novel and interesting in it, the magnificent technology and engineering which showed their face in public only on the rare occasions when what was to be symbolized was to be technical progress itself. In the Crystal Palace of 1851, the Rotunda of the Vienna Exhibition of 1873, later the Eiffel Tower, 1889. Otherwise even the glorious functionalism of utilitarian buildings was increasingly disguised, as in railway stations, crazily eclectic like London Bridge, 1862, baronial Gothic like St. Pancras, London, 1868, Renaissance like the Sudbahnhof, Vienna, 1869-73. However, several important stations fortunately resisted the lush tastes of the new era. Only the bridges gloried in their engineering beauty, even this perhaps rather heavy now, thanks to the abundance and cheapness of iron, though that curious phenomenon, the Gothic suspension bridge, Tower Bridge, London, was already on the horizon. And yet technically, behind those Renaissance and baronial facades, the most enterprising, original, modern things were happening. The decorations of the Second Empire apartment house in Paris already began to conceal that original and remarkably advanced invention, the passenger lift or elevator. Perhaps the only piece of justified technical braggadocio which architects rarely resisted, even in buildings with artistic public faces, was that of the giant span or cupola, as in the market halls, library reading rooms, and such vast public shopping arcades as the Victor Emmanuel Gallery in Milan. Otherwise no age has hidden its merits so persistently. Architecture had no truth of its own, because it had no meaning that could be expressed in words. The other arts had, because theirs could. Nothing is more surprising to mid-20th century generations, educated in a very different critical dogma, than the mid-19th century belief that in the arts form was unimportant, content paramount. It would be wrong to think of this simply as the subordination of the other arts to literature, though their content was believed to be expressible in words, with varying degrees of adequacy, and though literature was certainly the key art of the period. If every picture told a story and even music did surprisingly often, this was, after all, the characteristic age of operas, ballet music and descriptive suites v. The program note was bound to be prominent. It would be truer to claim that each art was supposed to be expressible in terms of others, so that the ideal total work of art, the Gesamtkunstwerk of which Wagner, as usual, made himself the spokesman, united them all. Still, the arts in which meaning could be expressed precisely, i.e. in word or representational image, had the advantage over those in which it could not. It was easier to turn a story into an opera, e.g. Carmen, or even pictures into a composition, Mussorgsky's pictures from an exhibition 1874, than to turn a musical composition into a picture, or even lyric poetry. The question "what is it about?" was therefore not only legitimate but fundamental to any judgment of the mid-century arts. The answer in general was, reality and life. Realism is the term which has come most naturally to the lips of contemporary and later observers about this period, at all events when dealing with literature and the visual arts. No term is more ambiguous. It implies the attempt to describe, to represent, or at all events to find a precise equivalent, of facts, images, ideas, sentiments, passions, in the extreme case Wagner's specific musical leitmotif, each of which stood for a person, situation, or action, or his musical recreations of sexual ecstasy, Tristan and Isolde 1865. But what is the reality so represented, the lifelike which art is to be? The bourgeoisie of the mid-century was torn by a dilemma which its triumph made even more acute. The image of itself which it desired could not represent all reality in so far as that reality was one of poverty, exploitation, and squalor, of materialism, of passions and aspirations whose existence threatened a stability which, in spite of all self-confidence, was felt to be precarious. There was, to quote the journalistic motto of the New York Times, a difference between the news and all the news that's fit to print. Conversely, in a dynamic and progressive society reality was, after all, not static. Was it not realism to represent, not the necessarily imperfect present, but the better situation to which men aspired and which was already, surely, being created? Art had a future dimension. Wagner, as usual, claimed to represent it. In brief, real and lifelike images in art diverged increasingly from the stylized and sentimentalized ones. At best the bourgeois version of realism was a socially suitable selection, as in the famous Angelus of J.F. Millet, 1814-75, where poverty and hard labor seemed to be made acceptable by the obedient piety of the poor. At worst it turned into the sentimental flattery of the family portrait. In the representational arts there were three ways of escape from this dilemma. One was to insist on representing all reality, including the unpleasant or dangerous. Realism turned into naturalism or verismo. This normally implied a conscious political critique of bourgeois society, as with Courbet in painting, Zola and Flaubert in literature, though even works which lacked any such deliberately critical intention, like Bizet's 1838-75, masterpiece, the low-life opera Carmen, 1875, were resented by the public and the critics as though they had been political. The alternative was to abandon contemporary or any reality entirely, either by cutting the links between art and life, or more specifically contemporary life art for art's sake, or by deliberately choosing the approach of the visionary, as in the revolutionary young Rimbaud's Bateau Ivero 1871, or, in a different mode, the evasive fantasy of humorists like Edward Lear, 1812-88, and Lewis Carroll, 1832-98, in Britain, Wilhelm Busch, 1832-1908, in Germany. But, in so far as the artist did not retreat, or advance, into deliberate fantasy, the basic images were still supposed to be lifelike. And at this point the visual ones encountered a profound, traumatic shock, the competition of technology through the photograph. Photography, invented in the 1820s, publicly fostered in France from the 1830s, became a workable medium for the mass reproduction of reality in our period, and was rapidly developed as a commercial business in the France of the 1850s, largely by unsuccessful members of the artistic bohème like Nadar, 1820-1911, for whom it replaced artistic and established financial success, and by all manner of other petty entrepreneurs who entered an open and relatively cheap trade. The insatiable demands of the bourgeoisie, and especially the aspiring petty bourgeoisie, for cheap portraits provided the basis of its success. English photography remained much longer in the hands of comfortable ladies and gentlemen who practiced it for experimental purposes and as a hobby. It was immediately obvious that it destroyed the monopoly of the representational artist. A conservative critic observed as early as 1850 that it must seriously jeopardize the existence of entire branches of art, such as prints, gravures, lithography, the genre picture, and portraiture. 15 How could these compete in the sheer reproduction of nature, except in color, with a method which translated the facts themselves into an image directly and, as it were, scientifically? Did photography then replace art? Neoclassicists and the, by now, reactionary romantics inclined to believe that it did, and that this was undesirable. J.A.D. Angra, 1780–1867, saw it as an improper invasion of the realm of art by industrial progress. Ch. Baudelaire, 1821–67, from his very different point of view, thought the same. What man, worthy of the name of artist, what genuine lover of art, has ever confused industry with art? 16. The correct role of photography for both was that of a subordinate and neutral technique, analogous to printing or shorthand in literature. Curiously enough, the realists, who were more directly threatened by it, were not so uniformly hostile. They accepted progress and science. Was not, as Zola observed, Manet's painting, like his own novels, inspired by the scientific method of Claude Bernard, see chapter 14 above. 17. And yet, even as they defended photography, they resisted the simple identification of art with exact and naturalistic reproduction which their theory appeared to imply. Neither drawing nor color nor the exactitude of representation, argued the naturalist critic Francis Way, constitute the artist. It is the mens divina, the divine inspiration. What makes the painter is not the hand but the brain. The hand merely obeys. 18. Photography was useful, because it could help the painter to rise above a mere mechanical copy of objects. Torn between the idealism and the realism of the bourgeois world, the realists also rejected photography, but with a certain embarrassment. The debate was passionate, but it was settled by that most characteristic device of bourgeois society, property right. The law of France, which protected artistic property specifically against plagiarism or copying under a law of the Great Revolution, 1793, left industrial products to the much vaguer protection of Article 1382 of the Civil Code. All photographers argued strongly that the modest customers who acquired their products were buying not merely cheap and recognizable images, but also the spiritual values of art. At the same time, those photographers who did not know celebrities well enough to take their highly marketable portraits could not resist the temptation to pirate copies of them, which implied that the original photographs were not legally protected as art. The courts were called upon to decide when Messrs. Meyer and Pearson sued a rival firm for pirating its pictures of Count Cavour and Lord Palmerston. In the course of 1862 the case went through all tribunals up to the Court of Cassation, which decided that photography was, after all, an art, since this was the only means of effectively protecting its copyright. And yet, such are the complexities which technology introduced into the world of the arts. Could even the law in its majesty speak with a single voice? What if the requirements of property conflicted with those of morality, as happened when, inevitably, the photographers discovered the commercial possibilities of the female body, especially in the form of the readily portable visiting card format? That such nude photographs in female shape, whether in an upright or prone position, but provocative to the eye in their total nakedness, 19, were obscene, admitted of no doubt. A law had declared them so in the 1850s. But, like their considerably more daring successors, the girly photographers of the mid-19th century could, at this period vainly, rebut the arguments of morality with those of art, the radical art of realism. Technology, commerce, and the avant-garde formed an underground alliance, mirroring the official alliance of money and spiritual value. The official view could hardly not prevail. Condemning one such photographer, the public prosecutor also condemned that school of painting which calls itself realist and suppresses beauty, which substitutes for those gracious nymphs of Greece and Italy, the nymphs of a hitherto unknown race, sadly notorious on the banks of the Seine. 20 His speech was reported in Le Moniteur de la Photographie in 1863, the year of Manet's Déjeuner sur l'herbe. Realism was therefore both ambiguous and contradictory. Its problems could be avoided only at the price of trivialization by the academic artist who painted what was acceptable and saleable, and let the relations between science and imagination, fact and ideal, progress and eternal values and the rest look after themselves. The serious artist, whether critical of bourgeois society or sufficiently logical to take its claims seriously, was in a more difficult position, and the 1860s initiated a phase of development which showed it to be not only difficult but insoluble. With the programmatic, i.e. naturalistic, realism of Courbet, the history of Western painting, complex but coherent since the Italian Renaissance, comes to an end. The German art historian Hildebrand characteristically concluded his study of 19th-century painting with him in this decade. What came after, or rather what was already appearing simultaneously with the Impressionists, could no longer be so readily attached to the past, it anticipated the future. The fundamental dilemma of realism was simultaneously one of subject matter and technique, and also of the relations between both. So far as subject matter went, the problem was not simply whether to choose the common subject against the noble and distinguished, the topics untouched by the respectable artists against those which formed the staple of the academies, as the frankly political artists of the left, e.g. the revolutionary and communard Courbet, were inclined to do. 21 So, of course, in a sense were all artists who took naturalistic realism seriously, since they had to paint what the eye could really see, which was things or rather sense impressions and not ideas, qualities, or value judgments. Olympia was clearly not an idealized Venus but, in Zola's words, doubtless some model whom Edouard Manet has quietly copied just as she was, in her youthful slightly tarnished nakedness. 22 And all the more shocking for formally echoing a famous Venus of Titian. But whether or not a political manifesto was intended, realism could not paint Venus but only naked girls, just as it could not paint majesty, but only people with crowns, which is why Kaulbach on the proclamation of William I as German Emperor in 1871 is considerably less effective than David's or Ingres' icons of Napoleon I. But though realism thus seemed politically radical, because it was more at ease with contemporary and popular subject matter, 7 in fact it limited, perhaps made impossible, the art of political and ideological commitment which had dominated the period before 1848, for political painting cannot do without ideas and judgments. It certainly almost eliminated from serious art the most common form of political painting of the first half of the century, namely the historical picture, in rapid decline from the middle of the century. The naturalistic realism of Courbet, the Republican, Democrat, and Socialist, did not provide the basis of politically revolutionary art, not even in Russia, where a naturalistic technique was subordinated to storytelling by the Podvizhniki, pupils of the revolutionary theorist Chernyshevsky, and therefore became indistinguishable, except in subject matter, from academic painting. It marked the end of one tradition, not the beginning of another. Revolution in art and the art of revolution thus began to diverge, in spite of the efforts of theorists and propagandists like the 48 Er Theophile Thor, 1807-69, and the radical Émile Zola to hold them together. The Impressionists are important not for their popular subject matter, Sunday outings, popular dances, the townscapes and street scenes of cities, the theaters, racecourses and brothels of the bourgeois society's half-world, but for their innovations of method. But these were simply the attempt to pursue further the representation of reality, what the eye sees, by means of techniques analogous to and borrowed from photography and the ever-progressing natural sciences. This implied abandoning the conventional codes of past painting. What did the eye really see as light fell on objects? Certainly not the accepted code signals for a blue sky, white clouds, or facial features. Yet the attempt to make realism more scientific inevitably removed it from common sense, until in due course the new techniques were themselves to become a conventional code. As it happens, we now read it without difficulty as we admire Manet, A. Renoir, 1841-1919, Degas, C. Monet, 1840-1926, or C. Pissarro, 1830-1903. At the time they were incomprehensible, a pot of paint flung in the public's face as Ruskin was to exclaim about James McNeill Whistler, 1834-1903. This problem was to prove temporary, but two other aspects of the new art were to be less manageable. First, it brought painting up against the inevitable limits on its scientific character. For instance, logically Impressionism implied not single paintings but a colored and preferably three-dimensional film, capable of reproducing the constant change of light on objects. Claude Monet's series of pictures of the facade of Rouen Cathedral went as far as it was possible to do by means of paint and canvas, which was not very far. But if the search for science in art produced no finite solution, then all it had achieved was the destruction of a conventional and generally accepted code of visual communication, which was not replaced by reality or any other single such code, but by a multiplicity of equally possible conventions. In the last analysis, but the 1860s and 1870s were still a long way from this conclusion, there might be no way of choosing between the subjective visions of any individual, and when that point was to be reached, the search for a perfect objectivity of visual statement was transformed into the triumph of perfect subjectivity. The road was a tempting one, for if science was one basic value of bourgeois society, individualism and competition were others. The very strongholds of academic training and standards in the arts were, sometimes unconsciously, substituting the new criterion of originality for the ancient ones of perfection and correctness at this period, opening the way to their own eventual supersession. Second, if art was analogous to science, then it also shared with it the characteristic of progress which, with some qualifications, makes new or later equal superior. This raised no difficulties in science, for its most pedestrian practitioner in 1875 evidently understood physics better than Newton or Faraday. This is not true in the arts. Courbet was better than, say, the Baron Gros, not because he came later or was a realist, but because he had more talent. Moreover, the word progress itself was ambiguous, since it could be and was applied equally to any historically observed change, which was, or was believed to be, improvement, but also to attempts to bring about desirable changes in the future. Progress might or might not be a fact, but progressive was a statement of political intention. The revolutionary in art could easily be confused with the revolutionary in politics, especially by muddled minds like P.J. Proudhon, and both could be equally easily confused with something very different, namely modernity, a word which is first recorded around 1849.8. To be contemporary in this sense also had implications of change and technical innovation, as well as of subject matter. For if, as Baudelaire perceptively observed, the pleasure of representing the present comes not only from its possible beauty, but also from its essential character of being the present, then each succeeding present must find its specific form of expression, since no other could express it adequately, if at all. This might or might not be progress in the sense of objective amelioration, but it certainly was progress in as much as the ways of apprehending all the pasts must inevitably give way to those of apprehending our time, which were better just because they were contemporary. The arts must constantly renew themselves. And in doing so, inevitably, each succession of innovators would, at least temporarily, lose the mass of the traditionalists, the Philistines, those who lacked what the young Arthur Rimbaud, 1854–91, who formulated so much of the elements of this future for the arts, called the vision. In short, we begin to find ourselves in the now familiar world of the avant-garde, though the term was not yet current. It is no accident that the retrospective genealogy of the avant-garde arts normally takes us back no further than the Second Empire in France, to Baudelaire and Flaubert in literature, to the Impressionists in painting. Historically it is largely a myth, but the dating is significant. It marks the collapse of the attempt to produce an art intellectually consistent with, though often critical of, bourgeois society, an art embodying the physical realities of the capitalist world, progress and natural science as conceived by positivism. V. This breakdown affected the marginal strata of the bourgeois world more than its central core, students and young intellectuals, aspiring writers and artists, the general bohème of those who refused, however temporarily, to adopt the ways of bourgeois respectability, and mixed readily with those who were unable to, or whose way of life precluded it. The increasingly specialized districts of the great cities where all these met, the Latin Quarter or Montmartre, became the centers of such avant-gardes, and young provincial rebels like the boy Rimbaud, avidly reading little magazines or heterodox poetry in places like Charleville, gravitated towards them. They provided both the producers and the consumers of what would, a century later, be called an underground or counterculture, and by no means a negligible market, though not yet solvent enough to provide the avant-garde producer with a living. The growing desire of the bourgeoisie to clasp the arts to its bosom multiplied the candidates for its embrace, art students, aspiring writers, etc. Henry Merger's Scenes of Bohemian Life, 1851, produced an enormous vogue for what might be called bourgeois society's urban equivalent for the 18th century fête champêtre, playing at not belonging to it, in what was now the secular paradise of the Western world and an art center with which Italy could no longer compete. There were in the second half of the century perhaps between 10 and 20,000 people in Paris calling themselves artists. 25. Though some revolutionary movements in this period were almost entirely confined to the Latin Quarter milieu, e.g. the Blanquists, and though the anarchists were to identify the mere membership of the counterculture with revolution, the avant-garde as such had no specific politics, or no politics at all. Among the painters, the ultra-leftists Pissarro and Monet fled to London in 1870 to avoid taking part in the Franco-Prussian War, but Cézanne, in his provincial refuge, plainly took no real interest in the political views of his closest friend, the radical novelist Zola. Manet and Degas, bourgeois of private means, and Renoir quietly went to war and avoided the Paris Commune. Courbet took only too public a part in it. A passion for Japanese prints, one of the most significant cultural byproducts of the opening of the world to capitalism, united the Impressionists, the ferociously republican Clemenceau, mayor of Montmartre under the Commune, and the brothers Goncourt, who were hysterically anti-communard. They were united, like the Romantics before 1848, only by a common dislike of the bourgeoisie and its political regimes, in this instance the Second Empire, the reign of mediocrity, hypocrisy, and profit. Until 1848 these spiritual Latin quarters of bourgeois society had hope, of a republic and social revolution, and perhaps even, with all their hatred, a certain grudging admiration for the dynamism of the more dynamic robber barons of capitalism, cutting their way through the barriers of traditional aristocratic society. Flaubert's Sentimental Education, 1869, is the story of that hope in the hearts of the world-storming young men of the 1840s and its double disappointment, by the 1848 revolution itself and by the subsequent era in which the bourgeoisie triumphed at the cost of abandoning even the ideals of its own revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity. In a sense, the Romanticism of 1830–48 was the chief victim of this disillusion. Its visionary realism turned into scientific or positivistic realism, retaining, perhaps developing, the element of social criticisms or at least scandal, but losing the vision. This in turn transformed itself into art for art's sake, or into the preoccupation with the formalities of language, style, and technique. Everybody has inspiration, the old poet Gautier, 1811–72, told a young man. Every bourgeois is moved by sunrise and sunset. The poet has craftsmanship. 26 When a new form of visionary art was to emerge among the generation who had been children or unborn in 1848, Arthur Rimbaud's main work appeared in 1871–3, Isidore Ducasse, the Comte de Lautréamont, 1846–70, published his Chants de Maldoror in 1869. It was to be esoteric, irrationalist and, whatever the intentions of its practitioners, unpolitical. With the collapse of the dream of 1848 and the victory of the reality of Second Empire France, Bismarckian Germany, Palmerstonian and Gladstonian Britain and the Italy of Victor Emmanuel, the Western bourgeois arts starting with painting and poetry therefore bifurcated into those appealing to the mass public and those appealing to a self-defined minority. They were not quite as outlawed by bourgeois society as the mythological history of the avant-garde arts has it, but on the whole it remains undeniable that the painters and poets who came to maturity between 1848 and the end of our period, and whom we still admire, appealed indifferently to the contemporary market and were famous, if at all, for causing scandal. Courbet and the Impressionists, Baudelaire and Rimbaud, the early pre-Raphaelites, A.C. Swinburne, 1837–1909, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, 1828–82. But this is clearly not the case with all the arts, not even with all those which depended entirely on bourgeois patronage, with the exception of the spoken drama of the period, about which the less said the better. This is perhaps due to the fact that the difficulties which beset realism in the visual arts were less unmanageable in some others. 6. They hardly affected music at all, since no representational realism is seriously possible in that art, and the very attempt to introduce it must be either metaphorical or dependent on words or drama. Unless fused into the Wagnerian Gesamtkunstwerk, the all-embracing art of his operas, or the modest song, realism in music meant the representation of identifiable emotions, including, as in Wagner's Tristan, 1865, the recognizable emotions of sex. More commonly, as in the flourishing national schools of composers, Smetana and folk in Bohemia, Tchaikovsky, and Rimsky-Korsakov, 1844–1908, Mussorgsky, etc., in Russia, E. Grieg, 1843–1907, in Norway and, of course, the Germans, but not the Austrians. They were the emotions of nationalism for which convenient symbols existed, in the form of motifs from folk music, etc. But, as has already been suggested, serious music flourished not so much because it suggested the real world, but because it suggested the things of the spirit and thus provided among other things a surrogate for religion, as it had always provided a powerful adjunct to it. If it wanted to be performed at all, it had to appeal to patrons or the market. To that extent it could oppose the bourgeois world only from within, an easy task, since the bourgeois himself was unlikely to recognize when he was being criticized. He might well feel that his own aspirations and the glory of his culture were being expressed. So music flourished, in a more or less traditional romantic idiom. Its most militant avant-gardist, Richard Wagner, was also its most celebrated public figure, since he actually succeeded, admittedly thanks to the patronage of the Mad King Ludwig of Bavaria, in convincing the most financially solvent cultural authorities and members of the bourgeois public that they themselves belonged to that spiritual elite, high above the Philistine masses, which alone deserved the art of the future. Prose literature, and especially that characteristic art form of the bourgeois era, the novel, flourished for exactly the opposite reason. Words could, unlike notes, represent real life as well as ideas, and unlike the visual arts their technique made no claim actually to imitate it. Realism in the novel therefore held no immediate and insoluble contradictions such as those which photography introduced into painting. Some novels might aim at a more rigorous documentary truth than others, some might wish to extend their subject matter to fields regarded as improper or not fit for respectable attention. The French naturalists favored both, but who could deny that even the least literally minded, the most subjective, wrote stories about the actual world, and most often actual contemporary society? There is no novelist of this period who cannot be transformed into dramatized television serials. Hence the popularity and flexibility of the novel as a genre, and its amazing achievements. With comparatively rare exceptions, Wagner in music, some French painters and perhaps some poetry, the supreme achievements in the arts of our period were novels, Russian, English, French, perhaps even, if we include Melville's Moby Dick, American. And, with the exception of Melville, the greatest novels of the greatest novelists won fairly immediate recognition, if not always understanding. The great potential of the novel lay in its scope, the most vast and ambitious themes lay within the novelist's grasp. War and Peace, 1869, tempted Tolstoy. Crime and Punishment, 1866, Dostoevsky, Fathers and Sons, 1862, Turgenev. The novel attempted to seize the reality of an entire society, though curiously enough the deliberate attempts to do so in our period, through connected series of such narratives on the model of Scott and Balzac, did not attract the greatest talents. Even Zola only began his retrospective giant portrait of the Second Empire, the Rugen, Macquart series, in 1871, Pérez Galdós, 1843–1920, his Episodios Nacionales in 1873, Gustav Freytag, 1816–95, to descend rather lower, his Die Ahnen, the Ancestors, in 1872. The success of these titanic efforts varied outside Russia, where they were almost uniformly successful, though no era which contains the mature Dickens, Flaubert, George Eliot, Thackeray, and Gottfried Keller, 1819–90, need fear much competition. But what is characteristic of the novel and made it so much the typical art form of our period was that its most ambitious efforts were achieved not through myth and technique, as in Wagner's Ring, but through the pedestrian description of everyday reality. It did not so much storm the heavens of creation as plod inexorably into them. For this reason it also lent itself, with minimal loss, to translation. At least one major novelist in our period became a genuinely international figure, Charles Dickens. However, it would be unfair to confine the discussion of the arts in the age of bourgeois triumph to masters and masterpieces, especially those confined to a minority public. It was, as we have seen, a period of art for the masses by means of the technology of reproduction which made the unlimited multiplication of still images possible, the marriage between technology and communications which produced the mass newspaper and periodical, especially the illustrated magazine, and the mass education which made all these accessible to a new public. The contemporary works of art which were really widely known during this period, that is, known beyond the cultured minority, were, with very rare exceptions, of which Charles Dickens is probably the outstanding 11, not those we admire most today. The literature which sold most widely was the popular newspaper, which reached unprecedented circulations of 250,000 or even 500,000 in Britain and the United States. The secular pictures which were to be found on the walls of pioneer cabins in the American West or artisan cottages in Europe were prints of Landseer's Monarch of the Glen, or their national equivalents, or portraits of Lincoln, Garibaldi, or Gladstone. The compositions from high culture which entered mass consciousness were Verdi tunes performed by the ubiquitous Italian organ grinders or those bits of Wagner which could be adapted as music for weddings, but not the operas themselves. But this in itself implied a cultural revolution. With the triumph of city and industry an increasingly sharp division grew up between the modern sectors of the masses, i.e. the urbanized, the literate, and those who accepted the content of the hegemonic culture, that of the bourgeois society, and the increasingly undermined traditional ones. Increasingly sharp, because the heritage of the rural past became increasingly irrelevant to the pattern of urban working-class life. In the 1860s and 1870s the industrial workers in Bohemia stopped expressing themselves through folk song and took to music hall song, doggerel ballads about a life which had little left in common with their fathers. This was the void which the ancestors of the modern popular music and entertainment business began to fill for those of modest cultural ambitions, and which collective self-help and organization, from the end of our period increasingly through political movements, filled for the more active, conscious, and ambitious. In Britain the era when music halls multiplied in the cities was also the era when choral societies and working-class brass bands, with a repertoire of popular classics from high culture, multiplied in the industrial communities. But it is characteristic that during these decades the flow of culture ran in one direction, from the middle class downwards, at least in Europe. Even in what was to become the most characteristic form of proletarian culture, mass spectator sports, the pattern in our period was set, as in association football, by the young men of the middle class who founded its clubs and organized its competitions. Not until the late 1870s and early 1880s were these captured and held by the working class. 12. But even the most traditional rural patterns of culture were undermined, not so much by migration as by education. For once primary education becomes available to the masses, traditional culture inevitably ceases to be basically oral and face-to-face, and splits into a superior or dominant culture of the literate and an inferior or recessive one of the non-literate. Education and national bureaucracy turned even the village into a schizophrenic assembly of people, split between the pet names and nicknames by which they were known to their neighbors and kin, crippled Paquito, and the official names of school and state by which they were known to authority, Francisco González López. The new generations became in effect bilingual. The increasingly numerous attempts to save the old language for literacy in the form of a dialect literature, as in Ludwig Anzengruber's 1839-89 peasant dramas, William Barnes's 1800-86 poems in the Dorset dialect, Fritz Reuter's 1810-74 Plattdeutsch autobiographies, or, a little later, the attempt to revive a Provençal literature in the Félibridge movement 1854, appealed either to middle-class romantic nostalgia, populism, or naturalism. 13. By our standards, this decline was as yet modest. But it was significant because during these years it was not yet visibly offset by the development of what might be called a new proletarian or urban counterculture. In the countryside there was never to be such a phenomenon. The hegemony of the official culture, inevitably identified with the triumphant middle class, was asserted over the subaltern masses. In this period there was little to mitigate that subalternity. Chapter 16. Conclusion. Do what you like, destiny has the last word in human affairs. There's real tyranny for you. According to the principles of progress, destiny should have been abolished long ago. Johann Nestroy, Viennese comic playwright, 18501. The era of liberal triumph began with a defeated revolution and ended in a prolonged depression. The first forms a more convenient signpost for marking the beginning or end of a historical period than the second, but history does not consult the convenience of historians, though some of them are not always aware of it. The requirements of drama might suggest concluding this book with a suitably spectacular event, the proclamation of German unity and the Paris Commune in 1871 perhaps, or even the great stock exchange crash of 1873, but the demands of drama and reality are, as so often, not the same. The path ends not with the view of a peak or a cataract, but of the less easily identifiable landscape of a watershed, sometime between 1871 and 1879. If we have to put a date to it, let us choose one which symbolizes the middle 1870s without being associated with any event sufficiently outstanding to obtrude itself unnecessarily, say 1875. The new era which follows the age of liberal triumph was to be very different. Economically it was to move away rapidly from unrestrained competitive private enterprise, government abstention from interference and what the Germans called Manchesterismus, the free trade orthodoxy of Victorian Britain, to large industrial corporations, cartels, trusts, monopolies, to very considerable government interference, to very different orthodoxies of policy, though not necessarily of economic theory. The age of individualism ended in 1870, complained the British lawyer A.V. Dicey. The age of collectivism began, and though most of what he gloomily noted as the advances of collectivism strike us as insignificant, he was in a sense right. The capitalist economy changed in four significant ways. In the first place, we now enter a new technological era, no longer determined by the inventions and methods of the first industrial revolution, an era of new sources of power, electricity and oil, turbines and the internal combustion engine, of new machinery based on new materials, steel, alloys, non-ferrous metals, of new science-based industries, such as the expanding organic chemical industry. In the second place, we now increasingly enter the economy of the domestic consumer market, pioneered in the United States, fostered not only, and as yet, in Europe, modestly, by rising mass incomes, but above all by the sheer demographic growth of the developed countries. From 1870 to 1910 the population of Europe rose from 290 to 435 million, that of the United States from 38.5 to 92 million. In other words, we enter the period of mass production, including that of some consumer durables. In the third place, and in some ways this was the most decisive development, a paradoxical reversal now took place. The era of liberal triumph had been that of a de facto British industrial monopoly internationally, within which, with some notable exceptions, profits were assured with little difficulty by the competition of small and medium-sized enterprises. The post-liberal era was one of international competition between rival national industrial economies, the British, the German, the North American, a competition sharpened by the difficulties which firms within each of these economies now discovered, during the period of depression, in making adequate profits. Competition thus led towards economic concentration, market control, and manipulation. To quote an excellent historian, economic growth was now also economic struggle that served to separate the strong from the weak, to discourage some and to toughen others, to favor the new, hungry nations at the expense of the old. Optimism about a future of indefinite progress gave way to uncertainty and a sense of agony, in the classical meaning of the word. All of which strengthened and was in turn strengthened by sharpening political rivalries, the two forms of competition merging in that final surge of land hunger and that chase for spheres of influence that have been called the new imperialism. Point 2. The world entered the period of imperialism, in the broad sense of the word, which includes the changes in the structure of economic organization, e.g. monopoly capitalism, but also in the narrower sense of the word, a new integration of the underdeveloped countries as dependencies into a world economy dominated by the developed countries. Apart from the impulse of rivalry, which led powers to divide the globe into formal or informal reservations for their own businessmen, of markets and of capital exports, this was also due to the increased significance of raw materials not available in most of the developed countries themselves, for climatic and geological reasons. The new technological industries required such materials: oil, rubber, non-ferrous metals. By the end of the century, Malaya was a known producer of tin, Russia, India, and Chile in manganese, New Caledonia of nickel. The new consumer economy required rapidly growing quantities not only of materials also produced in the developed countries, e.g. grain and meat, but of those which could not be, e.g. tropical or subtropical beverages and fruit, or overseas vegetable oil for soap. The banana republic became as much part of the capitalist world economy as the tin and rubber or the cocoa colony. On a global scale, this dichotomy between developed and, theoretically complementary, underdeveloped areas, though not in itself new, began to take a recognizably modern shape. The development of the new pattern of development/dependence was to continue with only brief interruptions until the slump of the 1930s, and forms the fourth major change in the world economy. Politically, the end of the liberal era meant literally what the words imply. In Britain, the Whigs/Liberals, in the broad sense of those who were not Tory/Conservatives, had been in office, with two brief exceptions, throughout the period from 1848 to 1874. In the last quarter of the century they were to be in office for no more than 8 years. In Germany and Austria the Liberals ceased, in the 1870s, to be the main parliamentary base of governments, insofar as governments required such a base. They were undermined not only by the defeat of their ideology of free trade and cheap, i.e. relatively inactive, government, but by the democratization of electoral politics, see Chapter 6 above, which destroyed the illusion that their policy represented the masses. On the one hand, the depression added to the force of protectionist pressure by some industries and the national agrarian interests. The trend towards freer trade was reversed in Russia and Austria in 1874-5, in Spain in 1877, in Germany in 1879, and practically everywhere else except Britain, and even here free trade was under pressure from the 1880s. On the other, the demand from below for protection against the capitalists by the little men, for social security, public measures against unemployment and a wage minimum from the workers, became vocal and politically effective. The better classes, whether the ancient hierarchical nobility or the new bourgeoisie, could no longer speak for the lower orders or, what is more to the point, rely on their uncompensated support. A new, increasingly powerful and intrusive state, and within it a new pattern of politics therefore developed, foreseen with gloom by anti-democratic thinkers. The modern version of the rights of man, thought the historian Jacob Burckhardt in 1870, includes the right to work and subsistence. For men are no longer willing to leave the most vital matters to society, because they want the impossible and imagine that it can only be secured under compulsion of the state. 3. What troubled them was not only the allegedly utopian demand of the poor for the right to live decently, but the capacity of the poor to impose it. The masses want their peace and their pay. If they get it from a republic or a monarchy, they will cling to either. If not, without much ado they will support the first constitution to promise them what they want for, and the state, no longer controlled by the moral autonomy and legitimacy which tradition gave it, or the belief that economic laws could not be broken, would become increasingly an all-powerful leviathan in practice, though a mere tool for achieving the aims of the masses in theory. By modern standards, the increase in the role and functions of the state remained modest enough, though its expenditure, i.e. its activities, had increased almost everywhere in our period per capita, largely as a result of the sharp rise in the public debt, except in those strongholds of liberalism, peace, and unsubsidized private enterprise, Britain, Holland, Belgium and Denmark. In any case social expenditure, except perhaps on education, remained fairly negligible. On the other hand, in politics 3 new tendencies emerged out of the confused tensions of the new era of economic depression, which almost everywhere became one of social agitation and discontent. The first, and most apparently novel, was the emergence of independent working-class parties and movements, generally with a socialist, i.e. increasingly a Marxist, orientation, of which the German Social Democratic Party was both the pioneer and the most impressive example. Though the governments and middle classes of the time regarded them as the most dangerous, in fact they shared the values and assumptions of the rationalist Enlightenment on which liberalism rested. The second tendency did not share this heritage, and was indeed flatly opposed to it. Demagogic anti-liberal and anti-socialist parties emerged in the 1880s and 1890s, either from under the shadow of their formerly liberal affiliation, like the anti-Semitic and pan-German nationalists who became the ancestors of Hitlerism, or under the wing of the hitherto politically inactive churches, like the Christian social movement in Austria. 2. The third tendency was the emancipation of mass nationalist parties and movements from their former ideological identification with liberal radicalism. Some movements for national autonomy or independence tended to shift, at least theoretically, towards socialism, especially when the working class played a significant role in their country, but it was a national rather than an international socialism, as among the so-called Czech People's Socialists or the Polish Socialist Party, and the national element tended to prevail over the socialist. Others moved towards an ideology based on blood, soil, language, what was conceived to be the ethnic tradition and little else. This did not disrupt the basic political pattern of the developed states which had emerged in the 1860s, a more or less gradual and reluctant approach to a democratic constitutionalism. Nevertheless, the emergence of non-liberal mass politics, however theoretically acceptable, frightened governments. Before they learned to operate the new system, they were, notably during the Great Depression, sometimes inclined to relapse into panic or coercion. The Third Republic did not readmit the survivors of the massacre among the communards into politics until the early 1880s. Bismarck, who knew how to manage bourgeois liberals but neither a mass socialist party nor a mass Catholic party, made the Social Democrats illegal in 1879. Gladstone lapsed into coercion in Ireland. However, this proved to be a temporary phase, rather than a permanent tendency. The framework of bourgeois politics, where it existed, was not stretched to breaking point until well into the 20th century. Indeed, though our period subsides into the troubled time of the Great Depression, it would be misleading to paint too highly colored a picture of it. Unlike the slump of the 1930s, the economic difficulties themselves were so complex and qualified that historians have even doubted whether the term depression is justifiable as a description of the 20 years after this volume ends. They are wrong, but their doubts are enough to warn us against excessively dramatic treatment. Neither economically nor politically did the structure of the mid-19th century capitalist world collapse. It entered a new phase, but, even in the form of a slowly modified economic and political liberalism, it had plenty of scope left. It was different in the dominated, the underdeveloped, the backward and poor countries, or those situated, like Russia, both in the world of the victors and the victims. There the Great Depression opened an era of imminent revolution. But for a generation or two after 1875 the world of the triumphant bourgeoisie appeared to remain firm enough. Perhaps it was a little less self-confident than before, and its assertions of self-confidence therefore a little shriller, perhaps a little more worried about its future. Perhaps it became rather more puzzled by the breakdown of its old intellectual certainties, which, especially after the 1880s, thinkers, artists, and scientists underlined with their ventures into new and troubling territories of the mind. But surely progress still continued, inevitably, and in the form of bourgeois, capitalist and in a general sense liberal societies. The Great Depression was only an interlude. Was there not economic growth, technical and scientific advance, improvement, and peace? Would not the 20th century be a more glorious, more successful version of the 19th? We now know that it would not be. Further reading. With very few exceptions, the following notes refer only to books, and books in the English language. This does not mean that they are the best available, though often they are. It is a concession to the ignorance of foreign languages of most readers in the English-speaking world. The bibliography of the period is so vast that no attempt can be made to cover all aspects of it, even selectively, and the choices suggested are personal, and sometimes fortuitous. Guides to reading on most topics are contained in the American Historical Association's periodically revised A Guide to Historical Literature. The bibliography in the Cambridge Economic History of Europe, Volume 6, is wider than its title suggests. J. Roach, ed., A Bibliography of Modern History, 1968, may also be consulted, with caution. Most of the books listed below contain bibliographical references either in footnotes or separately. Among general works of historical reference, W. Langer's Encyclopedia of World History gives the main dates, as does Neville Williams' Chronology of the Modern World, 1966. Alfred Meyer, Annals of European Civilization 1500 to 1900, 1949, deals with the arts and sciences. M. Mulhall, A Dictionary of Statistics, 1892, remains the best compendium of figures. For general 19th century reference, the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, still available in good university libraries, is far superior to its successors, as the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, 1931, is, for our purposes, to its successor of 1968. Biographical compendia and reference works on special subjects are too numerous to mention. Among historical atlases, J. Engel et al., Grosser Historischer Weltatlas, 1957, the Rand, McNally Atlas of World History, 1957, and the Penguin Historical Atlas, 1974, are recommended. G. Barraclough, An Introduction to Contemporary History, 1967, and C. Moraes, The Triumph of the Middle Classes, 1966, the latter with brilliantly designed maps, may serve as an introduction to global history. V.G. Kiernan's Elegant and Erudite The Lords of Humankind, 1969, 1972, surveys European attitudes to the outside world. Both the New Cambridge Modern History, Volume X, J.P.T. Barry ed., The Zenith of European Power 1839-1870, and the two parts of the Cambridge Economic History, Volume 6, The Industrial Revolutions and After, range beyond Europe. Both may be constantly consulted with profit. As for more strictly European surveys, M.S. Anderson, The Ascendancy of Europe 1815-1914, 1972, and E.J. Hobsbawm, The Age of Revolution, Europe 1789 to 1848, 1962, Range Beyond the Continent. W. E. Moss, Liberal Europe 1848 to 1875, 1974, covers exactly the same period as the present book. William L. Langer, Political and Social Upheaval 1832 to 1852, 1969, Useful Bibliography, is much the best of the chronologically relevant volumes in the series The Rise of Modern Europe, edited by the same author. Of general works on more specialized fields, see Cipolla, ed., The Fontana Economic History of Europe, 1973, volumes 3, 4I and 4-2, are extremely convenient, but by far the best introduction to the economic history of the period is D.S. Londa's superb The Unbound Prometheus, 1969, an expansion of this author's contribution to the Cambridge economic history. The relevant volumes of C. Singer et.al., A History of Technology, are for reference. G. L. Moss, The Culture of Western Europe, the 19th and 20th Centuries, 1963, is a convenient introduction to its subject. J. D. Bernal, Science in History, 1965, is brilliant, but its sections on our period should not be taken uncritically. Neither should those of A. Hauser, The Social History of Art, 1952. Various volumes of the Penguin History of Art cover the 19th century. Peter Stearns, European Society in Upheaval, 1975 ed., is an attempt, perhaps premature, to survey the social history of the continent. Two works by C. Cipolla, The Economic History of World Population, 1962, and Literacy and Development in the West, 1969, are useful brief introductions. A.F. Weber, The Growth of Cities in the 19th Century, 1899 and reissues, has been an invaluable compendium since its original publication. Not all countries possess modern, conveniently sized comprehensive national histories in English for our period. Britain does not, though H. Perkin, The Origin of Modern English Society 1780 to 1880, 1969, and Geoffrey Best, Mid-Victorian Britain 1850 to 75, 1971, are good on social history, and J. H. Clapham, An Economic History of Modern Britain, 2, 1850 to 1880, 1932, is still remarkable. The best history by far of France is the, untranslated, Nouvelle Histoire de la France Contemporaine, volumes 8 and 9, by M. Agulhan, 1848 OUL Apprentissage de la République, and Alain Plessis, De la Fête Impériale au Mur de Fetters, both 1973. Hajo Holborn, A History of Modern Germany 1840 to 1945, 1970, is good, but for our period T.S. Hamero's Restoration, Revolution, Reaction, Economics and Politics in Germany 1815 to 1871, 1958, and Social Foundations of German Unification, 1969, are highly relevant. C.A. Macartney, The Habsburg Empire 1790 to 1918, 1969, and the impressive Raymond Carr, Spain 1808 to 1939, 1966, contain all most of us need to know about their countries. B.J. Hoved, The Scandinavian Countries 1720 to 1865, 2 volumes. 1943, more than this. Histories of Russia reflect strongly held opinions. Hugh Seton Watson, Imperial Russia 1801 to 1917, 1967, is full of information, so is P. Lyashchenko, A History of the Russian National Economy, 1949. G. Prokofy, History of the Italian People, 2, 1973, is a good but very compressed introduction. D. Mac Smith, Italy, A Modern History, 1959, an early work by the leading specialist on this period in Italian history. L.S. Stavroyanos, The Balkans since 1453, 1958, is an excellent survey. For the non-European world, most readers will require not histories of the period, but general introductions to unfamiliar milieus. For China, this may be found in China Readings 1, Franz Sherman and O'Shell, eds, Imperial China, 1967. For Japan, in the Japan Reader 1, J. Livingston, J. Moore and F. Oldfather, eds, Imperial Japan 1800 to 1945, 1973. For the Islamic World, G. von Grubbaum, ed., Unity and Variety in Muslim Civilization, 1955. For Latin America, some of Louis Hanca, ed., Readings in Latin American History 2, since 1810, 1966. For India, Elizabeth Whitcomb, Agrarian Conditions in Northern India, I. The United Provinces under British Rule, 1972. For Egypt, E.R.J. Owen, Cotton and the Egyptian Economy 1820 to 1914, 1969. For the leading events in their respective countries, M. Franz, The Taiping Rebellion, 1966, and W. G. Beasley, The Meiji Restoration, 1972. The bibliography of American history is limitless. Any general history will do for those totally unfamiliar with that country, e.g. E.C. Rizwan, The Making of American Society I, to 1877, 1972, supplemented by R.B. Morris, Encyclopedia of American History, 1965. All lag behind the progress of research. The main theme of the present book is the creation of a single world under capitalist hegemony. For the process of exploration, see J.N.L. Baker, A History of Geographical Discovery and Exploration, 1931. For mapping, see Dr.L.S. Dawson R.N., Memoirs of Hydrography 2, covers 1830-80, reprinted 1969. For transport, A Brief Introduction by M. Robbins, The Railway Age, 1962, and a bulky and triumphant chronicle W.S. Lindsay, History of Merchant Shipping, 4 volumes. 1876. The expansion of settlement and enterprise is inseparable from the history of migration, see Chapter 11, see Brinley Thomas, Migration and Economic Growth, 1954, for the human side, M. Hansen, The Immigrant in American History, 1940, and C. Erickson, Invisible Immigrants, The Adaptation of English and Scottish Immigrants in 19th-Century America, 1972, while Hugh Tinker, A New System of Slavery, 1974, deals with the export of indentured labor. For the Moving Frontier, R. A. Billington, Westward Expansion, 1949, and Rodman Wilson Paul, Mining Frontiers of the Far West, 1963. For Capitalist Enterprise Abroad, D.S. Landis, Splendid Bankers and Pashas, International Finance and Modern Imperialism in Egypt, 1958, L.H. Jenks, The Migration of British Capital to 1875, 1927, H. Faze, Europe, The World's Banker, 1930, A.T. Helps, The Life and Labors of Mr. Brassey, 1872, reprinted 1969, and W. Stewart, Henry Meggs, A Yankee Pizarro, 1946. The last two deal with titans of railway construction. An interesting glimpse into contemporary attitudes is Jean Chesneau, The Political and Social Ideas of Jules Verne, 1972, author of Round the World in 80 Days. The history of the bourgeoisie, key class of our period, remains to be adequately written, certainly in English and in generally accessible form. Asa Briggs, Victorian People, 1955, is a useful introduction, but the best guide is to be found in the Rougon-Macquart series of novels by Émile Zola, which analyze the society of the French Second Empire, and whose documentary reliability is high. See also Mario Praz's introduction to G.S. Metros and F. Crouzet, eds, The 19th Century World, 1968. Among the monographs one must mention Adeline Domard, La bourgeoisie parisienne 1815–1848, short version 1970, A. Tutsk, Les Grands Notables en France, 2 volumes. 1964, Good on the Formation of Political Consciousness During the 1848 Revolution, and F. Zunkel, Industriebegertum in Westdeutschland in H.U. Wellers, ed., Modern Deutsche Sozialgeschichte, 1966. For the Aspirations of the Lower Middle Class and Deemed Suitable for All, Samuel Smiles, Self-Help, 1859 and numerous editions. W. L. Byrne, The Age of Equipoise, 1964, is an excellent cross-section of English, bourgeois society, and T. Zeldin, France 1848–1945, Volume I, 1974, a very good guide to French bourgeois society, including family and sex. J. R. Vincent, The Formation of the British Liberal Party 1857–68, 1972, is stimulating. Though there are excellent books on the 19th century city in addition to A. F. Weber, e.g. Asa Briggs, Victorian Cities 1963, and the Encyclopedic H.J. Dias and M. Wolf ed. The Victorian City, 2 volumes. 1973, General Guides to the World of the Manual Workers, as distinct from histories of their organizations, are scarce. John Burnett, ed., Useful Toil, 1974, collects British workers' autobiographies, with convenient introductions, and Henry Mayhew's London Labour and the London Poor, 4 volumes. Originally 1861–2, is reportage of genius about the greatest of Western cities. E. J. Hobsbawm, Labouring Men, 1964, contains some relevant studies. Numerous valuable studies for particular countries, especially France, are unfortunately untranslated. One might single out Michel Peroux, Les Ouvriers en Grève, 1871–90, Volume 2, 1974, Roland Trempe, Les Mineurs de Carmaux, 1971, and Rudolf Braun, Sozialer und kultureller Wandel in einem landlichen Industriegebiet, 1965, whose significance is far greater than the narrow local basis, in Switzerland, would suggest. J. Kosinski's Massive Geschichte der Lage der Arbeiter unter dem Kapitalismus, 40 volumes. 1960–72, must be mentioned. Volumes 2, 3, and 18–20 deal with German workers during this period. In addition to general works already mentioned, land, agriculture and agrarian society can be studied in T. Dochinin, ed., Peasants and Peasant Societies, 1971, Jerome Blum, Lord and Peasant in Russia, 1961, Geroid T. Robinson, Rural Russia under the Old Regime, 1932, F. M. L. Thompson, English Landed Society in the 19th Century, 1963, and F. A. Shannon, The Farmer's Last Frontier, 1945. For the much debated question of the last era of slavery, see Eugene G. Genovese, The World the Slaveholders Made, 1969, and Roll, Jordan Roll, The World the Slaves Made, 1974, and R. W. Fogel and S. Engerman, Time on the Cross, 2 volumes. 1974, a controversial work. For the less-known Economy of Indentured Labor, Alan Adamson, Sugar Without Slaves, 1972. Zola's La Terre combines accuracy and urban prejudice about peasants. For Uprooted Peasants, O. Handlin, ed., Immigration as a Factor in American History, 1959. A.J.P. Taylor, The Struggle for Mastery in Europe, 1848–1918, 1954, and W. E. Moss, The European Powers and the German Question 1848–1871, 1969, will serve to introduce the history of international relations. A. Vagts, A History of Militarism, 1938, E.A. Pratt, The Rise of Rail Power in War and Conquest, 1915, and H. Nickerson, 19th Century Military Techniques, Journal of World History, 4, 1957-8, that of Wars. Michael Howard, The Franco-Prussian War, 1962, is a model monograph. For contemporary attitudes on the two great issues of national and popular government, see Walter Bagehot, Physics and Politics, 1873, and the British Constitution, 1872, numerous editions. The historiography and discussion of nationalism is unsatisfactory. Ernest Renan, What is a Nation, in A. Zimmern, ed., Modern Political Doctrines, 1939, is a starting point. The best book is Emmerich, Die Vorkampf der Nationalen Bewegung bei den kleinen Völkern Europas, Prague 1968, cf. Also Commission Internationale d'Histoire de Mouvements Sociaux et de Structures Sociales, Mouvements Nationaux d'Indépendance et Classes Populaires Auxiliary 19 et 20 siècles, Vol. I, 1971. On the extension of the vote in Britain in 1867, Royden Harrison, Before the Socialists, 1965, Chapters 3, 4, For Germany, G. Meyer, Die Trennung der Proletarisken von der Bürgerlichen Demokratie in Deutschland 1863, 70 in Grunberg's Archive, 2, 1191, pages 1-67. See also the works of J. R. Vincent, T. S. Hamerow and T. Zeldin, The Political System of Napoleon III, 1958. For the revolutions of the period, V. G. Kiernan The Revolution of 1854 in Spanish History, 1966, C. A. M. Hennessy, The Federal Republic in Spain 1868-74, 1962, and, among a vast literature on the Paris Commune including Marx's famous Civil War in France, J. Rougaret, Paris Libre 1871, 1971. W. L. Langer, Political and Social Upheaval 1832-52, 1969, and Peter Stearns, The 1848 Revolution, 1974, may introduce readers to the greatest revolution of our period, about which Marx wrote two contemporary booklets, Class Struggles in France, and the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Engels 1, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, and a de Tocqueville some memorable passages in his memoirs. The greatest freedom fighter of the period is the subject of J. Ridley, Garibaldi, 1974, The Russian Revolutionaries of a Classic Work, F. Venturi's Roots of Revolution, 1960. H. K. Gervitz, From Wealth to Welfare, The Evolution of Liberalism, 1963, describes the changing meanings of the prevalent bourgeois ideology. Henry Nash Smith, Virgin Land, 1957, is an excellent guide to the ideology of radicalism, which found its purest expression on the frontier. See also Eric Foner, Free Soil, Free Labor, Free Men 1970. G. Lichtheim, The Origins of Socialism, 1969, is the best introduction to its subject. G. D. H. Cole, A History of Socialist Thought, 2, Marxism and Anarchism 1850-1890, 1954, is still the most comprehensive general account. For non-socialist criticism of capitalism, see perhaps the greatest of contemporary ones, J. Burkhardt, Reflex Ions on World History, 1945. E. Roll, A History of Economic Thought, is concise and intelligent, moving away between editions from the author's earlier radical positions. W. M. Simon, European Positivism in the 19th Century, 1963, is about a rather central ideological current of this period. Franz Mehring, Karl Marx, The Story of His Life, 1936, is preferable to later introductions to life and thought. since the author reflects what Marx meant to the generation of his immediate disciples and followers. A.D. White, A History of the Warfare of Science and Theology, 1896, is worth consulting for the same reasons. On Darwinism, J. Burrow, Evolution and Society, A Study in Victorian Social Theory, 1966, the same author's introduction to the Penguin edition of The Origin of Species, 1968, R. Hofstadter, Social Darwinism in American Thought, 1955, and W. Bagehot, Physics and Politics, 1873. J. T. Mers, A History of European Thought in the 19th Century, 4 volumes 1896 to 1914, remains essential for a study of 19th century science. S. P. Thompson, The Life of William Thomson, 2 volumes 1910, deals with a central figure. J. D. Bernal, Science and Industry in the 19th Century, 1953, is a brilliant monograph. The same author's Science in History has been mentioned above. A. Findlay, A Hundred Years of Chemistry, 1948, is a convenient treatment of a crucial science. For the arts, in addition to the general works mentioned, G. Rietlinger, The Economics of Taste in 2, 1961, 1963, discusses the nature of the art market. T.J. Clark, The Absolute Bourgeois and Image of the People, 1973, Art and Revolution, Linda Nochlin, Realism, 1971, is self-explanatory. See also her The Invention of the Avant-Garde, France 1830, 1880 in Art News Annual 34, as is Giselle Freund, Photographie und Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, 1968. Walter Benjamin, Paris, Capital of the 19th Century, in New Left Review 48, 1968, is brief but profound. G. Lukács, Studies in European Realism, 1950, is the work of a notable critic of prose, George Brandes, Main Currents in 19th Century Literature, 6 volumes 1901-5, gives the near-contemporary view. Brian McGee, Aspects of Wagner, 1972, defends a great but disagreeable composer. On the crisis which concludes our period, Hans Rosenberg, Grosse Depression und Bismarckzeit, 1967, and David Wells, Recent Economic Changes, 1889. A general work of very considerable interest may be mentioned in conclusion: Barrington Moore, Social Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy, 1967, Penguin 1973.